guest, let's welcome General V.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Ministry of Civil Aviation. जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. बहुत जोरदार तालियां, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for our chief guest who has arrived. It is a moment of happiness, a moment of joy for all of us, the entire security industry, to see such leaders joining us. Thank you, sir. You always join us, and आप हमारे विनम्र निवेदन पर आए हैं. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you for sparing time from your very busy schedule and being here. Once again, a big round of applause, everyone. I would like to invite our dignitaries to take their places on the dais. Already seated, our chief guest, General V.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and Ministry of Civil Aviation. We also welcome on the dais Dr. Anurag We welcome on the dais Dr. Akshat Mehta, University Dean and Associate Professor, Police Administration, Rashtriya Raksha University. We welcome on the dais our Chairman, Kumar Vikram Singh, who is the Chairman of CAPSI and APDI. We welcome Shri V.V. Katti, our National President. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we would like to take this wonderful morning further. कहते हैं कि सफर में धूप तो होगी ही, जो चल सको तो चलो. सभी हैं इस भीड़ में, तुम भी निकल सको तो चलो. किसी के वास्ते राहें कहाँ बदलती हैं, तुम खुद ही अपने आप को बदल सको तो चलो. आदर, अभिनंदन, आभार, नमस्कार, आदाब, सत श्री अकाल. A very, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a hearty warm welcome to the Security Leadership Summit 2022, the 17th Annual Conference of CAPSI. This is a platform for security industry to discuss, share, and propose their ideas, thoughts, and share knowledge with each other and learn from a plethora of luminaries from the security industry. One such wonderful day is today. Once again, we welcome everyone to Security Leadership Summit 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom, we always begin our programs by lighting the auspicious lamp. May I please request General V.K. Singh and the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp and begin the proceedings for the day. दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ आइए शुरुआत करते हैं. और ये एक प्रतीक माना जाता है जहां पर अंधकार से प्रकाश की यात्रा हो, अज्ञान से ज्ञान की यात्रा हो, पदार्थ से सूक्ष्म की यात्रा, प्राणी से परमात्मा की, या कहें कि मनुष्य से ईश्वर हो जाने की यात्रा. Lamp lighting is a very, very auspicious way to begin something. Lighting the lamp of hope, lighting the lamp of prayers, joys, happiness, and success in our lives. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to welcome our dignitaries on the dais formally. May I please request our chairman to kindly present a bouquet of flowers to our chief guest today, General V.K. Singh, please. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियों के साथ पुनः हम सभी का जोरदार हमें साथ चाहिए. I request our chairman, sir, to welcome Dr. Akshat Mehta, please. A moment of happiness. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today. Thank you very much. और फिर से जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. वीडियो चलाओ, वीडियो. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special video with which we are beginning. It is a short video on CAPSI. May I please request our team to play this video on CAPSI, please. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to please request the presence of Shri Vikram Mahurkar on the stage, please. He is the Vice President of CAPSI and also the Chairman of Checkmate Services. I also invite on the dais Shri Rajiv Sharma ji, MD of Group 4, to please join us on the dais. As we begin this day, ladies and gentlemen, as we always do, I would like to invite for his speech, I must say, the very, very dynamic chairman, very knowledgeable, very affable, and somebody who's representing the security industry in the best possible ways that he can. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kumar Vikram Singh, Chairman CAPSI and APDI, to address us all now. इसके बाद
माननीय जनरल डॉक्टर वीके सिंह जी, देश के मंत्रालय के एविएशन ट्रांसपोर्ट के मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, फॉर्मर आर्मी चीफ श्री अक्षत मेहता जी, डॉक्टर अक्षत मेहता जी, he is the dean of the राष्ट्रीय रक्षा यूनिवर्सिटी, श्री पीवी कट्टी जी, the president of CAPSI, श्री महेश शर्मा जी, कैप्सी के महामंत्री, श्री राजीव शर्मा जी, G4S के उच्च अधिकारी, is a global chairman also. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure to meet all of you after a very long time. And what a pleasure to see all of you, hale and hearty. After the COVID, I think this is the first major physical conference we are having. Jan Sahib, you know that during the COVID period, we worked very hard. We actually secured almost every institution in India. You must see the small clipping where we have shown that how many factories, how many houses, how many hospitals, how many airports, how many mines. I mean, it took us a long time to find out where are all we are protecting. And this is amazing figures that the reach is so much and what area we protecting all over the country. कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है जनरल साहब जहां प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री देश को सुरक्षित नहीं कर रही है. We say we protect our motherland internally, and it's a fact now. कि किस ढंग से हम अपने राष्ट्र की अंदर से पूरी सुरक्षा कर रहे हैं. 1 करोड़ लोग बहुत बड़ी संख्या होती है, किसी भी देश की पॉपुलेशन नहीं है. 1 करोड़ लोग दिन रात काम करते हैं अंदर से लोगों को सुरक्षित करने के लिए, उनको बचाव करने के लिए. उसी से ही देश सुरक्षित है, उसी से लोगों की लाइफ सुरक्षित है. ये राष्ट्रीय जिम्मेदारी जिस ढंग से हम सब निभा रहे हैं, आप साथियों सारे के सारे बधाई के पात्र हैं. जनरल साहब तो फौज के आर्मी चीफ रहे हैं और इनको कितना महसूस होता जब जे कहीं दिन में रात में सोचते होंगे कि मैं पूरे देश को किस ढंग से सुरक्षा में रखा हुआ है, फौज है तो हम हैं, वो एक भावना कि मेरे लोगों ने पूरे देश को सुरक्षित रखा है। आप सो रहे हो, आपके जवान दुर्गम घाटियों में, रेगिस्तान में, पहाड़ों में, कहां कहां ड्यूटी दे रहे हैं और आपको सुरक्षित रखा हुआ उन्होंने। और ये बात तो जनरल साहब उस वक्त भी सोचते हैं, आज भी सोचते हैं, लेकिन एज ए आर्मी चीफ इनके मन में कैसी भावना आती हो कि मैंने पूरे देश को सुरक्षित रखा हुआ है। अब जब मैंने ये नंबर देखे हैं, मुझे तो रात को नींद नहीं आती थी, या इतनी जगह को देख रहे हैं हम, सुरक्षित कर रहे हैं इतने जगह के ऊपर, हम लोगों को, उनकी जिंदगी को, उनकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, उनके एसेट्स को कर रहे हैं। साथ ही ये बड़ी अच्छी फीलिंग है और आप सब इसलिए बधाई के पात्र है कि आपने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया हुआ है, अब निरंतर आगे करोगे। सरकार के हम जनरल साहब धन्यवादी हैं। आपके थ्रू प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी को ये हम संदेश देना चाहते हैं कि उनकी ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में जिस ढंग से उन्होंने प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री को भी लिया है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। हमारा जो एक्ट था, प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी रेगुलेशन एक्ट 2005, उसमें उसको ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में उन्होंने 2020 में हमारे जो रूल्स हैं उसमें संशोधन किया, बहुत अच्छा काम हो गया था। उसमें काफी कठिनाइयां भी थी, लेकिन कुछ दिन पहले हमें जो होम सेक्रेटरी हैं उन्होंने बुलाया और उन्होंने बहुत कम बात होती जब देश का होम सेक्रेटरी आपको बुलाए, मिलना ही मुश्किल है, लेकिन उन्होंने आमंत्रित किया और कहा कि बताइए जी हम आपके लिए क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं। सच ए नाइस सॉफ्ट स्पोकन जेंटलमैन, ही कॉल्ड हिज एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, एवरीबॉडी, और उन्हें पूछा और हमने कहा ये चीजें हमारी मुश्किल पड़ रही हैं, इस हमारे एक्ट में कुछ संशोधन होना चाहिए, बहुत जल्दी बना था और इसके अंदर बहुत सी मुश्किलें पड़ रही हैं। अगर आप एक्ट में संशोधन कर दोगे, रूल्स तो आप कर सकते हो। हमारे बीच में भगवान शंकर जी बैठे, जो उस वक्त ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी होते थे, इनका बड़ा योगदान रहा नेशनल ऑक्यूपेशन स्टैंडर्ड बनाने में। ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, लेकिन एक सेक्रेटरी आपसे पूछे जी हम आपके लिए क्या करें, मैं जी बता तो देंगे, बताओ आप कैसे करोगे जी। ही सेड लीव इट टू मी, आई विल गेट इट डन। तो उन्होंने, जब मैं अपनी मुश्किलें बता रहा था तो उनका ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी जो है वो अपनी मुश्किलें बताने लगा। वो कहते हैं ये एक्ट तो जी मेरे से मैनेज नहीं हो रहा है, लोग उससे कोई पूछते नहीं है, स्टेट की जो कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी है वो मेरा कहना ही नहीं मानती है, और मेरे से ज्यादा वो ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी बेचारा रोने लगा। मुझे लगता था मुझे इससे प्रॉब्लम है, वो कहते हैं मुझे एक्ट से प्रॉब्लम है, मुझे कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी से प्रॉब्लम है। मैंने जी इनकी बात सुन लो तो हमारी सारी समस्या खत्म हो जाएगी। तो उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की उस वक्त, कहते देखिए जी ऐसे है कि अगर आपने इस एक्ट को प्रॉपर्ली गवर्नेंस में लेके आना है, इसको इंप्लीमेंट करना है, तो उसके दो पहलू हैं। एक तो आप अपना स्टेट का जो गवर्नेंस सिस्टम है उसको आप सही करिए। अगर आप ही इसको फॉलो नहीं करा पाओगे तो फिर एक्ट को कैसे हम रेगुलेट करेंगे, कैसे इसका सुधार करेंगे। इफ यू आर फेसिंग प्रॉब्लम, he said, okay, you prepare what all kind of problem are you facing in the governance regulations. Then he asked me, he said, कुंवर साहब आप बताइए कि आपकी इंडस्ट्री की क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। मैंने कही मेरी प्रॉब्लम तो है कि इस एक्ट का संशोधन होना चाहिए, लेकिन इस देश में संशोधन करवाना बड़ा मुश्किल है, जहां से 1825 के एक्ट अभी चल रहे हैं। सरकार ने फिर भी 200-300 एक्ट को उन्होंने कम किया है, लेकिन एक्ट बहुत पुराने चल रहे हैं। लेकिन हमारे एक्ट में कई संशोधन हो जाए, अमेंडमेंट एक्ट में, रूल्स में तो हो जाते हैं लेकिन एक्ट में नहीं होता है, उसके लिए पार्लियामेंट में जाना पड़ता है। और पार्लियामेंट का हाल आपको पता है कि नॉर्मल चीज जो सरकार चाहती है वही पास नहीं हो पाती, वहां दंगा होता है। तो ये कैसे करेंगे? देन इसे जस्ट डोंट वरी, आप अपने जो संशोधन चाहते हो, जो अमेंडमेंट चाहते हैं एक्ट का, उसको आप हमें लिख के दे दीजिए, और जो कुछ चाहते हैं आप उसको लिख के दीजिए, हम इसको करेंगे। एक्ट को अमेंड कराना कहता है ये मेरा काम है, And he was a home secretary and also in charge of the coordination. So it was such a pleasant, assurance given by the secretary साहब. और उसके तुरंत आते ही हम सब लोगों ने अपने जितने स्टेट के चैप्टर थे उनको कहा कि आप अपना संशोधन लिखिए. कोई बिलीव नहीं कर रहा था जी कैसे एक्ट में संशोधन हो जाएगा, और उसकी सारी तैयारी की हमने. कम से कम कोई 15 दिन के अंदर जो जो उसमें चेंजेस चाहिए थे, जो हम उसमें बदलाव लाना चाहते थे, जनरल साहब वो सारे हमने लिख के दे दिए. उसमें बेसिक सबसे हमने किया कि जो देश में जो कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी है, जो नेशनल के ऊपर एक नेशनल रेगुलेटरी बोर्ड होना चाहिए जो पैन इंडिया लाइसेंस दे दे, और ऐसे स्टेट में होने चाहिए मल्टी मेंबर हो. अब पूरे एक एक देश में एक एक स्टेट में ओनली वन सिंगल मैन अथॉरिटी है. हमने कहा सिंगल मैन से अथॉरिटी से बनेगा जी, हमारा उनसे डायलॉग ही नहीं हो पाता. हमारे जो जितने स्टेक होल्डर है, अब 1 करोड़ लोगों के लिए एक व्यक्ति कहीं बैठा सेंटर में तो है ही नहीं. अब सीआईएसएफ के कुछ 60,000 लोग हैं, और 60,000 लोगों को मैनेज करने के लिए डीजी साहब कितने और आईजी साहब है, कितना उनका हेडक्वार्टर देखो आपको पता लगेगा. 60,000 लोगों का लिए इतना बड़ा अदारा, वो भी हमारी तरह सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है, सेंट्रल इंडस्ट्रियल सिक्योरिटी फोर्स. और हम इतने, मैंने कहा जी इसको मैनेज करिए, इसमें ग्रोथ है, इसमें आप सब कुछ करोगे. तो बड़ी अच्छी बातें वो हुई हैं जो हमने अब लिख के दी हैं. उसके अंदर संशोधन भी किया गया. उसके अंदर जो फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट है उसके ऊपर भी हमने कहा कि आप फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी, अच्छी कंपनी आएगी, अच्छे सिस्टम चलेंगे. तो कुल मिला के जनरल साहब बड़ा अच्छा सरकार का एक हमारा साथ रहा उनका. हर चीज में जो गवर्नमेंट है वो इसको आगे बढ़ाने की बात कर रही है. अगर ये सारी चीजें लागू हो जाती हैं तो बहुत ही ये हम सब प्रोग्रेस करेंगे. हमारे ट्रेनिंग का भी उन्होंने मांगा, तो ट्रेनिंग का भी जितने सजेशंस मैंने आप सब लोगों से बात करके वी सबमिटेड दैट प्रपोजल आल्सो टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कि इसकी ट्रेनिंग को, अगर ट्रेनिंग सही हो जाएगी तो सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. अब उसके साथ जो बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जनरल साहब आपको बताऊंगा कि वो है द कंट्रीब्यूशन, द एक्सपेक्टेड कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ द प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इन गिविंग एम्प्लॉयमेंट टू द अग्निवीर्स. तो भारत सरकार के जो नुमाइंदे थे, होम सेक्रेटरी, उन सबको हमने बताया कि 4 साल के बाद जो अग्निवीर वहां से आएंगे उनको नौकरी देने का, अच्छी नौकरी देने की जिम्मेदारी हम कैप्सी लेती है, प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री लेती है. और जितने लोग वहां से आएंगे अपने 4 साल का कार्यकाल पूरा करने, वो अपनी पोस्ट रिटायरमेंट की जो फॉर्मेलिटीज करने के लिए अपने रेजिमेंटल सेंटर में जाएंगे, तो हम लोग उनको उनके रेजिमेंटल सेंटर में ही 2 महीने की ट्रेनिंग देंगे. पहले तो उन्होंने फौज की ट्रेनिंग ली है, और फौज और प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी में बहुत अंतर होता है. तो वो 2 महीने की ट्रेनिंग हम उनको उनके रेजिमेंटल सेंटर में देंगे, और वो भी जो ट्रेनिंग होगी दैट विल बी एज पर द स्टैंडर्ड्स लेड डाउन बाय द BIS, द ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स, BIS. ये कार्रवाई हमने BIS से मिलके पहले शुरू कर दी है, और जनरल साहब हमने वो BIS के इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड बना दिए हैं. अब जो लोग की ट्रेनिंग BIS के स्टैंडर्ड के साथ होगी उनको इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड ISO 18788, ये अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्टैंडर्ड है. जो लोग इससे ट्रेनिंग ले लेंगे अंतर्गत ये इस स्टैंडर्ड के, वो सिर्फ देश में नहीं, उनको विदेशों में किसी भी देश में नौकरी मिल सकती है. तो ये हमारे फौजी जितने आएंगे, जो शोर पड़ गया था इनको गार्ड बना देंगे, ये कैसे होगा? बड़ा शोर चला था, किसी बीजेपी के मंत्री ने बोल दिया भाई गार्ड कोई छोटा काम थोड़ा है. अगर वो आदमी आएंगे यहाँ पे, उनको ट्रेनिंग मिलेगी, तो आई एश्योर यू जनरल साहब दैट एवरी अग्निवीर विल बी अपॉइंटेड एज ए असिस्टेंट सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर. हमारे बीच में भानु प्रताप सिंह जी वर्मा MSME के मंत्री जी पधार गए हैं. जोरदार तालियों से साहब. बहुत साथियों खुशी की बात है। पहले तो मैं स्वागत करता हूं माननीय मंत्री श्री भानु प्रताप सिंह जी वर्मा, जो एमएसएमई के मंत्री हैं। असल में जे हमारे मंत्री हैं। हमारी सारी इंडस्ट्री इन्हीं से ही जुड़ी हुई है। होम मंत्रालय तो कंट्रोल करता है, जो होम मिनिस्ट्री है वो सिर्फ हमें कंट्रोल करती है। जो सारी व्यवस्था, हमारा ख्याल रखना, हमारे पैसे मिल जाना, सारी की सारी दारोमदार हमारा एमएससी। मंत्री जी बहुत बहुत शुक्र है कि आप यहाँ पधारे हैं। बड़ी मुश्किल के साथ हमें एमएसएमई के मंत्री मिले हैं 16 साल के बाद। तो पहले तो होम मिनिस्ट्री का ही कब्जा रहता था ऑल द टाइम, बट वी रियलाइज कि भी आपकी मंत्रालय अगर है वो आपका एमएसएमई है, जहां हमारी जितनी भी है। और इनको मिला, इन्होंने बड़ा आश्वासन दिया और बहुत बातें इन्होंने हमसे की कि किस ढंग से वो हमारे सेक्टर का, हमारे पेमेंट के बारे में, हमारे लोन्स के बारे में, हमारी रिहेबिलिटेशन के बारे में, जो जो कानून है, जो जो बने पड़े, जो फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम हम डील कर रहे हैं, अगर एमएसएमई हमें उसकी मदद करेगी तो आप सब साथियों का, आपका जो डूइंग ऑफ बिजनेस वाला मामला है, वो आपका पेमेंट्स का, बहुत इनके अच्छे से कार्यक्रम ये तो बताएं। मैं इनका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। साथियों मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, जनरल साहब ने जाना है और मैं आपसे मुखातिब होता रहूंगा, बार बार बताता रहूंगा। लेकिन मैं सबका बड़ा शुक्रगुजार हूं कि आप सब लोग यहाँ पधारे हैं, आए हैं। और ये पूरे दिन का सेशन चलेगा, आपका पार्टिसिपेशन होगा, हर चीज के ऊपर इसकी चर्चा होगी। तो मैं इसी शब्दों से वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। सो नाइस सर।
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our dynamic chairman, Colonel Vikram Singh, for his wonderful address. And with this, we would like to please request our chairman to welcome our guest, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of MSME. जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन। We will also request our chairman, sir, to welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media. जोरदार तालियां Dr. Anurag Batra के लिए। And also we welcome on the dais Shri Rajiv Sharma, MD of Group 4. We welcome Shri Rajiv Sharma, and we also welcome Shri Vikram Mahurkar on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Vice President, CAPSI and Chairman of Checkmate. जोरदार तालियां श्री विक्रम महूरकर के लिए। So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a very special book called as The Protectors, which has been written by a very own chairman. So, before launching that book, may we please take a look at a video that has been prepared on this book. May I please request the team to play the video on The Protectors.
And I'm here to talk to you all about poor Vikram Singh's book called The Protectors. I feel extremely privileged and honored to be speaking to you all about this amazing book today. Though as an author, it is his second book, the first being Encyclopedia on Security, Science and Management. The Protectors. You know, he chose this title after a deep thought. A protector is somebody who shields us against harm. But when it is about securing the nation and its people, it is also about protecting the communities, the local businesses and corporates against possible dangerous situations and security crises. In India, in addition to police and army, this task is being performed by 10 million guardsmen and women. This book is a tribute to them. Also in our country, the journey of Indian private security sector is quite interesting. But what's more interesting is the way Kuwar Vikram Singh's life events were inextricably intertwined with this journey, causing a tremendous transformation in the sector. You know, sometimes he calls himself a cavert, a boatman with a sword and a shield in his hands, who was given this responsibility to sail in rough waters. And he rowed with all his energy and ability. Through CAPSI, that is the Central Association of Private Security Industry, he was able to bring together the private security leaders from across the world under one roof. He's been a part of CAPSI for over 2 decades now. And this whole process was a process of purification. Because keeping nation's interests before one's own was the driving force. And the way patriotism and brotherhood kept everybody together is what this book will tell you. Since its inception in 2005, CAPSI's history has been written about for the first time. Kuwar Vikram Singh met many legends on his way. A few of them have left us for their heavenly abode. This book is also a tribute to them. CAPSI's thought leadership and initiatives have positively impacted the country's security landscape, transforming the lives of millions of guardsmen and women. They are skilled, professional, educated. They are no longer mere chowkidars. They are the protectors. I urge you all to read this novel. A few stories are connected, whereas a few are standalone. But all these experiences are true and well-lived. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. They are no longer called as Chowkidars, they are the protectors. What a wonderful statement it is. May I please request the dignitaries on the dais, our chief guests and the other dignitaries to kindly please launch this book. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the unveiling of the book, The Protectors, which has been written by Kuwar Vikram Singh. This is a very, very special book and इसमें कैप्सी की हिस्ट्री से लेकर तमाम वो जानकारियां हैं जो कि हमारे चेयरमैन सर के अपने एक्सपीरियंस, अपने नॉलेज, अपने आइडियाज, अपने व्यूज, अपने थॉट प्रोसेस से निकली है. And all of us are well aware of it, how knowledgeable, how well versed he is with everything related to the industry. So I think this book is a must read for all of us. So many, many congratulations to the chairman for this book. And sir wanted to say something. Kuwar Vikram Singh would like to add a few points to it, post which we'll now begin the awards presentation. Sir, yes, sure, sir.
आदरणीय मंत्री जी और साथियों, ये जो अभी बुक लॉन्च की है, पहले तो आप सबका धन्यवाद. ये जो किताब जी कैप्सी की स्टोरी है और जिस ढंग से कैप्सी बनी, आगे बढ़ी, इसके अंदर जितने भी यहाँ लोग बैठे हैं इन सब का योगदान है. साथियों, एक एक व्यक्ति जिसने इस यात्रा में हिस्सा लिया है, इसको बढ़ाने में, इसके संघर्ष में, उन सब का नाम इसके अंदर है. इसलिए भी आप इसको खरीद लेना, आपके लिए बड़ा अच्छा डॉक्यूमेंट बनेगा. हर व्यक्ति का, वो जो लोग इसके पूरे संघर्ष में निकले, सरकार के लोग, मंत्रालय के लोग, एमएचए के, इसमें स्पेशल चैप्टर है फ्यू गुड मैन फ्रॉम एमएचए. जिन लोगों ने बड़े अच्छे ढंग से सहयोग दिया, जिन जिन मंत्रियों को दिया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सारा इसके जिक्र बहुत अच्छे ढंग से ये सारी किताब इसको लिखी गई है. तो इसके अंदर आप सबकी मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि आपके सहयोग से ये जो बुक है ये मैं इसको लिख पाया. और मेरी याददाश्त रही पूरे 17 साल का किस्सा लिखना. सुबह 2 बजे उठता था, 5 बजे रात सुबह सोता था. जो ब्रह्म काल था, वो ब्रह्म समय था, उसी में आप सब लोगों की याद आती थी. मैं रोज आपको देखता था. ये कोविड के समय में यही चला और आपके डायलॉग मुझे याद रहते थे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
So many congratulations for the launch of your book, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please request our chief guests to kindly please present these awards, which we will be starting now. हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे जनरल वीके सिंह जी से और श्री भानु प्रताप सिंह वर्मा जी से और मंचासीन हमारे सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से कि कृपया मंच के सामने की ओर आकर अब हमारे इन अवार्ड्स को प्रेजेंट करने की कृपा करें. Kindly please present these awards now. And as requested, I'll be very quick in taking the names. I would like to request all the awardees to please come. So let us begin with the awards now. Ladies and gentlemen, the first award, Lifetime Achievement Award in Security, Captain VP Singh, Chairman WWSO Security and Facility Limited, Bhopal, MP. He could not be here, पर उनके लिए तालियां हम जोरदार बजा सकते हैं. वो आए हैं यहाँ पर, दिल्ली मौजूद हैं, लेकिन कुछ तबीयत खराब होने की वजह से इस फंक्शन में वो ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए. सिक्योरिटी पर्सनालिटी ऑफ द ईयर के साथ शुरुआत करते हैं श्री BR लोहिया, चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ईगल हंटर सॉल्यूशंस लिमिटेड, न्यू दिल्ली. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. Many congratulations श्री BR लोहिया. Security Personality of the Year, Shri Prem Menon, Executive Director, D1 Fortification Private Limited, Bangalore. So, Security Professional of the Year, Shri Prem Menon, Executive Director, D1 Fortification Private Limited, Bangalore. Zordar Talia. Security Professional of the Year, Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Paul Award goes to Shri Harvinder Singh, President of ACES. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Harvinder Singh ke liye zordar taliyan. He is the President of ASIS. Many congratulations. Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award North, Shri Randhir Singh, Managing Director, RD Excellent Services Private Limited, New Delhi. Many congratulations, Shri Randhir Singh, MD of RD Excellent Services Private Limited, New Delhi. Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award East, Shri Venu Bharia, Director, Colonel Shishupal, Security Consultancy and Services, Assam. Many congratulations, Shri Venu Bharia. Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award West, Shri Sukhdeep Singh Arora, Managing Director, Checkmate Industrial Services Private Limited, Pune, Maharashtra. Moving on, Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award South, Shri Satish Reddy Salaram, Director, Jawan Guarding Services Private Limited, Andhra Pradesh. Shri Satish Reddy Salaram. Best Man Guarding Company of the Year Award, Shri Vikram Mahurkar, Checkmate Services Private Limited, Gujarat. Best Man Guarding Company of the Year Award, Shri Vikram Mahurkar, who is also on the dais with all of us today. Ladies and gentlemen, many congratulations, Shri Mahurkar. The Roll of Honor Award, Shri Gurdeep Singh Arora, Checkmate Industrial Services Private Limited, Pune, Maharashtra. Exemplary Security Leadership Award, Shri Rajiv Sharma, Country Managing Director, G4S India. Exemplary Security Leadership Award, Shri Rajiv Sharma, Country MD, G4S India. CAPSI High Achiever Award, Shri Ramanjeet Oberoi, AP Securitas Private Limited. और इसके बाद हम प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ अवार्ड्स टू लेडी लीडरशिप करेंगे. Let me first invite on the dais I would like to invite Lieutenant Commander Neetika Rai, Senior Consultant Ernst & Young, to join us on the dais. Lady Leadership Awards. Neetika Rai ji के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Miss Anuradha Ashokan, Manager, Administration, Tata Consultancy Services. Many congratulations. Kindly be a little quick in joining us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate Miss Anuradha and after her, Miss Ranjana Rao, Head of Security Logistics at Reliance Industries. Many congratulations. Inviting Miss Ranjana Rao on the dais. After her, Miss Rupal Sinha, Global President, BVG Facility Management Services. Miss Rupal Sinha, Global President, BVG Facility Management Services. I request Kritika Saini to be ready, please, in the next. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting now Ms. Kritika Saini, Director, Delta Troops Private Limited. Major Aditi Mohan, Chief Administrative Officer, Corporate Services, FNF, India Private Limited. Major Aditi. After her, Squadron Leader Supriya Bhosle, Director, Program Director and CSR Leader, PM Senior Manager, DSGS. सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां. एक बार सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Many congratulations. Ms. Kinshuka Sethi, Director, Hawk International Services. Ms. Kinshuka Sethi, Director, Hawk International Security Services. So many congratulations. Moving on and inviting on our next Lady Leadership Awardee, Mrs. Niharika Sharma, Director Finance, GDX Group. I would like to request the next awardee to be ready, Major Anamika Kapoor, to be ready after this. Congratulations, Mrs. Niharika Sharma. Inviting on the dais, Major Anamika Kapoor, who is a freelancer. Zordar Taliyan. Srimati Pratibha Sharma, co-partner and CEO, Global Ventures. Ms. Kavita Mariappa, Director and COO, D1 Fortification Private Limited. And I request Captain Gurmeet, Army veteran, to be ready after this. So we have on the dais Ms. Kavita Mariappa, Director and COO, D1 Fortification Private Limited. So wonderful. Many congratulations, Captain Gurmeet, who's an Army veteran, joining us on the dais now. So we have now the sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Shri Vikram Mahurkar Checkmate Services Private Limited, our platinum sponsors जिनकी वजह से मुमकिन हो पाता है, Shri Rajiv Sharma G4S Secure Solutions, So we have our sponsor award now और platinum के बाद diamond, gold and silver हम present करेंगे. इसके बाद हम माननीय मंत्री जी से उनके उद्बोधन के लिए प्रार्थना करेंगे. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a beautiful moment of happiness and joy for all of us today. सभी अवॉर्डीज को हम ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देते हैं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देते हैं और उनके लिए हम यही कहना चाहेंगे कि हर चेहरे पर नूर चढ़ा, हर दिल में खुशी समाई है. सभी अवार्ड विजेताओं को उनकी जीत की बहुत बहुत बधाई है, बधाई है, बधाई है. जोरदार तालियां सभी के लिए. Platinum sponsors Shri Vikram Mahurkar, thank you so much sir for all the support, and Shri Rajiv Sharma please. They're very, very instrumental for making this day, this conference, this workshop possible. Our diamond sponsors Shri Gurdeep Singh Arora from Checkmate, Shri B.R. Lohia Eagle Hunter Solutions, and Dr. H.P. Kumar, former CMD NSIC, and Vineet K. Sachdeva from IOUX Smart Contracts and Finance. So we'll first have Shri B.R. Lohia, followed by Shri Dr. H.P. Kumar and Shri Vineet Sachdeva. Our diamond sponsors. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. गोल्ड स्पॉन्सर्स श्री अनिल पुरी, AP Securitas Private Limited, गुड़गांव. गोल्ड स्पॉन्सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच. और इनके बाद फाइनली हमारे कुछ सिल्वर स्पॉन्सर्स हैं, जिसके बाद हम आगे बढ़ेंगे अपने इस प्रोग्राम के साथ. थैंक यू श्री अनिल पुरी. सिल्वर स्पॉन्सर्स श्री अनुराग शर्मा, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर GDX ग्रुप, न्यू दिल्ली. श्री वेणु पर्यात, डायरेक्टर कर्नल शिशुपाल, सिक्योरिटी कंसल्टेंसी एंड सर्विसेज असम. So one by one, Shri B.D. Singh, Elite Falcons Patna, and Shri Avinash Kumar, Urmila International Zoo. I request that one after the other, kindly please join us on the dais. Our silver sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful moment and we thank our dignitaries on the dais for presenting these sponsor mementos. Shri B.D. Singh and Shri Avinash Kumar. So thank you sponsors, thank you very much for your kind support and for all the participation that you've been giving to us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman sir. Thank you, our chief guests. May I request you to kindly please take your places on the dais. So the awardees who are still left over with their awards, we'll be presenting them a little later. Ladies and gentlemen, since our chief guest, General V.K. Singh, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Ministry of Civil Aviation, is hard-pressed for time, we would like to request him very quickly to please address the August House today. और सभी की ओर से बहुत जोरदार तालियां जनरल वी.के. सिंह के लिए, who always consents to be our guest, who always gives his blessings to us. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
आज हमारे साथ बैठे हुए हमारे एमएसएमई के एमओएस भानु प्रताप सिंह वर्मा जी, कैप्सी के कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी, राजीव शर्मा जी, अनुराग बत्रा जी, अक्षत मेहता जी, विश्वनाथ कट्टी जी, महेश शर्मा जी, यहाँ पर बैठे सभी, जिसमें से काफी लोगों को अब मैं पहचानने लगा हूँ क्योंकि कई बार आया हूँ आपके फंक्शन में। हमारे मीडिया और छायाकार बंधु, and all who are attending this 17th security leadership meet of CAPSI. After the COVID, this is the largest gathering that has got together this time. So congratulations to each one of you. And it's good to see that the organizers have been able to ensure that the 50% of the population gets recognized much more than what the others have been able to do. Congratulations to each one who has been given the award for various things that you have done. पिछली बार जब हम लोग पीएचडी चैम्बर के प्रांगण में मिले थे, मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में कुछ बोला था. Let me also try and look at things as they're panning out. आप सब लोग एक ऐसे स्फीयर में हैं जिसकी ग्रोथ आपके ऊपर निर्भर करती है. How do you look at things is what will decide how you will grow. And that is why you need to not only concentrate on what is happening, you need to also look as to what will be the future. Because if we do not look at the future, then we will go wrong. The world is changing. The strategic environment is changing. The internal environment is changing. Your task is not just physical today. Technology is taking over many things which are becoming security threat. तो आप लोगों को इन सबको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा अगर आप relevant रहना चाहते हैं तो. And if you want to progress and make yourself bigger, better and much more visible, तो आपको इन सब चीजों के ऊपर ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. आपके बीच में बहुत से ऐसे हैं जिनको मैं पहचान रहा हूं जो कि 71 की लड़ाई में थे. मैं उनको भी बधाई देना चाहता हूं. कल विजय दिवस था और मुझे ये याद इसलिए आया कि मैं आपको कह रहा था कि जब तक हम आगे नहीं देखेंगे तब तक काम नहीं होगा. रमेश्वर जी, अरे आप ऊपर आइए. ये एक बार रमेश्वर तेली जी के लिए जो हमारे एमओएस हैं, एक बार जोर से ताली बजा दीजिए. आज सिक्योरिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ रही है, सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज की रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ रही है. जिस तरीके से ये रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ रही है, हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि हम किस किस चीज के ऊपर फोकस करें। और आपके पास बहुत कुछ है फोकस करने के लिए, चाहे वो पर्सनल सिक्योरिटी हो, चाहे इंस्टॉलेशंस की सिक्योरिटी हो, चाहे रेजिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस की सिक्योरिटी हो, चाहे कुछ वल्नरेबल जगह हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी हो, चाहे ऑफिस ब्लॉक्स की सिक्योरिटी हो। सब जगह लोगों को सिक्योरिटी की जरूरत है। और इसके साथ साथ जैसे जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ती जाएगी, आपके लोगों को टेक्नोलॉजिकली ज्ञान होना चाहिए कि क्या क्या हो सकता है और उसके लिए क्या क्या करना है। सो एज पार्ट ऑफ योर करिकुलम यू विल हैव टू इंक्लूड ऑल दिस। आज हम लोग कहते हैं कि हमारे पास एयरपोर्ट्स के ऊपर मैन पावर कम है क्योंकि सीआईएसएफ की एक फाइनाइट लिमिट है। सेम इज ट्रू फॉर ऑल सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज। ये गैप कौन फिल करेगा? ये गैप आप फिल करेंगे। यू आर द वंस। एंड लेट मी अश्योर यू, इफ यू आर गुड, if you are keeping up with the latest trends and the situation, you will take on much more tasks than what are being given today. Many more things. क्योंकि आप उन लोगों को रिलीव कर सकते हो जो कहीं और उनकी ड्यूटीज हैं। और इसलिए आप अपने एक्सपीरियंस के साथ अपने काम के अंदर उत्कृष्ट होना पड़ेगा। यू हैव टू एक्सेल। इट इज नॉट जस्ट अ पर्सन स्टैंडिंग स्मार्टली wearing a uniform. It is a person who looks alert whether he is in uniform or not. That is what deters people from doing anything. So it is the body language that will count. It is the way you have organized the security in a particular area that will count. और आपके पास समस्याएं बहुत हैं, आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट, क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी सब चाहते हैं पर पे कोई करना नहीं चाहता। कोई नहीं चाहता। किसी रेजिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्स में आप जाएं, सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन आता है, जी हम क्यों देंगे पैसा? जब कुछ हो जाएगा तो कहेंगे कि सिक्योरिटी नहीं थी। पैसा नहीं देना चाहता कोई। दैट इज वाई स्टार्ट रिलाइंग मोर ऑन टेक्नोलॉजिकल सॉल्यूशंस and charge for technology, not for manpower. Maybe you will find that people will have no alternative but to ensure that they are secure because you are there. मेरा मानना है कि कैप्सी के तौर पर you have a vast ocean in which you fit in. A vast ocean. Right across the length and breadth of the country you fit in. Whether it is the coastal belt, you provide trained manpower. I'm sure the Navy will tell you, look after it. We'll be very happy. You can create a network. You can create an internal security network which will plug into whatever informatics that the country's defense forces and security agencies are looking for. And as I look at it, you can be the mainstay of internal security, mainstay. And I would like to thank Kuwar Vikram Singh ji. आपने किताब का बहुत appropriate नाम रखा, The Protectors. You are the protectors. And mind you, you have got so many things. It is not just a guard standing. You need to train your people for all possible things that can happen. Depending on, can there be electrical fire? Can there be a fire? Can there be a medical emergency? If you have a trained manpower, you will be the lifesavers also, not just protectors. So, as I look at it, you have very large area to be covered. बहुत बड़ा एरिया है। पिछली बार मैंने आपसे जिक्र किया था, स्टार्ट ट्रेनिंग योर पीपल फॉर ड्रोन्स। हम लोगों ने पूरी ड्रोन पॉलिसी इतनी आसान बना दी है, पिछली बार जब हम मिले थे उसके बाद ड्रोन पॉलिसी निकाली है। इट्स मच इजियर टुडे। You should be able to provide for not only security, for surveillance across the nation. So many things are there. And जितना आप जल्दी इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को पकड़ेंगे उतना अच्छा है। और आज जिस तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजी चल रही है, इट इज माइंड बॉगलिंग। अभी पीछे एक इंडियन स्टार्टअप से मैं मिला था, यंग पीपल। They are the 5th in the world where camera surveillance software is concerned. और उनका सॉफ्टवेयर जो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इनेबल्ड है। कोटक महिंद्रा बैंक ने उनको एम्प्लॉय किया and they were able to nab about 25-30 people who had no work in the bank and were suspects. तो जो नॉर्मल आंख से हमें नहीं दिखता, कई बार आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ कैमरे से दिख जाता है। कैन वी एक्सेल इन दैट? वी कैन। एंड आई थिंक यू हैव गॉट so many options available to be utilized and so many things which you can offer as a curated menu to people who want security. So do look at it. Training, skilling, and quality control are the most important ingredients if you want to market yourself. अगर quality control नहीं है, then we will lose it. And mind you, the time is coming जब आपकी security rating लोग बाग उस लिहाज से करेंगे कि आपकी manpower और कंपनी की क्वालिटी क्या है। What can you do which the others cannot do? What is that extra in the people you have trained which the others haven't been able to do? So we have to grow up from what we were 10 years back to what we have to be 20 years ahead. Then only we'll be able to improve ourselves. अग्निवीर की बात की थी कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी ने। उसके अलावा मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि बहुत काम ऐसे हैं जिसमें आप लोगों को ट्रेन कर सकते हैं, डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं, ताकि वहाँ से जो अलग अलग गवर्नमेंटल एजेंसीज की मैन पावर है उसको रिलीव किया जा सके। बट फॉर दैट यू हैव टू क्रिएट ए एक्रेडिशन बोर्ड ऑफ योरसेल्व्स. You have to market yourselves that way. And let me give you a very awkward example, not related to security, but what marketing is. Tequila के बारे में सबने सुना? Everybody knows about tequila. Who doesn't know? Need to go to the net and check as to what tequila is. In Mexico, उन्होंने कहा कि tequila तो ठर्रे की तरह है, लोग बाग इसको ठर्रा समझते हैं। तो उन्होंने एक लैब बनाया, एक एक्रेडिशन बोर्ड बनाया, और आज की तारीख में हर चीज एक्रेडिशन बोर्ड डिसाइड करता है कि इसकी क्वालिटी क्या है। और उनको ऐसा कर दिया उस ठर्रे को उन्होंने कि लोग उसको एक बहुत अच्छी वाइन की तरह देखने लगे। All that they had to do was put quality control. All that they do was to put an accreditation board. All that they had to do was put a system where they could check things and ensure that they met the minimum standards. और जो चीज पहले बड़े सस्ते में मिलती थी, suddenly the prices have gone up. Now apply the principles of this to what you are doing, and you will find that you will be able to market yourselves much better. You will be able to flourish much better, and I'm sure CAPSI will also grow much more when you do this. बहुत स्कोप है आपके पास बाहर लोगों को भेजने का, बहुत स्कोप है आपके पास टू प्रोवाइड सिक्योरिटी इन टूरिस्ट एरियाज, लैंग्वेज स्किलिंग कराइए. I mean, there is the more you think of it, you will find that you've got many more avenues. आपके ऊपर निर्भर करता है कि आप क्या सोच रहे हैं. और मेरा मानना है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में आप भी ग्रो करेंगे, कैप्सी भी ग्रो करेगा और देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा की और हिफाजत की जिम्मेवारी आप लोगों पर होगी. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of encouragement. Thank you very much for your golden words. It really matters when leaders like you address such a forum and give us your good wishes and your encouragement. So, as sir said, that training, skilling, quality control are some of the key aspects with which our industry can progress. Before we move any further, I would like to request our chairman, sir, to please welcome our special guest, Shri Rameshwar Teliji, who has just joined us, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Ministry of Labour and Employment. एक बार एक फूलों के गुलदस्ते के साथ उनका आप अभिनंदन करें और हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं आप हमारे बीच आए. Shri Rameshwar Teliji, thank you so much for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Ministry of Labour and Employment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have another special address which is coming up. We have a special address by Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Ministry of MSME. जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन श्री भानु प्रताप सिंह वर्मा जी.
आज हम लोग सेंट्रल एसोसिएशन ऑफ प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री के 17वें वार्षिक सम्मेलन में सिक्योरिटी लीडरशिप समिट में उपस्थित केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री सड़क परिवहन और नागरिक उड्डयन मंत्री आदरणीय श्री जनरल बीके सिंह जी, केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री पेट्रोलियम और प्राकृतिक गैस श्री आदरणीय रामेश्वर तेली जी, कैप्सी के चेयरमैन श्री कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी, कैप्सी के प्रेसिडेंट श्री बीबी कट्टी जी, कैप्सी के उपाध्यक्ष श्री विक्रम महोरकर जी, बिजनेस वाइट के एडिटर इन चीफ श्री अनुराग बन्ना जी, श्री राजीव शर्मा जी, अनुरोग बत्रा जी, श्री महेश जी शर्मा जी, श्री विक्रम जी और ग्रुप 4 सिक्योरिटी की इंडिया के हेड राजीव शर्मा जी, कैप्सी के सेक्रेटरी जनरल श्री महेश शर्मा जी, निजी सुरक्षा क्षेत्र के उद्यमियों, पत्रकार बंधुओं, यहाँ आए हुए हमारे भाइयों और बहनों, विशेष रूप से मैं कैप्सी के चेयरमैन आदरणीय श्री विक्रम सिंह जी का, ये करीब 1.5 माह पूर्व मिले थे और इन्होंने कहा था कि मैं एक दिल्ली में समिट करने जा रहा हूं. निश्चित उस समिट में मैं आपको आमंत्रित करूंगा और हमारी जो करीब 25,000 एजेंसियां हैं सिक्योरिटी में जो काम कर रही हैं, उसके सारे जो प्रोप्राइटर हैं, अध्यक्ष हैं, सब वहाँ उपस्थित मिलेंगे। इसलिए विशेष रूप से मैं कैप्सी के चेयरमैन श्री कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक अच्छे से कार्यक्रम में मुझे यहाँ बुलाया है। मैं विशेष रूप से हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के एक वाक्य के साथ आज के अपने भाषण को मैं प्रारंभ करता हूं। आपको याद होगा कि 2014 से पहले देश में आम नागरिकों पर आतंकी हमले आम हो गए थे, लेकिन जब से देश में हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनी है, तब से लेकर अभी तक हमारी जो सिक्योरिटी है, हमारी जो फोर्सेस हैं, वो सजग रहकर देश के खिलाफ उठने वाली कोई भी ऐसी आतंकवादी घटना हो, उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब देते हैं। क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने खुद कहा है कि मैं इस देश का चौकीदार हूं, मैं खुद चौकीदार हूं। और चौकीदार का काम होता है कि 24 घंटे सजग रहना, एक एक चीज पर बारीकी से नजर रखना, और विशेष रूप से जहां जो भी सिक्योरिटी में हमारे जवान लगे हुए हैं, वो भी बड़ी तत्परता के साथ जहां यहां भी इन्हें ड्यूटी दी गई है, पूरी निष्ठा के साथ ये ड्यूटी निभाते हैं। हम लोग जानते हैं कि भारत की सीमा की सुरक्षा कर रही आर्मी और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स देश के भीतर हमारे नागरिकों की सुरक्षा में लगे। हमारे पुलिस फोर्स के साथ साथ देश के निजी क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा में लगे निजी सुरक्षा कर्मियों के इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर मैं अपने आप को गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहा हूं। विशेष रूप से हमारे मंत्रालय द्वारा कुछ योजनाएं चलाई जा रही हैं। जो निजी उद्योग के लिए है, उनका लाभ लेकर समाज के लोग अपने इकाइयों को स्थापित करके अपनी आर्थिक स्थिति को सुदृढ़ कर रहे हैं और साथ साथ और लोगों को भी रोजगार दे रहे हैं। हमारी एक योजना है PMEGP। उस योजना के माध्यम से हम जिन्हें सहायता प्राप्त करते हैं, देते हैं, पहले तो उसमें सेवा क्षेत्र में 10 लाख रुपए थे, अब उसे बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए कर दिए गए हैं। और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जो हम सहायता करते थे 25 लाख रुपए की, उसे बढ़ाकर 50 लाख रुपए कर दिया गया है। और विशेष रूप से एमएसएमई क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत हमारी जो योजना है पीएमईजीपी, उसमें सब्सिडी का भी प्रावधान है। 15% से लेकर 35% तक हमारी जो बहनें हैं, विशेष रूप से उन्हें 35% तक इसका लाभ सब्सिडी के रूप में मिलता है। आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि विशेष रूप से ये योजना, ये जब से ये योजना लागू हुई है, मुझे बताते हुए बड़ा गर्व हो रहा है कि 2008 से लेकर ये योजना शुरू हुई है। इसके अंतर्गत पहली बार एक साल में, जो वित्तीय वर्ष हमारा चल रहा है, उसमें 1 लाख से भी ज्यादा यूनिटों को हमने सहायता दी है। और इससे सेवा के क्षेत्र में जो हमारे लोगों को रोजगार मिल रहा है, वो करीब 8.25 लाख 8.25 लाख लोगों को रोजगार मिल रहा है। देश के विकास में जो हमारी एमएसएमई है, वो करीब लगभग 6.3 करोड़ एमएसएमई देश में काम कर रही है। और हमारा जो एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, उससे लगभग करीब 12 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है। और देश की कुल जीडीपी का लगभग 1/3 एमएसएमई क्षेत्र से आता है। इतना ही नहीं, देश के निर्यात में भी एमएसएमई का योगदान लगभग 50% है, 49% है, 49-50% है। वो एमएसएमई है जिन्होंने हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी की अभूतपूर्व लीडरशिप में देश को कोविड-19 व अन्य प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को से जनित नकारात्मक आर्थिक विकास से उबार कर आज विश्व की सबसे प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया है। हमने देखा है कि हमारे देशवासियों ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के वोकल फॉर लोकल और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अपील को किस तरह से सिर आंखों पर लिया है और एमएसएमई क्षेत्र को आगे बढ़ाते हुए भारतवर्ष को दुनिया के सारे देशों में सबसे ब्राइट इकोनॉमी बना दिया है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने आह्वान किया है कि हमारी जो लोकल प्रोडक्ट हैं, हमारी जो लोकल वस्तुएं हैं, उसका उपयोग हम सब लोग जरूर करें। और इसे जरूर ही नहीं बल्कि अपनी जिम्मेदारी भी समझें, क्योंकि हम लोग देखते हैं, हम लोग बचपन से देखते आए हैं, पहले गांव में जिस चीज की आवश्यकता होती थी, छोटी छोटी जिन चीजों की आवश्यकता पड़ती थी, वो गांव में ही प्राप्त हो जाती थी। ज्यादा से ज्यादा अगर 2, 4, 5 किलोमीटर 10 किलोमीटर के अंतराल में गांव में बाजार लगते थे, उन बाजारों में जाके गांव के लोग उन सारी चीजों की आपूर्ति कर लेते थे। विशेष रूप से हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारी जो जरूरतें हैं, उन जरूरतों को ही हम अपनी स्थानीय बस्तियों से पूर्ति करें, क्योंकि यही हमारे विकसित भारत की ओर जाने वाला मार्ग है। प्रधानमंत्री के आह्वान के मूल में अगर गौर से देखें तो हम पाएंगे इसमें पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी का एकात्म मानववाद का दर्शन और महात्मा गांधी जी का ग्राम उद्योग का पुनर्जीवित करने का प्रयास और वीर सावरकर जी का विदेशी प्रतिस्पर्धा के खिलाफ राष्ट्रीय उद्योगों की रक्षा के लिए सरकार द्वारा उठाए जाने वाले हर कदम में सिद्धांतों का सटीक मिश्रण है। हमारे देश में 2014 के आम चुनाव के बाद व पुनः वर्तमान सरकार के गठन के बाद रक्षा क्षेत्र को एक महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र के रूप में चिन्हित किया गया है, जिसमें आत्मनिर्भरता व मेक इन इंडिया के महान अवसर मौजूद हैं। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह जी के मार्गदर्शन में भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों की वृहद आधुनिकीकरण की आवश्यकताओं के साथ आत्मनिर्भर भारत के दृष्टिकोण ने रक्षा क्षेत्र में भी स्वदेशीकरण के लक्ष्य को साकार करने के विजन को गति प्रदान की है। उसका हम लोग अगर सटीक अगर उदाहरण देखा जाए तो अभी देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रक्षा क्षेत्र में हमारा जो INS विक्रांत उसका उद्घाटन किया था, क्योंकि उसमें भी MSME करीब 100 से ज्यादा MSME का योगदान था। रक्षा खरीद नीति में व्यापक बदलाव व मेक इन इंडिया योजना के सफल क्रियान्वयन से आज भारत सरकार की नीयत और गंभीरता का भी अंदाजा भी सहज लगाया जा सकता है। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह ने तमाम मौकों पर कहा है कि रक्षा क्षेत्र में निर्यात को बढ़ावा देना हमारी प्राथमिकता का एजेंडा है, जिससे हम जल्द से जल्द कुछ आयातक देश से कुल निर्यातक देश बन सकें। इसके लिए 2024-25 तक 35,000 करोड़ रुपए निर्यात का लक्ष्य रखा गया है, जिसमें सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज का क्षेत्र भी शामिल है। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन सभी लक्ष्यों को हासिल करके हम हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के 5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी के विजन को शीघ्र साकार करेंगे। विशेष रूप से हमारी जो MSME सेक्टर में जो कोरोना काल के समय जो कुछ हमारे जो कंपनियां बंद हो गई थी, किसी तरीके से वो चल नहीं पा रही थी, अपने लोगों को तनख्वाह नहीं दे पा रही थी, देश के उसी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विशेष पैकेज के माध्यम से उन्होंने 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की एक ECGL योजना हमारे विभाग को दी थी, और उसी ECGL योजना के माध्यम से करीब अब तक MSME के साथ साथ और भी उद्योग हैं, उन उद्योगों को करीब 3.58 लाख करोड़ रुपए की सहायता दी जा चुकी है। और ये योजना 31 मार्च 2023 तक लागू है। विशेष रूप से हमारी कुछ MSME हों या हमारे कुछ ऐसे उद्योग हों जो किसी तरीके से दिक्कत में आए हैं, तो निश्चित ही ECLGS योजना के अंतर्गत वो लाभ ले सकते हैं। विशेष रूप से आज मैं आशा करता हूं कि भारत की प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज क्षेत्रीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में प्रगति करे और विशेष रूप से मैं आज हमारे जो 25,000 हमारे जो एजेंसियां काम कर रही हैं सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस में, मैं सभी का आह्वान करता हूं कि मेरे ऑफिस के द्वारा, मेरे विभाग के द्वारा जो भी सहायता दी जा सकती है उसके लिए हमारे मंत्रालय के दरवाजे 24 घंटे खुले हुए हैं। आकर उनसे सहायता लीजिए, हम लोग से बैठिए और हम लोगों को बताइए, क्योंकि एमएसएमई क्षेत्र ही एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसके माध्यम से हम देश की प्रगति को बहुत आगे ले जा सकते हैं। विशेष रूप से आज मैं इस कार्यक्रम में आया हूं और आदरणीय हमारे अध्यक्ष जी, उनकी टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि इन्होंने एक अच्छे से कार्यक्रम में मुझे बुलाया। मैं पुनः सभी का अभिनंदन करता हुआ अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और अपने आशीर्वचन हमें देने के लिए और आपके प्रोत्साहन से भरे शब्दों के लिए आपका हम बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। इसी के साथ हम जानते हैं कि हमारे जो मुख्य अतिथि हैं उन्हें आगे किसी बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी मीटिंग्स में जाना है, तो मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी हमारे चेयरमैन सर से कि एक स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर हमारे मुख्य अतिथि जनरल वीके सिंह को विदा करें। Ladies and gentlemen, we thank General V.K. Singh, the Honorable Union Minister of State, for Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Ministry of Civil Aviation. Zordar taaliyan. I also request Kaur Vikram Singh to present a memento to our Chief Guest Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of MSME. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, may I now please request Dr. Akshat Mehta, University Dean and Associate Professor from Police Administration, Rashtriya Raksha University, to kindly please talk about excellence in security knowledge. एक बार जोरदार तालियां डॉक्टर अक्षत मेहता के लिए।
Thank you very much. It's a privilege for us from Rashtriya Raksha University to be attending this very significant leadership summit, which is dedicated to one of the largest workforces of the entire nation. So my compliments, my gratitude to the representatives of 1 crore security professionals who are sitting here, representatives of 25,000 security agencies in the country, and my gratitude to CAPSI, its leadership, for providing us with this opportunity. Respected Shri Rameshwar Teliji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. We just heard respected General Dr. V.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Ministry of Civil Aviation. Respected Shri Kumar Vikram Singh sir, Shri V.V. Katti ji, Shri Mahesh Sharma ji, Shri Vikram Mahurkar ji, Major General Sanjay Soy ji, Dr. Anurag Batra ji, Shri Rajiv Sharma ji, Jai Hind and Suprabhat. During the COVID times, as just indicated and mentioned, the warriors which emerged in front of each one of us, every family, every nook and corner of the country witnessed the bravery with which the private security professionals stood out there and provided all needed services, during which many other vocations and many other professions of this country were slightly apprehensive to come out, were not sure actually what kind of enemy has already struck us, unknown enemy knocking on the doors, but there was only one set of brave hearts who were available everywhere, and that was private security professionals. So a huge round of clap and honor to each one of you for being there and standing really tall as the COVID warriors of this nation. Rashtriya Raksha University, which we represent, was earlier known as Raksha Shakti University. The leadership of the nation now and the leadership of the state of Gujarat then, Shri Narendra Modi ji and Shri Amit Shah ji, thought that one Shakti needs to be really channelized. That was Raksha Shakti. In the year 2009, in the Gujarat State Legislative Assembly, a motion was passed, and subsequently from the year 2010 onwards, we started operating as Raksha Shakti University, dedicatedly catering to internal security and policing. As years went by, we gained strength, we were recognized, we became national. Now we are Rashtriya Raksha University, and more importantly also as an institution of national importance. ये राष्ट्रीय महत्व का संस्थान जो हमें घोषित किया गया, उसके साथ साथ बहुत सारी जिम्मेवारियां भी हमारे कंधों पे आई। रक्षा शक्ति और राष्ट्रीय रक्षा को समर्पित होते हुए सुरक्षा के कई आयाम, कई पहलू जो सिर्फ आंतरिक सुरक्षा तक सीमित नहीं रहे, जिसमें बाह्य सुरक्षा, जिसमें लोक सुरक्षा, निजी सुरक्षा, ये सभी डायमेंशंस उसमें अटैच होते गए। So we started focusing on security in a very holistic and very integrated kind of a manner. Our focus, which comes from the mandate given by National Parliament, which is being directly looked after by Union Ministry of Home Affairs. And just to, address on a very lighter note, when Honorable Kumar Vikram Singh sir was mentioning about the protectors and a few good men in the ministry which he met, we meet a lot of good men as far as our Ministry of Home Affairs is concerned. We are directly mentored, guided, and all kinds of support to the university comes from Union Ministry of Home Affairs. Our leadership at the university is being looked after by Professor Dr. Bimalan Patel, who is member of National Security Advisory Board, who is now also elected to the International Law Commission. He brings a lot of expertise and experience in the domain of security, including having worked for Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons at Hague prior to coming back to India. Now, under his leadership, as I mentioned, be it several facets of internal security or external security, which have implications on internal security, and as each one of us working in the domain of security are aware, there is hardly any factor which can be compartmentalized today and can be seen only as an internal security factor or only as an external security factor. There's a lot of interplay, there's a lot of interdependence upon what takes shape in one corner of the world on what is taking place within the confines of India's jurisdiction. To give you one example, the situation in Afghanistan in the late 1980s, when the withdrawal of USSR took place, it had implications far away in our Kashmir. Similarly, when US decided to withdraw from Afghanistan, the deliberations might have taken place far away in Biden administration. some deliberations would have taken place in Qatar, Doha, but ultimately our security forces were on its toes, thinking about its implications again in our Kashmir. So the interdependence of what takes place in neighborhood on the matters of India's internal security is something which we are well aware of, and we are trying to focus upon every single dimension. And not just focusing upon public security alone. Long back, we realized the significance of private security to strengthening the national security architecture. As a result, we do have dedicated setups within our university. Our School of Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology, which is headed by my colleague Shri Nimesh Daveji, who's sitting here. Our Center for Corporate and Private Security Studies, again being headed by Shri Narendra Sirola ji, who's again sitting here. They have been very dedicatedly focusing upon various aspects and elements of corporate and private security as well. You have crossed 1 crore mark, which is phenomenal. And if we add the entire public security numbers, they hardly reach, 2.5, 3 million kind of a mark. So the sheer dominance in terms of numbers which you have is something towards which the national leadership is too much focused upon also. You have seen 3 honorable ministers taking their time out to be here for this significant security leadership summit. That shows the kind of focus and the channelization of energy which is taking place right now in the domain of corporate and private security as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, the understanding about security cannot work in a silos, in compartmentalization kind of an framework. I remember the contribution of great Professor M.S. Swaminathan in a different field. But touching upon the field of agricultural sciences, he mentioned that many a times what takes place in lab never reaches land, and what is taking place in land or their expectations are never catered to by the laboratories. And that's why the interlinkages, the very much understanding about one another is something which will only strengthen the entire security framework as well. As I said, I'm just drawing an analogy from what Professor M.S. Swaminathan once stated, but taking it forward to the security perspective and domain, I think greater amount of understanding between not only public and private security, but also between several think tanks and institutions who are trying to contribute to strengthening this entire security framework assumes huge significance. At our university, we do recognize that there are different perspectives of security which needs to be focused upon. We have dedicated schools on information technology, artificial intelligence, and cyber security. As General Dr. V.K. Singh mentioned, that technological dimensions are something towards which the corporate and private security has to focus continuously. The entire environment is changing. The dynamism in the environment would focus upon to pay a lot of attention towards this particular aspect. Our schools of criminology and behavioral sciences are looking into aspects of psychometric profiling, about contributing to the aspects of corporate and private security as well. Our schools of internal security and police administration, forensics, are schools which are trying to focus upon defense and strategic studies being headed by veterans like earlier Lieutenant General Subrato Saha and now Lieutenant General Asit Mistry, are trying to really inculcate a sense of holistic security, which is very, very pertinent. Similarly, our focus on strategic languages. Currently, we are focusing upon Mandarin, Arabic, Persian, and Russian. We would be expanding these understandings as well as we grow. The schools on law enforcement, the schools which are trying to look into the physical educational research and understanding are really contributing towards several such facets. To talk about our Center for Corporate and Private Security Studies, which is being addressed by the School of Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology, we have created a structure in such a manner that for every curriculum which we intend to impart. For our board of studies, we have invited, significant stakeholders from corporate and private security. For our statutory body like Executive Council, it's a proud thing for us to share also. We have none other than Shri Vikram Mahurkar sir on the Executive Council of Rashtriya Raksha University. So, on our governing body also, now we have the able representation of Shri Gopal Chaudhary sir. And on different kind of forums, wherever we are represented, we have really been careful, we have been conscious, we have been aware that we need significant contributions from the security professionals of this country. And I must again acknowledge the significant contribution, mentorship, guidance, which comes from none other than the person who has penned down Protectors and which was showcased today, Kumar Vikram Singh sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being associated with us. Sir was instrumental in signing an MOU with Rashtriya Raksha University. CAPSI and we joined hands way back in March 2021. We also joined hands with Checkmate and IFS TMS, the Institute of Fire Safety and Disaster Management Studies, through a public-private partnership where Union Ministry of Home Affairs allowed us to procure certain equipments and keep it at the establishment of IFS TMS at Vadodara for universities usage alone, for the usage of security professionals alone. I think there are significant good men in Ministry of Home Affairs, sir, who are pushing for this kind of an agenda, and they understand how important it is to work together. So this understanding about working together is something which the nation's leadership is pushing forward. We do have MOUs with the government-recognized skill development councils. I remember having personally visited Kumar sir's office many years ago when the SSTC was there, and still when they came out with the National Occupation Standards, we were there trying to understand that kind of a mechanism so that it could be brought forth to the university's understanding. With CSS, we have a very robust understanding with Naira Energy. For the information of the House, the Vedanta Group has sent its JSO's badge for physical training to the university. The program is named as Corporate Security Management, and Nimesh Dave sir and his team is looking after that entire dimension now from 12th of December, this month alone. A few days ago, before I came here for Security Leadership Summit, we signed an MOU with Adani Group also. So as far as our understanding about corporate and private security is concerned, during the last 2 years, since becoming national and since becoming institution of national importance, we are striving our level best to understand the sector and to hopefully meaningfully contribute also to the concerns of this sector through our roundtables and consultations with several multinational corporations. We have been achieving some good understanding. The outcomes of these roundtables and multinational corporations working for private security, we have been able to provide them as policy inputs to the nation's leadership through our leadership, which already is integrated with the nation's leadership through National Security Advisory Board as well. The security not being a product but being a process, as Nimesh ji mentions, there are dimensions which needs to be recognized by each one of us. I always say in my classes also, we do have programs also where we go. There are youngsters who are taking up courses on industrial safety and security. There are programs which try to cater to private security management at the university. We do say that the business of security is not an ordinary business. The very fact that we are dealing with security itself is something about which we all need to be consciously, continuously concerned about. The aspects of decision-making, organizational behavior, information system, physical security, integrated security scenarios which are emerging, psychological well-being of the security professionals so that they are able to serve the people in a nice kind of a manner, negotiation skills, SWOT analysis, community service, leadership, ecosystem management, loss prevention, fraud prevention, business continuity, The entire industry is trying to focus upon these domains. We, in our limited but evolving understanding, are also trying to contribute to the same dimensions. We understand the challenges which emerged and which were highlighted by Kumar Vikram Singh sir and others in terms of regulations, how challenging it is once act is put into place and we have to go back to the Indian Parliament. But nevertheless, amendments have come into picture, and I'm pretty sure amendments would come in future also, recognizing the challenges which would come forth our way, uh, be it Pasara, be it things which flow as a consequence of our evolving understanding in this entire dimension, the role and significance of controlling authority, the challenges which GST has thrown to the private security industry. Sometimes the very focus of looking at the contribution of the private security industry, it also being a security industry, needs to be highlighted at the appropriate forums. I'm aware the leadership sitting on the dais has been pushing for that agenda so that the government is significantly well sensitized to the dimensions which are challenging the effective functioning of private security industry. The aspects of training, skilling, and quality control reiterated, highlighted here by General V.K. Singh sir also, for which accreditation, affiliations, certifications assumes huge significance. We at the university have been trying to work in that dimension as well. For the information of the House, National Security Guard and RRU are combined together in terms of its affiliation. The NSG Training Center at Manesar is affiliated to Rashtriya Raksha University, and the university has recently conferred diploma in counter-terrorist operations to several elite commandos of the nation. The Honorable Union Minister of State for Home was there to confer this thing on 17th of September. Yesterday at Delhi Police Academy, Chadoda Kala, we were there, and again, the pass-out sub-inspector trainees were conferred a PG diploma in police administration and investigation, wherein Union Minister of State for Home Nityanand Rai sir was there. So it has been a very significant kind of an outreach which this university is trying to create, not just with public security setups, be it Central Armed Police Forces and Defense Forces, Army Training Command, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, Coast Guard, but also with private security players, as I highlighted out here in front of you, through our tree model, looking into training, capacity building, research, education, extension. Every facet of security is being consciously worked upon. We do understand that, as I said, security is not an ordinary kind of a business. There is a lot of contributions which are required so that we are able to reach in terms of excellence in the domain of security knowledge. Rashtriya Raksha Sarvopari being our motto, we are working in that kind of an focus area. We understand in a different context what Thomas Friedman once mentioned about world being flat. When world is flat, there is a lot of cross-pollination of ideas which is also required. That cross-pollination of ideas needed we to be joining hands with all of you and you being sharing all your thought processes with us. The university looks forward to inputs from all of you, from all the eminent resource persons and security professionals who are here. Excellence in the domain of security knowledge would require us to work together. We commit from our side our intent to work closely with each one of you so that ultimately the message reaches in a right kind of an perspective to the nation's leadership. Thank you so much to CAPSI. Thank you to each one of you for providing us with this opportunity to be representing, I say, the global address for security education, that is Rashtriya Raksha University, and joining hands with the security professionals, world's largest workforce. It's an honor for us. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing us and for all the help and support that you've offered. Thank you very much, and I think that collaboration is always very good. And with this, may I please take the opportunity of now inviting Shri Rameshwar Teli, Honorable Union Minister of State for Ministry of Labour and Employment, to kindly please address us. Sir also will have. So, very warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you very much for joining us here today. It is a moment that we would take to request you to address us. So we're taking a while because we would, as requested by our guest, the Honorable Minister, that we'll take a second set of awards now. So ladies and gentlemen, we would now be presenting to you the second set of awards, and for that may I please request the Honorable Minister, Shri Rameshwar Teli ji, and the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly please come to the front of the dais for presenting the awards. We are beginning with the presentation of Lady Leadership Awards. So I request the ladies to be kindly quick in coming on the dais and receiving their award. If you could come on from my left-hand side and take your award and exit from the right, it will be great. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, the first name on the list wherein the ladies are awarded for the leadership is Miss Marilyn Franklin, Managing Director, Positive Force Facility Management Private Limited. Please join us on the dais, Miss Marilyn Franklin. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. After her, I would request Miss Bonani to be ready, please. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the ladies, Miss Marilyn Franklin, the MD of Positive Force Facility Management Private Limited. And now joining us on the dais, Miss Bonani Sharma, Executive Director, Colonel Shishupal Security Consultancy Services. Ms. Monica Banerjee, after this, Director Search and Cordon Security Private Limited. Ms. Monica Banerjee. Please be a little quick. Ms. Manjeet Bansal, CEO Dynamic Group of Security Services. So quickly please, Ms. Manjeet K. Bansal, CEO Dynamic Group of Security Services. After her, Ms. Jyotsna Bhalla, President Client Relations and Business Development, AP Securitas. So joining us will be Ms. Jyotsna Bhalla, and I request Ms. Parul Khurana to be ready after this. जोरदार तालियां हमारी लेडीज के लिए जिनको लीडरशिप अवार्ड्स आज यहां पर मिल रहे हैं मंच के माध्यम से. Ms. Parul Khurana, Vice President Business Development, Balaji Security Services Private Limited. Major Nisha Singh, Passion Member and Business Consultant. Major Nisha Singh. Mrs. Reena Chaudhary. Mrs. Reena Chaudhary, Joint Managing Director of NIS Management Limited. And after Mrs. Reena, Miss Vandana Kumari, please be ready. Many congratulations, Reena Chaudhary. Ms. Vandana Kumari, Vice President Training and Development, MI2C Skill Development Academy. And Ms. Geeta Singh, Director, Bombay Intelligence Security. Award will be received by Mr. Aditya Singh on her behalf. And Ms. Pratika Sharma also. Kindly please join us on the dais. Mr. Aditya receiving the award on behalf of Ms. Geeta Singh, Director, Bombay Intelligence Security. मिस प्रतिभा शर्मा, इनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां मिस प्रतिभा शर्मा के लिए. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I please request the Honorable Minister, Shri Rameshwar Teriji, to kindly please address all of us today and give his words of encouragement for the Security Industry and Security Leadership Summit.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
नमस्कार. सत्रहवें कैप्सी सिक्योरिटी लीडरशिप समिट 2022 की आज की इस मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे कैप्सी के चेयरमैन कुमार विक्रम सिंह जी, हमारे साथी भारत सरकार में मंत्री एमएसएमई के भानु प्रताप सिंह जी, कैप्सी के प्रेसिडेंट बीवी कंट्री जी, कैप्सी के सेक्रेटरी जनरल महेश शर्मा जी, कैप्सी के वाइस चेयरमैन विक्रम महूरकर जी, G4S के सीएमडी राजू शर्मा जी, हमारे बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के चीफ एडिटर इन चीफ डॉक्टर अनुराग बाट्रा जी और यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे सभी भाई और बहनों, मैं इस कार्यक्रम में मुझे बुलाने के लिए मैं सेंट्रल एसोसिएशन ऑफ प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी कैप्सी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। भारत में निजी सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में लगे कामगारों की संख्या 1 करोड़ के आंकड़े को पार कर गई है। इसे आप समझ सकते हैं कि कैप्सी की भूमिका देश में काम कर रही निजी सुरक्षा एजेंसी और उनमें काम करने वाले कामगारों के हितों के लिए कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है। देश का एक बड़ा कामगार वर्ग निजी सुरक्षा क्षेत्र में कार्य कर रहा है। निजी सुरक्षा क्षेत्र हमारे समाज के सबसे निचले तबके के लोगों को रोजगार प्रदान करता है। कैप्सी कामगारों की बेहतरी के साथ साथ यह भी सुनिश्चित करता है कि प्रत्येक सदस्य एजेंसी द्वारा सरकारी नियमों का कड़ाई से पालन किए जाए। निजी सुरक्षा एजेंसी से संबंधित अधिनियम 2005 में लागू होने के बाद कैप्सी ने उनके हितों की सुरक्षा के लिए निरंतर काम किया है। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सारा देश आज विकास के नए नए कीर्तिमान बना रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार आम जनता की भलाई और विकास से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों पर अपनी नीतियों एवं योजनाओं के माध्यम से लगातार काम कर रही है। इससे लोगों के जीवन में सुविधाएं बढ़ी हैं और उनका जीवन लगातार बेहतर हो रहा है। श्रम एवं रोजगार मंत्रालय द्वारा असंगठित क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे लगभग 38 करोड़ मजदूरों को सामाजिक सुरक्षा एवं अन्य लाभ देने के लिए ई श्रम पोर्टल के माध्यम से नेशनल डाटाबेस तैयार किया जा रहा है। ई श्रम पोर्टल पर पंजीकरण करने के लिए कोई पैसा भी खर्च नहीं करना पड़ता है। पोर्टल पर पंजीकरण करने पर 2 लाख रुपया का बीमा भी मिलेगा। इस पोर्टल पर अब तक 28 करोड़ से ज्यादा कामगारों ने अपने पंजीकरण करवा लिया है। श्रम मंत्रालय द्वारा असंगठित क्षेत्र के कामगारों को पेंशन देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री श्रम योगी मानधन योजना चलाई जा रही है। इस योजना में 18 से 40 साल उम्र के असंगठित मजदूर शामिल हो सकते हैं और 60 साल आयु पूरे होने के बाद लाभार्थियों को 3,000 रुपये पेंशन, निम्नतम पेंशन दिए जाने का प्रावधान है। निजी सुरक्षा क्षेत्र की एजेंसियों एवं कैप्सी से अपील है कि हमारे कामगारों को ई श्रम प्रधानमंत्री श्रम योगी मानधन योजना में पंजीकरण करवाएं। मुझे यह बताते हुए खुशी हो रही कि प्रधानमंत्री श्रम योगी मानधन योजना में अब पेंशन डोनेट करने का प्रावधान भी किया गया है। इसके तहत अगर नियोक्ता चाहे तो अपना मजदूरों को सामाजिक सुरक्षा देने में योगदान कर सकते हैं। हमारी सरकार ने आज़ादी से लेकर अब तक के समय सबसे जरूरी श्रम सुधारों के लिए पहल की है। इन श्रम सुधारों को शुरू करते हुए हमारी सरकार ने 29 श्रम कानूनों को 4 लेबर कोड में सरल बनाया है। उद्योगों और नियोक्ताओं को इन श्रम सुधारों से अपने कारोबार चलाने और उनका विस्तार करने में बहुत आसानी होगी। इन श्रम सुधारों में हमारी सरकार ने संगठित क्षेत्र के साथ साथ असंगठित क्षेत्र के कामगारों को भलाई के लिए विशेष ध्यान दिया है। सामाजिक सुरक्षा कोड के माध्यम से अब निजी सुरक्षा क्षेत्र के कामगारों को सामाजिक सुरक्षा योजना का लाभ भी मिल सकेगा। इन श्रम सुधारों को लागू करने के लिए राज्यों के साथ मिलकर हम काम चला रहे हैं। नियोक्ताओं को प्रोत्साहित करने और रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने के लिए आत्मनिर्भर भारत योजना चलाई जा रही है। कर्मचारी भविष्य निधि संगठन के माध्यम से लागू की जा रही है ये योजना नियोक्ताओं पर वित्त दबाव को कम करती है एवं उन्हें और अधिक से कर्मचारियों को कार्य पर रखने के लिए सहायता देती है। इस योजना के तहत 1.5 लाख संस्थाओं के 60 लाख से ज्यादा लाभार्थियों को अभी तक 7,500 करोड़ रुपए का लाभ प्रदान किया गया है। कर्मचारी राज्य बीमा निगम एक सामाजिक सुरक्षा संगठन है जो 12 करोड़ से ज्यादा लाभार्थियों को बड़े पैमाने पर इलाज और सामाजिक सुरक्षा प्रदान करता है। इसके पास देश भर में फैले 160 हॉस्पिटल, लगभग 1500 औषधालय, 15 चिकित्सा संस्थानों, 24 क्षेत्रीय कार्यालय, 40 उप क्षेत्रीय कार्यालय और 60 शाखा कार्यालयों का एक विशाल नेटवर्क है। हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ईएसआई की सेवाओं का विस्तार देश के कुल 740 जिलों में से 601 जिलों में हो चुका है। जैसे कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट भारत के युवा मजबूत, मेहनती और विभिन्न परिस्थितियों में खुद को ढालने में सक्षम है। मेरा केएफसी से और आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में उत्तर पूर्व के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के अवसर प्रदान किए जाए, जिससे वहाँ के योग्य युवाओं के लिए एक नया रोजगार के क्षेत्र खुलेगा। मैं सबको भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि देश के आर्थिक विकास और प्रगति के लिए हमारा सरकार पूरी तरह से आपके साथ है। और मुझे आशा है ही नहीं बल्कि पूरा विश्वास है कि देश के सतत भविष्य के विकास में अपना योगदान देने के लिए निजी सुरक्षा उद्योग जगत को आगे आएगा और हम नए आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपनों को साकार करने में सफल होंगे। जैसे कि आप लोग जानते हैं कि मैं पेट्रोलियम एंड नेचुरल गैस, लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट, ये 2 विभाग के मैं राज्य मंत्री हूं और हम दोनों विभाग में आप लोग मालूम है कि हमारी भारत सरकार की करीब 23 रिफाइनरी है और 23 रिफाइनरी में हमारी सरकारी सिक्योरिटी है जिसको हम सीआईएसएफ कहा जाता है, लेकिन हम धीरे धीरे घटा रहे हैं और प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी को हम चांस दे रहे हैं। तो इस तरह से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमें आप लोग मालूम है कि गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी के लिए कितना खर्च होता है और प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी के लिए कितना खर्च होता है। तो इसलिए इसी तरह से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं कि हम भी चाहते हैं हमारी जितनी भी रिफाइनरी है व पेट्रोलियम मंत्रालय के द्वारा जितनी भी हमारी इंडस्ट्री है, हम और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैसे प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी को यूज कर सकते हैं उसके ऊपर हम हर एक समय हम विचार करते हैं। मैं असम से आता हूँ, आप लोगों को मालूम है असम में ही एशिया का फर्स्ट तेल निकला था डिबगोई और 4 रिफाइनरी है असम में, जो हमारी जनसंख्या है सिर्फ 3 करोड़ 30 लाख जनसंख्या और 4 रिफाइनरी है, लेकिन बांग्लादेश में जनसंख्या है 16 करोड़ और 1 रिफाइनरी है वो भी 1 मिलियन की है। तो ये चारों रिफाइनरी जो है असम की, तो हम भी धीरे धीरे प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी के हम चांस दे रहे हैं। आप अगर खबर लगाइएगा तो सिर्फ आप लोगों को भी पता चलेगा। मैं मंत्री बनने के बाद मैं भी हमारी मंत्रालय को कहा गया कि हम कैसे हमारी एक रिफाइनरी में हमारी कैसे ज़्यादा लाभ हो, तो उसमें सिक्योरिटी की बात भी आती है। सुरक्षा भारत सरकार के द्वारा हो या प्राइवेट एजेंसी के द्वारा, सुरक्षा ही है। इसी तरह से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। फिर उसी तरह से हमारी लेबर मंत्रालय के 160 हॉस्पिटल है, 8 मेडिकल कॉलेज है और सभी में प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी ही लगे हुए हैं। एक बहुत बड़ी एक संख्या है प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी की। तो इस तरह से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और आने वाले दिन में भी हम ज़्यादातर प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी की ही हम गुरुत्व देंगे, महत्व देंगे। यही मैं आप लोगों को कहना चाहता हूँ। तो मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। आज आप लोग ने मुझे इस हमारे एसोसिएशन ऑफ प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री कैप्सी में आप लोग बुलाएं और मैं विशेषकर विक्रम जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं असल में कल हमारी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री शिलोंग जा रहे हैं और मुझे आज ही निकलना था सुबह ही, लेकिन इस मीटिंग के कारण मैंने रुक गया। जो भी हो, क्योंकि मुझे पता चला कि आप लोग देश की सेवा में काम कर रहे हैं और मुझे जाना चाहिए। और मेरा जो विभाग है पेट्रोलियम एंड नेचुरल गैस और लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट में हमारी 138 प्रोविडेंट फंड के ऑफिस है, 160 हॉस्पिटल है, 8 मेडिकल कॉलेज है, सभी में प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी ही लगे हुए हैं। एक बड़े संख्या हमारे पास भी है, तो इसीलिए मैं ज़रूरी समझा कि इस कैप्सी के इस मीटिंग में मुझे जाना चाहिए और उसी तरह से मैं उपस्थित हूँ। और मैं थोड़ा देर से पहुँचा, इसलिए मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ और इतनी कह के मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्यक्रम जो शिलोंग में हो रहा है उससे काफ़ी हमारा प्रोग्राम चेंज हुए हैं और सभी के सभी मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्यक्रम में पहले जाने की तैयारी बैठे हैं। कलिता जी भी हमारे बीच आ गए हैं और ये स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चेयरमैन है जो वेलफेयर की और सोशल वेलफेयर की है, और डिप्टी चेयरमैन भी, इन्होंने भी निकलना है। और सब लोग प्रधानमंत्री कार्यक्रम में जा रहे, मैं तो इनका बड़ा शुक्रगुजार हूँ सभी मंत्रियों का, महोदयों का। वर्मा जी भी आए, कलिता जी भी आ गए, रमेश्वर जी आ गए, जनरल साहब भी आ गए हैं। ये साथियों बताता कि इनके आपके साथ कितना जुड़ाव है। मैं खास तौर पे रमेश्वर तेली जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जितनी सिक्योरिटी आपके एस्टेब्लिशमेंट में लगी इतनी नहीं है। ये 1 करोड़ लोग जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है ये सारे हम आपके मंत्रालय से जुड़े हुए हैं। और एक बार तो जो देश के जो होम सेक्रेटरी है वो पिछली मीटिंग में बोलते, जी बताइएगा आपका हमारे से, आप होम मिनिस्ट्री में क्यों कनेक्टेड हो? आपका तो होम मिनिस्ट्री से कोई मामला नहीं है, आपका तो लेबर डिपार्टमेंट से मामला है। ESI, PF सारा कुछ तो आप वहीं से कंट्रोल होता है, लेकिन सुरक्षा तो सुरक्षा है। मैं मंत्री जी, क्योंकि आपने चले जाना, आपसे एक निवेदन करूंगा, जितनी भी आपकी रिफाइनरी, जहां भी लोग हैं, जहां भी आपके हॉस्पिटल में हैं, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज हम इस बात का कि इस देश में जितने भी सरकारी संगठन काम कर रहे हैं सिक्योरिटी में, वहां जितना सिक्योरिटी का टेंडर मिलता है वो 0% पे मिलता है, जो आपके संज्ञान में लाना चाहूंगा मैं। और MSME के मंत्री जी भी बैठे हैं, इनको भी बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारा जो दुर्दशा का जो कारण है, जो हमारा दुख का कारण है, 0% है। अब जहां 0% आपके ध्यान इतने बड़े बड़े हैं, हम आप जान की हथेली पे रख के सेवा करते हैं आप सब लोगों की। कोविड में हमें एसेंशियल सर्विसेज में डाल दिया गया है और कई जवान हमारे मरे, लेकिन हमने अपनी पोस्ट नहीं छोड़ी फौजियों की तरह। लेकिन पूरे देश में ऐसा वातावरण बन गया है कि जब भी सिक्योरिटी की बात होती है तो चाहे वो RW हो, स्वाय कॉर्पोरेट्स को छोड़ के बाकी सरकारी इदारों में कह जी 0% कर लो। आप 0% पे हम काम करेंगे, 0% पे काम करने के बाद 2% तो इनकम टैक्स भी दे के आओ वहां पे, 0 के बाद 2% और डिपॉजिट करके आओ, फिर उसका ESI जमा कराओ, PF जमा कराओ, सर्विस GST आपके ऊपर लगा दिया। सबसे बड़ा तो आपकी, क्योंकि आप यहां मैं बोलूंगा जरूर कि GST हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा खतरा बन गया। बहुत सी कंपनियां, 1500 कंपनियां मंत्री जी बंद हो गई हैं। हमारे GST में मैंने जो MSC के मंत्री जी, इनको भी मैंने निवेदन किया है, चिट्ठी भेजी है कि जब हमारी 25,000 कंपनियां हैं इस देश में सिक्योरिटी की, 25,000 में से कम 24,500 या 600 या 700 कंपनियां एमएसएमई में है। उनमें से सरकार ने, भारत सरकार ने 50% को तो जीएसटी आरसीएम दे दिया कि जन के उनके मालिक जो जहां से आपके क्लाइंट है वो जमा कराएंगे, बाकी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी करेंगे, आदि को दे दिया। एक क्लास विद इन द क्लास भी। जब हम तो एमएसएमई आते हैं, अगर एमएससी ऊपर कोई कानून लागू होता तो मंत्री जी कानून सब एमएससी के ऊपर होना चाहिए। आदि को आपने दे दिया, आदि को आप कहते नहीं जी आपकी तो प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी है। अब प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी में और पार्टनरशिप में क्या अंतर है? मेरी कंपनी में मैं हूं, प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है, मेरी वाइफ बैठी है, मेरा बेटा है, तो पार्टनरशिप ही है ना सबकी। ये सबकी ऐसी है। बड़ा समझाने की कोशिश की भी, ऐसा कृपया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड तो हमने अपना थोड़ा दर्जा बढ़ाने के लिए प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, हमें नहीं पता कि ऐसी दुर्दशा होगी। हमें टैक्स बाद में मिलता है। क्लाइंट हमारे आपके पीएसयू में 3-3, 4-4 महीने हमें पैसे नहीं मिलते, और फिर पैसे नहीं मिलते, लेबर का डिपार्टमेंट आप ही का बोलता है ये सबसे पहले 7 को तनख्वाह दे दो, ईएसआई जमा कराओ, पीएफ जमा कराओ। आजकल तो फोन आते हैं आपके मंत्रालय से भी आपने पीएफ जमा क्यों नहीं करवाया। ये हमारा दुर्दशा का कारण बना पड़ा है। चाहते कि हम देश की तरक्की करें। आप इतने पैसे सीएसएफ को देते थे, लाखों रुपया, हमें उससे 50% दे दो। मैं गारंटी देता हूं मंत्री जी, बहुत बड़ी अच्छी हमारी ट्रेनिंग होने जा रही है। बीएसएस स्टैंडर्ड हम फॉलो करने जा रहे हैं। हम बहुत अच्छी सुरक्षा कर देंगे, लेकिन 0% को आप किसी ढंग से, कोई इसी से करप्शन होती है। अब जहां आपकी रिफाइनरी में 500 गार्ड लगने हैं, मैं शर्त लगाता हूं वहां आपके 300 गार्ड लगे होंगे, 300 गार्ड लगे होंगे, और 300 गार्ड में से 150 गार्ड आपका सिक्योरिटी का जो इंचार्ज होगा, वहां पे कोई अफसर होगा, वो खा रहा होगा पैसा, बाकी वो हमारा आदमी खा रहा होगा। लेकिन वहां सुरक्षा ढंग की नहीं हो रही है। अब वहां पे जब पैसा खर्च कर रहे हो तो वहां पे 0% के बाद कैसे कोई कंपनी कैसे चला सकती है? एक कंपनी तो इस देश में 0% के ऊपर देश की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी बन गई, सबसे बड़ी कंपनी बन गई 0% से। तो वो जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, हम तो अपने उस भाई से पूछते हैं, भैया हमें बता दें कि आपकी कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी जिससे आप इतने बड़े बन गए हो, हैं? हम भी वैसा करते हैं, लेकिन 0% तो सांठ-गांठ से होता है ना, लेन देन से होता है। और हम सब फौजी लोग बैठे, सर आपको बता दूं, ये कोई करप्शन करने वाले लोग नहीं है। हम तो जहां सैनिक हैं या नहीं हैं। अब हमसे आप चोरी करवाओगे, रिश्वत करवाओगे, एक तरफ तो भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भारत की बात हो रही है, एक तरफ 0% की हो रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी निवेदन कर चुका हूं, सीवीसी को बोल चुका हूं, कहते हैं हम छापे मारेंगे, पता नहीं कब छापे लगेंगे। लेकिन आप तो मंत्री हो, दोनों मंत्री हो। जहां पे एक आपसे मैं विनती करूंगा, आपके सिस्टम में थोड़ी चेंज आएगी, को 0% का मामला जब तक आप नहीं करोगे तो सुरक्षा आपकी कमजोर रहेगी। वो सुरक्षा में जब आप अनट्रेन्ड लोग लगोगे, करप्शन होगी वहां पे, तो करप्शन कहीं ना कहीं से तो पेट्रोल निकलेगा रिफाइनरी से। तो आप दोनों आए, मैंने लिबर्टी है, बुरा मत बनाना, लेकिन मुझे तो सम्मेलन में ही कहने का मौका मिलता है। मैं अब मुझे बोलते रहते सारे लोग जी आप हमारी बात नहीं पहुंचा रहे हो सरकार की तरफ। भाई मैंने अपनी बात आपकी सरकार के पास इनके द्वारा पहुंचा दी है। ये दोनों मंत्री, तीनों मंत्री ओजस्वी मंत्री हैं, प्रधानमंत्री ओजस्वी हैं, ये इनकी टीम भी ओजस्वी मंत्रियों की है। तेली जी को मैं जानता हूं कितने ओजस्वी हैं, भानु प्रताप सिंह जी को जानता कितने ओजस्वी हैं, जनरल साहब को जानते हैं, कलीता साहब भी वहीं से आते हैं, ब्रिलियंट लोग हैं हमारे देश के। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कानून के साथ बंधे होने के साथ वो करना। अब जब भारत सरकार पसारा में चेंजेस ला रही है, तो आप भी किसी से आपसे निवेदन है कि अपने 0% की जांच करवाइए। जब जांच कराओगे आपको पता लगेगा भी कितनी करप्शन हो रही है। लोग जांच होने नहीं देंगे तो हम आपको सूचना दे देंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके इन्होंने मंत्री जी ने जहाँ जाना, इनको मोमेंटम देंगे, आगे की कार्रवाई हम करते रहेंगे। कलीता जी ने भी जाना, मैं कलीता जी का भाषण उसके बाद करवा दूंगा। पहले ये दोनों मंत्री जाना चाहते हैं तो इनको मैं बाहर छोड़ के आता हूँ। काइंडली हॉल मत छोड़िए, आगे बड़े कार्यक्रम अच्छे होने वाले हैं। तो चाय जरूर मिल जाएगी आप सब लोगों को. प्लीज गो, डोंट गो आउट. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
We would like to request our chairman, sir, to please present a token of respect and appreciation for the Honorable Minister, Shri Rameshwar Teli ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Rameshwar Teli and token of appreciation memento for the Honorable Minister. So thank you very much. I must say, our special guests, our chief guests, our guests of honor who have joined us here, and from their very, very busy schedules, as already told by our chairman, still they have managed to spare some time for the Security Leadership Summit and listening to the problems, the issues, and everything that we want to share as an industry with them. So thank you very much for joining us here today and for your words of encouragement and for your words of support, which the industry perhaps will receive. Thank you very much. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, हम स्वागत करते हैं हमारे सेशन में श्री भुवनेश्वर कलिता जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, चेयरमैन पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी ऑन हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर राज्यसभा भी पधार चुके हैं. उनका भी जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए. I would like to request our chairman's memento. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So our chairman, sir, will join us back after thanking our guests and escorting them. So thank you very much, the honorable ministers. Thank you, Bhanu Pratap Singh ji, and thank you, Shri Rameshwar Kalita ji. Shri Rameshwar Teli ji, I beg your pardon. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are moving on with the inaugural session. और इसी में हमारी जो अगली speech है, the next address will be delivered by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media. May I please request Dr. Anurag Batra to please address us. Zordar Taliyan, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be here. My gratitude to Kuwar Vikram Singh ji and Mr. Mahesh Sharma ji for inviting me to this gathering of entrepreneurs, professional leaders from the security industry. I met Shri Kuwar Vikram Singh ji about 10 odd years back. My friend Mr. Harshvardhan, who is no longer here, but he's joined us to launch our BW Security World and BW Police World, introduced me to Mr. Kuwar Vikram Singh. 3 years back, we partnered with CAPSI to be able to, in some way, bring out an editorial product which really does justice to the kind of growth this industry can have, and more importantly, the kind of service this industry does. We've heard over the last 2 hours the kind of human service that the professionals do. So I just want to say that I do invite you to the BW Security World Initiative. We will invite all of you to our launch. It's been pending. The bwsecurityworld.com platform will be very active from January. We built B2B and B2C communities in more than 37 communities in various sectors. BW Hotelier is the #1. BW Legal World is #1. And I can go on. And Business World has been there for the last 42 years. We enter our 43rd year. So I just want to say that we're delighted to be here. Hopefully with BW Security World, finally 2023, we'll be able to build this community through an editorial product and be able to partner with CAPSI and all the leading players. Mr. Sharma was there. I don't want to stay between you and Mr. Kalita's speech. I'm sure he'll be able to add. I'm not an expert in security. I just want to say that Business World for the last 42 years has been a B2C product, and now it's digitally fairly large and growing. So hopefully BW Security World, BW Police World, and last year in November we launched BW Defense World. So, really, whether it's Homeland Security or it is defense, we'll be able to be a stakeholder through our editorial interventions and build the community. So thank you for involving us there. I look forward, every year I meet some of you at the event and I go back and then meet you next year. I hopefully will meet you more often as we build BW Security World. Thank you so much. God bless you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Chairman will be joining us back in a few seconds from now, and we're just waiting for him to join back. So, in the meanwhile, we are presenting a few awards which we could not, wherein the awardees could not join us on the dais. May I please request our guest on the dais, Shri Bhuvaneshwar Kalithaji, to kindly please present these two awards. ये दो अवार्ड्स प्लीज आप प्रेजेंट करने की कृपा करें, हम निवेदन करते हैं आपसे। और उसके बाद जैसे ही हमारे चेयरमैन सर हमें ज्वाइन करेंगे, हम आगे की जो कार्रवाई है इस सेशन की उसे आपके सामने प्रेजेंट करेंगे। So the first one that we are presenting is the Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award West, and this goes to Shri Sukhdeep Singh Arora, Managing Director, Checkmate Industrial Services Private Limited, Pune, Maharashtra. So we would like to welcome on the dais the Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year West, Shri Sukhdeep Singh Arora. Many congratulations to you. And after this, we have an award for the Lady Leadership, Major Nisha Singh, Passion Member and Business Consultant. And also the Roll of Honor Award now. The Roll of Honor goes to Shri Gurdeep Singh Arora from Checkmate Industrial Services, Pune. Shri Gurdeep Singh Arora. Thank you very much. Thank you. So our chairman sir is back here, and ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'll now be presenting to you the further part of this session. May I please request our chairman, sir, to present a memento to our guest who joined us, Dr. Akshat Mehta. And thank you, Dr. Akshat Mehta, for addressing us and for joining us here today. So a token of appreciation and respect from the side of CAPSI and Security Leadership Summit 2022. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving towards the conclusion of this session, may I please request Sri Bhuvaneshwar Kalitaji, Member of Parliament, Chairman, uh, Parliamentary Committee on Health and Family Welfare, Rajya Sabha, to kindly please address us. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री भुवनेश्वर कलिता जी का जोरदार स्वागत करें प्लीज. जोरदार स्वागत.
Thank you. President of this August gathering and my good friend, Kumar Vikram Singh Ji, dignitaries sitting in the dais, dignitaries sitting opposite the dais, and participants from and representatives of about more than 1 crore security guards employed by nearly 25,000 security agencies. I'm really glad to be here with you this morning to share some of my feelings for you. And I'm extremely grateful to Kumar Vikram Singh Ji, who invites me to the Security Summit, not only this year, every year I get an invitation. I definitely try to keep it, whether it is in the PhD Chambers of Commerce Hall or in this NDMC auditorium. I always try to be present with you. I'm really glad that Minister for MSME was here, Honorable Minister was here, because this private security industry is regarded as MSME. It has all the qualities and all the force strength and all the output for to be considered as a MSME industry, and has been contributing to the country to a large extent. Although private security guards are the alternatives to the government forces, but today if we see that this sector of the security agencies, the security has contributed to the overall prosperity of the country by employing thousands and lakhs of security guards, not only in the country, in the industries, but also abroad. As we all see that our Honorable Minister Ramesh Teliji, who looks after the Labor Ministry as well as the Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry. And I was listening to his speech, and he has very rightly said that these are two ministries, particularly the Ministry of Labor has so much to do with the security agencies as an industry, because it employs, and this is an alternative employment to employ people, the unemployed youths, and also educated youths, who otherwise has all the capabilities to serve the nation, to look after their families, and to add to the glory of this nation. So I have heard what Honorable Minister for Labor has already said and what all the government is doing. And I think there are certain problems, particular problems, which are experienced and the security agencies are experiencing has to draw the attention of the ministry for immediate solution. Because until and unless these issues are not addressed on a regular basis, the problems will pile up, the difficulties will pile up, and finally create a big problem. So I think it was appropriate to have the labor minister in this conference, in this summit, because Kumar Vikram Singh ji has flagged some of those problems before the minister, both before the labor minister as well as the MSME minister, so that this gets immediate attention. By the response of the House that I was seeing, that Kumar Vikram Singh ji has really flagged the very important points which the security agencies feel day in and day out. The oil and natural gas sector employs a big number of security guards and involves the security agencies. Presently, although all these establishments are getting secured through the CISF, but then CISF has some limitations. And where actually the private security agencies fill up those gaps and make it a stronger force of security professionals to guard our refineries or petroleum and natural gas establishments. We experience and we see, because I belong to a region which contributes to the country by giving crude oil. And most of the leading petroleum industries are situated in Northeast and employing a large number of people, both professionals, non-professionals, and also security professionals. So this is one area which has been flagged, that they can have alternative agencies to look after the security issues. And as the minister has already mentioned, that the CISF, the government security forces, will be phased out and that will be filled up by the private security guards. That's a welcome statement that has been made by the Honorable Minister. And this is one area where we can give our attention and solve some of the difficulties and problems faced by the security agencies. There are a number of things has to be done by the government as well as private sector and public sector industries to look after and to contribute to the overall growth of our private security guards. Our private security guards, as statutorily also, they are well trained, they are given minimum training of 160 days so that they are familiar to the areas. But I appreciate and really feel glad that security agencies are mostly being managed by our ex-servicemen and ex-officials from the security, whether it is Army, whether it is Air Force, or whether it is Border Security Force or any other security forces, and the officials who are managing private security guards are mostly from these areas of security sector. So we feel secured with the presence of security guards, private security guards, because they are well trained and they are educated and they are efficient professionals. Because they are properly trained, because they are time to time given training and training with the modern equipments as well as equipments that are required to secure the premises. I understand that these security summits being held every year are giving reorientation to the security sector of this country. And this reorientation in the summit will take our security professionals and agencies to a new height, to the world of new knowledge, new security education, and new education on the equipments. I hope this summit will be a grand success as usual, as every year, and I once again congratulate Kaur Bikram Singh ji and the distinguished guests sitting in the dais and the people behind this summit. I congratulate all of you again, and the representatives who are present here. I wish you all the luck for your future. Thank you.
As we thank our special guest today, may I please request our chairman, sir, to present a memento to Shri Bhuvaneshwar Kalita ji, post which he'll also be presenting his book, The Protectors, to sir. Okay, so here we have a token of appreciation, a memento for Shri Bhuvaneshwar Kalita ji. Zordar taliyan sabhi ki or se, everybody. And now we have the presentation of this book written by our chairman, sir, The Protectors, to Shri Bhuvaneshwar Kalita. So as we get ready to conclude with this session, for the vote of thanks, may I request our National President CAPSI, Shri V.V. Katti, to please address us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our National President, Shri V.V. Katti.
I think we are done with all the minister sessions today in the first session itself, sir. Great. I think it was a great start from General Dr. V.K. Singh ji. He is more of a mentor than the guest to us. He has been a mentor to our industry. I think for the past 4 or 5 years, he has been a regular visitor on this conference, sir. He emphasized more on probably the technology kind of thing, more focus on the internal security, where I think the best thing that happened to us was he acknowledged us as the protectors, not as those watchmen. I think we have graduated ourselves to protectors. Let's all clap for ourselves. A very simple example he gave was an ordinary Arak, which is branded as tequila in Mexico. So हम भी tequila बनाए यार. हम भी tequila बनाना चाहिए. I think our tequila can be much better. I think we already changed gears to train our people, skill them up, or quality control through BIS standards. I think that will take us in a long run in a big way. I thank General Dr. V.K. Singh to be part of this summit. I think the Labour Minister, Rameshwar Teliji, he did talk about the opportunities what the industries has, but at the same time, the kind of challenges we have with the Labour Department has been beautifully explained by our Kumar Saab. I'll thank you for that, sir. Beautifully explained. I know we all have serious pain points in running this industry. be it ESI, be it PF, be it GST, everything. Of course, the MSME is a vital part of our security industry. There needs to be done, a lot of things to be done on this. Things should move forward. I'm thankful that I think we have been in the schedule of MSME. The security industry is in the schedule of MSME. Now, Dr. Akshat Mehta ji, I remember I did my BSc in criminology in 1980 from one of the few colleges in Dharwad. Even I have to do my MSc, I have to come to Madhya Pradesh, Sagar University. And unfortunately, this subject was not even taught by 10 universities. And this subject was not included even in UPSC and even the local state PSCs also. A guy who studied criminology had to take up Kannada, Hindi, English subject leke UPSC mein karna tha, sir. I'm doubtful even today we don't have that situation. Criminology is not one of the subjects. I'm too happy the way you presented the curriculums and the kind of programs you're conducting for our industry, especially because when I studied criminology, I didn't know anything about industrial security. I always thought I became a detective. But the main business was, the cream of business was from security industry. I'm sure this industry, this university is really going to help all of us, entire fraternity of the security. I'm sure we all would love to contribute more into this. Whatever knowledge sharing you're talking about, we are too happy that we would love to do this. I think lastly, Anurag Batra ji also talked about how he is going to collaborate with our industry. It's good, I think, we can put in our inputs, our thoughts into this magazine. It's been, I think he's been associated with us for more than 4 or 5 years. We thank you, Batra ji, for having thought about bringing in security knowledge to the people. Have I left out anybody? Yeah. I thank Rajesh Sharma ji, Mahorkar sahab, thank you so much. I think last. Yeah, Bhuneshwar Kalita ji, thank you so much for your words of wisdom, sir. We are really, I think, really, I think, tuned up to take this industry further. Last but not the least, I think the big thanks goes to my own chairman, Kumar Vikram Singh ji. I think you opened up the Pandora box, sir. You know for sure what is, though he doesn't get into security industry, he doesn't run a security industry. Okay. In spite of that, hats off to you, sir. You did wonderful, wonderful presentation, and also I think a right time where you have given our pain points to the MSME minister, especially the labor minister, because he is the, probably I think labor minister is, I would not in a right or wrong way, they are partners of our industry, sir. We live with them day in, day out. We have to continue doing this. And lastly, but not the least, I thank all the participants who have come all the way, all around from India, and all the, congratulate all the awardees also. Thank you so much, sir. Have a nice day. महेश शर्मा का भी बोल दिया है बोला है सर आपका
So now, friends, we have the much awaited tea break, post which we will be coming back and joining for the working sessions. आगे बहुत कुछ बाकी है, हमारे technical sessions, working sessions, बहुत सारी information exchange. Since we had too many of our guests joining us in the inaugural session, this tea break had been pushed a little further. So we do apologize, but we were very hard pressed for time. Now is the time for tea break. Please return back in time. And this break is for 30 minutes, please. आधे घंटे का break है. Please लौट कर आइए and we'll start with our subsequent sessions. Thank you. Sharma ji, IPS, Additional Director General of Police, Madhya Pradesh. May I request you, sir, to kindly please join us on the dais and जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत. Okay. So thank you so much, मध्य प्रदेश. आपने जो एक्साइटमेंट शो की है उससे सभी को एनर्जी आ गई है. Thank you very much for all the energy that you showed. I was wondering कि I said something wrong इसीलिए शायद. So ladies and gentlemen, हमारे सेशन चेयर का फिर से जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए श्री मनीष शंकर शर्मा जी, IPS, Additional Director General of Police from Madhya Pradesh. We welcome Shri Vineet Bansal, Director, Category Management Services, Government E-Marketplace. May I please request Shri Vineet Bansal to join us on the dais. I also invite Shri S.K. Kanodia, Scientist F and Head SSD, Bureau of Indian Standards. Shri S.K. Kanodia ji, welcome to you. Shri Harvinder Singh, President ASIS. Shri Harvinder Singh, please, may I please request you to join us on the dais. I request the presence of Shri Anil Goyal, Chartered Accountants, to please join us on the dais. Major Aditi Mohan, Chief Administrative Officer, FNF India Private Limited. I request the presence of Shri C. Lal Rosanga, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha from Mizoram. Welcome you, sir. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं, ladies and gentlemen. I also request Brigadier Sushil Bhasin, Leadership Coach, to join us on the dais. Brigadier Sushil Bhasin, please. Shri Manish Shankar Sharma ji, may I please request you? Okay. और हमारे जो चीफ गेस्ट इस सेशन के हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, एक बार हम फिर से चाहेंगे हमारे मुख्य अतिथि श्री सी लाल रोसांगा जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए मिजोरम से, जो हमारे बीच आज हैं, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट लोकसभा फ्रॉम मिजोरम. May I please request our chairman, sir, Kaur Vikram Singh, to welcome our chief guest, Shri Lal Rosanga ji, with a beautiful bouquet of flowers, please. Chairman, sir, Kaur Vikram Singh, to welcome our chief guest with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. And may I now request the Secretary General, Shri Mahesh Sharma ji, to welcome our dignitaries on the dais. May I please request you, sir, to welcome Shri Vineet Bansal. Vineet Bansal ji के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Director Category Management Services, Government E-Marketplace. S.K. Kanodia जी का भी बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, साइंटिस्ट एफ एंड हेड SSD ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड. जोरदार तालियां. श्री हरविंदर सिंह जी, प्रेसिडेंट ASIS. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए भी. श्री अनिल गोयल, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स. जोरदार तालियां श्री अनिल गोयल के लिए. मेजर अदिति मोहन ऑन द डायस. जोरदार तालियां. Do we have Brigadier Sushil Bhasin in the audience? Sir, जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए स्वागत कीजिए Brigadier Sushil Bhasin, leadership coach on the dais, and Shri Mahesh Sharma will now welcome our guest, Brigadier Sushil Bhasin, on the dais. And very soon we'll be joined by Shri Manish Shankar Sharma also. Very soon he'll be here with us. जोरदार तालियां एक बार ब्रिगेडियर भसीन के लिए, जोरदार तालियां. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin, and as we are ready to begin with this session, may I please invite Brigadier Sushil Bhasin in the first leadership coach to please address the gathering. जो भी आप सर कहना चाहें, all yours. You have a presentation. Video. Kindly please play the video.
Have I come to this planet to pay bills? Leaders are not born, they are made. So I want to meet you for half an hour. How much will you charge? Everyone will be buying and selling time. विश्व में केवल 10% ऐसे लोग हैं जो गोल सेट करते हैं. The manager converted into a leader, and you said, we all know, let's do it.
Welcoming sir, जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन कीजिए. Ladies and gentlemen, so let us listen from the leadership coach what he has to convey to us today. Sir.
Jai Hind. Am I audible? Am I visible? This is something which signified us in the COVID. Am I audible? Am I visible? Good afternoon, boys and girls. 34 years in the army, I was used to saying, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. But ever since I moved out from the army into this beautiful, colorful, wonderful world of yours, I stopped saying ladies and gentlemen, I say boys and girls. Do you know why? Anyone? Why do I say that? I feel younger that way. It's not for you. How many of you object to being called a boy or a girl? Please raise your hands. One. Who object to being called a boy or a girl? Good, nobody raised their hand. Thank God, because you would have created history if you did that. In the last 18 years now, I must have asked this question to more than 60,000 people, and not a single person ever raised their hand. And I still remember in Pune, I was addressing a gathering of 60 principals of schools. They're all generally ladies in the age group of 55 to 58 or 60. And none of them raised their hand. And then right in the front row, there was a very charming lady, absolutely silver gray hair. And when I asked a question, I said, can I ask this girl to please answer? And I vividly remember the way she got up with a blush to answer that question. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are going to be boys and girls for the next 40 minutes. After this, you can change your status if you so like. Okay. How many of you in this audience are from the army or the armed forces background? Can you please raise your hands? Yeah, I did expect a... Okay, great. I have to be careful when I speak in front of army people because everything gets audited. Let me start with a question. How many of you remember or have heard of something called a bioscope? Anyone? Bioscope? Yeah, what is bioscope? Yeah? You'll have to keep, there's a lot of interaction in my talks. Yeah. Okay. Bioscope was probably the first invention towards cinema. And this was a box which was either kept on a table or on a hand cart. And it had a hand operated spindle on which there was a reel placed in front of a low watt bulb, and you could see still pictures. Non-motion cinema came into being with that. If you still don't know what it is, you can check on Wikipedia. But more importantly, in 1972, there was a picture called Dushman, and you'll see Mumtaz with that song, Paisa Phenko, Tamasha Dekho. That's the bioscope I'm talking about. How many of you in your childhood watched Star Trek? Anyone? Don't you agree that those, at that point of time, what was considered to be a far-fetched imagination is now a commonplace thing? Nobody gets alarmed when you use your mobiles or you do a video conferencing across continents, or a door automatically opens in front of you as you approach it. Nobody even raises an eyebrow. It is taken for granted, right? So, this is the way we've seen gadgets coming up. Let me show you. Those were the days, 1956. I was staying in Shimla with my parents, and it's a small hill station, as most of you will know. And we had a very, very nice, friendly neighborhood. The day it was announced that we are going to get a new radio, a piano-type switch radio and all, there was a lot of excitement in the family, not only in our own family, but even the neighborhood people had come. And I still remember, I was a small boy of 5 years age then. This coolie comes with a box on his head and puts down the thing on the ground, and everyone surrounds to see what's going to come out of it. And this radio is taken very delicately with care and put into that corner square table in our drawing room. And then it is plugged in, and then a little bit of fine tuning, and the song starts playing. It was a matter of excitement. It was a matter of celebration. But today this radio, it lies in my house in a corner as an antique piece, reminding me of those beautiful days, Wednesday, 8 p.m., Vinaka Geetmala, Amin Saini. Some of you may remember all this. Some of you may not know what I'm talking about. What about these gadgets? An older version of a radio. And then this is a typewriter. Today, if you show this to a child, he'll say, what is this? And that is what my grandson said. And I told him it's a typewriter. He said, what's that? I said, we used to write letters. We used to type letters with it. He says, but why didn't you use a computer? I said, there wasn't any that time. And then he looks at these, keys, and he says, this looks like a keyboard. I said, yeah, it's like a keyboard. But why are letters jumping out of it? No, I had no explanation for that. Black and white TV, many of you may remember, but it's now quite obsolete. This pager came and went. It had a very short-lived life. I don't know how many of you remember doctors and all, you used to use it. You just got a beep and you had to go to a landline to attend to your call. The spool type of a tape recorder deck. And then, I just told you about the bioscope. Here is a bioscope with a gramophone mounted on top of that. That was the addition to the bioscope to give it the musical complement. The old telephone, and then the VCR. Ultimately, when computers came in, floppies came. I don't know how many of you remember floppies. 32 floppies to download Windows. That was the first time I remembered. One floppy after the other you had to unload. All these gadgets were marvels when they came. But soon newer technology came and killed them and buried them. Today in the world of Netflix and all, you will not remember bioscope. But how many of you think that in a few years' time, even Netflix and those doors opening may become obsolete and something else may happen. What's the future like? We don't know. There's a friend of mine who always, keeps imagining what the future will be. And he says, I'm sure one day you will get a bottle of beer or some food coming to you as an attachment with your mail or even on WhatsApp. And God knows it may happen the way things have happened. So I don't know what the future will be. Will the future for you right now, is your future scary? Or is it bright? Is it full of hopes? And do you see some opportunities there? It all depends on your imagination. It depends on your perception, your attitude, and finally your imagination. Like I told you, that this friend imagines that there will be something coming on an attachment. But some people go even beyond that to even imagine how babies will be born in the future. Let's talk about change. Change is the only constant. We've always heard this. When I was a small boy, things were changing. And my grandfather used to tell me that when he was a small boy, things were changing even then. Then why are there's so much of halla gulla about this change, and we keep talking about it. There's a lot of concern about change. Can somebody tell me what's the difference between that change and now? Sorry? Thank you very much. Rate of change, the speed of change. That is the one that is making all the difference. Today, things are changing at an unprecedented speed. The pace of life is also increased thanks to the technology. It is absolutely alarming to even imagine the implications of the fact that this rate of change itself is accelerating. Experts say that in 20 years from now, there will be 4x change of what is you're seeing right now. Which also means that in the next 20 years, you are likely to see a change of 20,000 years in the 100 years of this century. Now, if that is the change we are talking about, in this fast changing world, the businesses are changing. Businesses are getting disrupted and changed much, much faster than ever before. It has become important for us in the industry to see how we will look at the future and adopt technologies, change according to the future, and build our businesses accordingly. The success of a business will largely depend on how well and how fast leaders are able to adopt to the changing world. And it has become absolutely important for any business, and we are talking of the security industry right now. It is important that transformation of a business through future thinking and peeping into the future and using that technology and the trends that are going on will be the utmost priority in any business transformation. We heard General V.K. Singh say the same thing, that you have to look beyond. All those who are only looking at what's happening today may be left far behind the race. It has become absolutely important for all of us to learn how to become an efficient leader, from a business owner, from an entrepreneur. Please turn into a leader to lead your organization's business transformation. Now let's talk a little bit about the private security industry. We've heard a lot about it, but I just want to take a few things that I have done a little research on. You all know it better. I'm a little nervous here because I may be caught by many of you saying that this is inaccurate, maybe. But bear with me, an outsider view. Now, let's first talk about artificial intelligence. This is very common in the security industry now, is it or no? Very common. I just saw these 2-3 stalls and I can see the type of technological growth that I am seeing in the security industry as compared to what I saw about 20 years ago. The artificial intelligence has become a way of life, and people have recognized the value of using artificial intelligence in various applications, in various scenarios. And I think it's one of the fundamental technologies that has been able to reshape the security industry. Let's come to the next thing. The combination of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. Now, this is another area which has taken the security industry to a higher plane. It has automated workflows and procedures and made things much simpler than they were before. With more security cameras and other devices being introduced and brought into the network, the security industry is moving far ahead with these two things I talked about, IA and AIoT. Let's talk about the next thing, and that is cloud-based solutions. Now, we all realize that we can skip over having your own servers and storing information there. Storing information in the cloud has become an utmost important thing. The next thing is cyber security. Now, that's a growing need, and with all that is happening in the field of technology, it has also become a security hazard. And therefore, every industry today, every company today needs to build up its own system of protection against online presence. There are many more things that have happened in the security industry as far as advancement in technology is concerned, but now I'm going to get into a little bit of software, that how do we do it? We have so far established that we need to look into the future. We need to be prepared for the future. We should be future ready. We need to shift our gears. We need to transform ourselves into from present to future, and good leaders always have a vision of the future and they apply it. Now, we are all been living, before that, yes, this is what Dr. Marshall Goldsmith said. He said, what you got you here won't get you there, which means all that you have been doing so far in your life, that may be responsible for getting you success up to here, but please don't think that that will take you further to any higher levels. You will have to adopt different ways of doing it. We are all living in the VUCA world, and this is a world where all leaders need to learn how to navigate through this world. This term VUCA was coined in somewhere late 80s, beginning of 90s, when it represented the world of turmoil that was coming up, particularly after the fall of Soviet Union. And it also represented the fast-paced, unstable world that was forming up. Let's see what this VUCA is. It stands for these 4 words: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. These are the 4 terms that described the world that time. And this became the world of the 90s. In 90s, it has been called the new normal. And now the versions of new normal have been changing, and every time there's a new normal, and then a newer to newer normal, and then the newest normal. But I don't know what's normal, right? In 2015, I did a lot of research on this subject of VUCA, and I also was doing a lot of leadership programs. And I realized that this term is so frequently being used as a managerial jargon in the corporate world now is actually obsolete. Because it was coined in 1990s, And in 2015, we are still talking about it's a VUCA world. So I added 3 Ds on my own. And these were the 3 Ds that I thought at that point of time were making a bigger difference. And these 3 Ds, any guesses? Any guesses? What the 3 Ds could be, which have disrupted the world even more than what VUCA had done? The first is diverse. The businesses are becoming diverse. There's so much of diversity everywhere around. Demographics, psychographics, everything is changing. The world has become disruptive. The industry has become so disruptive. One Amazon, 4 feet by 4 feet office, they thought about having to distribute books without owning a bookshop. That is where Amazon started. Look at the disruption. I was called upon by Meru Cabs to do a training for them, right from their MD till the last regional manager level, about 60 people. And they came to me saying that Ola is come in and disrupted our business. Ola, Uber have had an impact on another client of mine called Mercedes. In 2014, I did a training program for, sorry, it was 2018. I did a program for Mercedes in Noida. And this program was all about what do we do when people have stopped buying cars because it is better to use Uber and Ola than to own a car. And already in Germany, I'm told somewhere in India also they've done some trials. Now you can pick up a Mercedes, Mercedes can come to your home, you can hire a Mercedes rather than buy it. Disruptive. And the third D is probably the most important one, and that is digital. With these 3 Ds, we are in a world which continues to change. And as I said, you can expect the change to be much more in the next 20 years. You saw that slide earlier was a completely colorful slide because I want my future to look bright like that, and that's why I made it bright colors. I don't want my future to be dull like this. The future of business is digital. This is what Dr. Ramcharan said. He said, be prepared for rapid changes in a world marked by volatility and uncertainty. Don't be certain that what made you successful in the past will also help you in the future. We've got to totally redo the future of work. My idea at the moment is to trigger that thought in your mind that we need to be more future focused. Now, what do we do about this world? We have no control on it. We go into the ocean, there is nothing we can do to control the sea. But let's fix the focus somewhere else. I can learn how to swim in that rough, unknown sea. While the world can keep changing, can I build up some resilience in me? Can I build up myself in a way that I can handle any situation? That is what we are going to endeavor to see. What can we do in this industry to become that swimmer who can swim in any sea and be prepared for any unknown future that is ahead of us? Now, this is a very important sentence which you see that the world is experiencing a level of disruption and business risk that has not been seen for generations. Some companies freeze and fail, while others thrive through innovation and advancement. The difference between the two is the resilience. I'm going to dwell a little on this resilience because when we were in COVID, we were all the time talking of resilience. And I've done many programs on the webinars to tell people how to be prepared when we come out of COVID. What is resilience? It's very important for us to understand resilience hai kya. Resilience, and we'll go by definition, so I'm going to read it out. The ability to recover from setbacks, adapt well to change, and keep going in the face of adversity. Please mark these words. And I have no problems in sharing the PPT with anyone who's taking pictures or who are writing notes. I'm okay to give the PPT. The process and outcome of successfully adapting to difficult or challenging life experiences, especially through mental, emotional, and behavioral flexibility and adjustment to external and internal demands. Now, this is what resilience is. How many of you sitting here relate to this and say that this is exactly what we are doing? Yes or no? Yes or no? I only saw 3 hands going up. Are you not already doing this? And do you realize that you have to do more of it? You have to be resilient. In short, we have to be all the time preparing for a life that we may not be able to predict, but we can anticipate. I'm going to talk about that a little later. Now, resilience can be 2 types. One is individual and the other is organizational. Let's first talk about individual resilience, because for an organization to be resilient, it has to start from the top management, and everyone in the company needs to be resilient. I've got these 3 examples and I'll cover them very briefly, particularly the first one. Karli Takacs. Karli Takacs was born in 1910 and was a Hungarian soldier, a sergeant. He was a very good pistol shooter and he used to shoot 25 meters pistol shooting. He won his national championship, but he was not allowed to go for Olympics in 1936 because the rule in Hungary was that only commissioned officers could be permitted and he was only a sergeant. But in Berlin Games, they changed the rule, and therefore this man made it a point that he is going to win the gold medal in 1940 Tokyo Olympics. Now that became his aim. And in 1940, if he had done it in 36, he would have been 26 years old, right age to go and win a medal. But by taking his goal to the next 4 years, now he is going to be 30 in 1940. But what happened? Anyone remembers what happened? 1940 and 1944, 2 Olympics got cancelled because of the Second World War. So now 8 years gone, and he's still struggling with his aim. But did he leave it? No, he didn't. There's a tragedy that happened. In 1939, in a military exercise that he was in, a hand grenade burst in his right hand and shattered his right hand. So his right hand is gone. What is left? What is left? He didn't say that. He said, this is my only hand. He didn't say it was my left hand. It is my only hand. Now I have to win Olympic medal with my left hand. And silently he kept training on his left hand. And he surprised his entire country that in 1939, he won the national championship in Hungary with his left hand. Now in 1948, when he had become 38 years old, he got the gold medal in Tokyo Olympics. And then he became the first person to ever, at that point of time, the first person ever to win a gold medal in 2 consecutive Olympics. So he got it in Helsinki in 1952. And in 1952, he was 42 years old, competing against boys of 26 and 28. That is the type of resilience that you can build up when you are not prepared to let anything come in your way and say, I will do it, come what may. Similar stories, Arunima Sinha, you may have heard of. I'm not going to elaborate. She was thrown out of a train and a passing by train ran over her legs. She had one leg amputated and the other leg she had a rod, and decides to go and climb Mount Everest. She did that. And not only that, she followed on to climb the highest mountains of all the continents. Girish Gogia is now a good friend of mine. He's an ocean diver. And his favorite place for holidays was Goa. So in 1999, end December, he went to Goa to celebrate the Millennium New Year. And what happened? He was a diver, that was his profession, but some way you can make a mistake. He dived and probably his head went and touched the seabed and he was paralyzed. He was paralyzed, shoulders below, complete body. So now he can't use his hands. He has to be, even for a cup of tea, somebody has to feed him. To have a bath, somebody has to sponge him, all that. Today he's a motivational speaker. He said that for 3 days he only kept cursing God and saying, "Mere saath aisa kyun hua? Bhagwan mere ko maar hi dete. What are you making me live life like that for?" But after 3 days, he says, lying in the hospital, I said, "Kab tak rota rahega? Let me work on what I have, the 6 inches above my shoulder." In my workshops, I call it the thought factory. That's your thought factory. This 6 to 8 inches above your shoulder decides what the rest of your body is going to do. Everything happens here. All your success failures are born here. And that's what he did. He said, "No, let me know. I can speak, I can think, I can talk." Became a motivational speaker. Goes on a wheelchair to speak. All 3 people did one thing in common. Any guesses? What is the one thing in common that all of them did? Determined, yes. Resilient, yes. They all focused on what they had and not on what they should have had or could have had. The moment your focus turns into, let us see what I have, jitna hai, uske upar to focus karo. And this is a good lesson for all of you. The moment you take this and start abiding by it and say, let me focus on what I have, don't worry about what I don't have, because it's futile, you're wasting your time and effort. Now we come to another very, very interesting case, and this is Sam Cawthon. He's my mentor. He runs a Speakers Institute in Australia, and I have been coached by him in public speaking. Sam Cawthon is a school failure. He was dropped out of school, or rather asked to leave the school in class 8, and thereafter he was on his own. He was doing a job, and one day when he was coming in his car, he slept on the wheel and it went and crashed with a coming truck at a fast speed, and this is the condition of the car. He was declared, it took time for people to remove him out of the car. It was so badly damaged. And when he was taken to the hospital, they really thought they're taking a dead body, but there some miracle happened that the doctors could revive him. Sam Cawthon wrote a book called Bounce Forward. And this Bounce Forward talks about how to transform crisis into opportunities or success. And this Bounce Forward is such a great principle. Ever since you've known history, whether it was Second World War, or it is recession of 2008, or it is 26/11, you will find that any time we went into a crisis, whether national or international, you came out of that crisis better than what you were when you went down. So when people in COVID said, let's bounce back would mean that you are at your capabilities of February 2020. Do you think they will help you in future? No. You have to start bouncing forward, which means that we may not be able to predict, but I said you can anticipate. You have data. You have data and analytical tools which help you to see a trend. And if you see that trend and say, like I used to tell my students in COVID, what do you think we will do when we come out of COVID? And we started talking about this hybrid. Before the word hybrid came, I had coined my own word saying, when we come out of COVID, the world will not change totally physical. It won't remain totally digital. It'll be a digi-fizzy world, which then people called it hybrid. And that's the world we are living in right now. So bouncing forward is something which again we have to see in any industry, anywhere, that you need to look at always that future and say, am I going to reach ahead of the times and prepare for that? The principles of bouncing forward. Firstly, crises create opportunities. You'll all agree, some of the best inventions of mankind happened during First and Second World Wars. And to even talk about COVID, which all of us have recently witnessed, a lot of innovations have happened during COVID, when the necessity becomes the mother of invention, right? Proximity is power. Now, when you see a crisis, if you are in the company of good people, positive people, not in the company of negative people, you are not being influenced by negative people, you have better chances of bouncing forward than if you remain with those who are not. Leveraging positivity to fuel success, that is self-explanatory, and I just explained bounce forward and not bounce back. Organizational resilience. Now, what is that? Firstly, it's a harmonious integration of business functions to enable proactive organizational decision making. This is something you have to know because you're all business leaders here. And as business leaders, you have to see how do you create this harmonious integration. So, very, very easy to know, but difficult to implement as much. Customer focus. How many of you realize that many people who thrived during COVID were the ones who made plans within COVID to see what the customers were looking at and started resolving their pains? I came back from Dubai on the 15th of February 2020, and I had done a training of an IT company there, and they had liked my training and called me in May for 2 training programs of 2 different levels, senior and middle leadership level. So we came, sent them a proposal, and we were all set to do those 2 trainings in May. A pharma company in Mumbai had told me to do 5 sessions of leadership training from April to June. Both of these trainings got cancelled within the first week of March. What did I do? Sit and cry? कि अब जब तक COVID खत्म नहीं होगा कुछ काम नहीं है? I immediately in the month of May, first week of May, I launched a program for trainers called Train the Online Trainer. Why? Because the pain of all trainers was कि सबके program cancel हो रहे थे. And there was no training to do, and I आ जाओ Zoom पे, let's do training on Zoom, and I created a program called HIVE, H-I-V-E, High Impact Virtual Engagement. Because within 2 months of the COVID, people were getting webinar fatigue. And I said, if you just do a webinar, nobody will be interested. Create activities. And in my activities on Zoom, you were climbing walls of your house, you were doing funny things, you were pulling your ears, and we would take photographs of that, all that to make it interesting. So customer focus, what are you doing for customer? What are the market trends that are changing? How many people in your own security industry you found during COVID that there were new applications coming up? That people in COVID required something different from what they required earlier. How many of you did that? Recovering revenue. Now, when you come out of a crisis like this, the first thing is you already lost some revenue. So the first focus always is to recover that revenue and then rebuild operations. Now, this also requires a lot of resilience. How do I rebuild operations to bring that? And then is reimagining that how will my future business look like and look for digital solutions. Now, a couple of solutions, although what I've said also are some solutions. The first thing is develop a growth mindset. You may have the best of skills, but if you don't have the growth mindset, those skills are of no use. Many of you sitting in this room are capable of climbing Mount Everest, but you never felt like doing it. So you'll never do it because you didn't feel like. You may have all the intelligence, the skill set, the money, the resources, the network, the connections to do something, but if you don't have a growth mindset, you will not do that. So develop a growth mindset And for many of you, it may be good news. It's a learnable skill. Growth mindset is not something you're born with, you can learn it. Jack Canfield came out with a beautiful life's formula, which I heard in 2007, and I've been a fan of this. And I have been applying it in my life, and I've been teaching it to my students. The formula for life says E plus R is equal to O. Anyone in the hall who knows what these things stand for? E plus R equal to O? No. Event plus response is equal to outcome. COVID was an event. It was same for everyone. But why did some people thrive and some people dive into failures? Because the responses were different. So the formula says very clearly, if you want to change your outcome, change your response. And let me tell you another good news. That response is 100% in your capability. There's nobody else. There is no government tax on it. There is nobody who can come and tell you, don't think like that. How do I think and how do I respond to a situation is 100% my choice. Yes or no? Now, a little bit about what happens in resilience, like what we do in the army. Many army people sitting here will relate to it more, but I think everyone will understand what I'm saying. We are born with this type of a thing right from our academy days to tell everyone, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Which means I prepare myself to face any adversity. So the first thing we do is planning. How many of you in this hall would agree that the army goes in for an operation with full planning? Yes or no? To the last team. How do we plan? We ask 3 questions. And some of you may love to adopt them if you haven't done it earlier. The first question you ask whenever you get a task, what is my mission? What is my task? Am I clear about it? Am I clear about the deliverables? Do I know what I'm talking about? So, one is knowing your task, and secondly, communicating that task as clearly to your team. The second question you ask is, what does it involve? So now you write down what all is required, the resources that are required, the skills that are required, what all is required to take this further. And the third question is, how far can I plan now? So that you go in sequence, you don't plan for something which is ahead of what you can first do here. I cannot go and capture a hill if there's a river between. First, I have to plan to cross the river. Then I'll talk about the hill. So till I cross the river, I can't attack the hill. So that is the way you have to see, how do I go? How much can I plan right now? So I told you that we all go into thorough planning. But what happens? The plans that we make last only till the contact with the enemy is made. The moment the contact with the enemy is made, now it is like a chess, all depends on his moves. They were not planned, and therefore chaos starts, and we have learned how to handle chaos. I was given 45 minutes, I have not even done 30. So I can't leave it. मैं कर दूँ. Okay, so I'll now skip all this. There are 3 ways in which you can do anything. The right way, the wrong way, and the army way. There are some army ways, but again, because the bell is now putting me under pressure, so I will skip this slide also. And just you can read them through, that leadership is a contact sport. That is what Dr. Marshall Goldsmith says. But we are usually commanding our people without physical contact. A battalion commander could be having his battalion spread over 10 kilometers and may not meet his troops even once in 6 months. But still the things get done. And I want you to remember this last part, that it is not the understanding of leadership that is as important, but not understanding the practice of leadership, but practicing the understanding of your leadership that is more important. This I've already explained earlier, that you have to look at the predictability curve, which means that with the data analytics, you know the trend. If I know where I want to reach, from there I make my milestones and move forward one by one. So this is the last slide, and I'll finish, not last slide, but last part. The solution, now we talked of VUCA, which was volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And here, the solution is also VUCA, where the V now stands for vision. Is the vision for the future? Is the leader clear about the vision? And is he able to explain this to his people so that everyone is on the same page? I'll skip this slide, which is just an elaboration of vision. Now we'll come to unleashing. Unleash the potential within you, not your own, but your entire team's potential. So visit or tap the opportunities, tap the talent, tap the potential that your team has. We'll skip that also. The next one, C is for competency. How good is your team? How good can you make them? How can you train them? And to remain abreast of the game, reskill and upskill as you go along. And the last thing is agility. Agility being adaptable to changes. It is not the strongest or the fastest man who can face tough times. It is the one who can adapt the fastest. Boys and girls, let me conclude by saying that the future is not in the hands of those who are doing crisis management day by day. The future lies with those people who can look ahead, anticipate the future, shift their gaze, and be future ready. Jai Hind.
Once again, a big round of applause for that wonderful session that we had. Pretty motivating and encouraging for all of us. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us and for enlightening us with all that work that you wish all of us to do. Thank you very much. So very quickly, I'll move on, and amongst the lady leadership in security, I would be inviting Major Aditi Mohan, Chief Administrative Officer from FNF India Private Limited, to please present her thoughts now. If we have a video of ma'am, may I please request the team to play that video?
I know I'm between the lunch and so, but I'm going to take just flat 15 minutes, believe you me. Meanwhile, the presentation comes on the screen. Please hear me and keep looking at me. So, कहते हैं, if women didn't exist, then Jannat किसे कहेंगे? We are the planet's most beautiful and the daring creatures ever since the planet came into existence. We are the best in everything that we do. We are the leaders. We are ordinary people who led an extraordinary life. And because so many of us are in uniform, we've served the Indian Army, the forces, the Indian Armed Forces, and we're still serving as security personnel. So that's for them and for you. When they were in their skirts and jeans, we wore the olive greens, the uniform, and the combats. When they wore the blush and hair gels, our glamour quotient was the tar on our faces. When they carried their Gucci's and Louis Vuitton, and probably I also have one today, we carried the LMGs and the brick orders. When they wore the derby hats, we wore the camouflage helmets and our berets with honor. when they watched your television sets and radios, listening to war updates in your comfort of homes. We were dumping ammunitions and losing lives. When they ate food in platters which were served, we were served with khichadis full of sand, and the love of villagers got some food too. When they bathed in cozy waters, and we were in duck tents, makeshift bathrooms, and much more. That's the story of every officer, every security officer, and mine. Good morning, Jai Hind, Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Walaikum, and since now I'm in Bangalore, so Yellaragu Namaskara from Bangalore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Shri Kumar Singh Ji, Mr. President, Mr. Vishwanath Katti, members of the council, our dignitaries here, the ministers, honorable ministers, our members, our esteemed panel members, my august audience, thank you for having me here as your eminent speaker. I extend my heartiest congratulations to CAPSI, Central Association of Private Security Industry, India, on the 17th Annual Summit Security Leadership Meet and crossing a milestone of 1 crore personnel across India in the industry. This is the highest number, as I'm given to understand, across the globe. I stand here today to share a few thoughts around lady leadership in security. Deeply honored, and of course it gives me immense pleasure to share a little about my hows and whys and what it takes for me to lead in this industry, which is otherwise and erstwhile was termed as a male-dominating field. Let me start by saying that women are born multitaskers. They are born administrators. They are born safety and security professionals. From the moment the girl becomes a lady, from the moment you give a birth to a child, you are protecting every soul that touches your life. Challenges, adversities make us stronger. Can you play this video, please, for a minute? It is? Do you have a volume here? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I have just 15 minutes with me to share a little bit about my life, and basically only because I've got 25 lady officers sitting out here who manage security in this industry. So kudos to all of you for being here, first of all, and let's give it up for you all. We often talk about breaking the glass ceiling. In fact, this was the theme for the year, Break the Bias. But tables have turned, ladies and gentlemen. Times are changing for the good. Lioness only knows to be the queen of the jungle. She knows no other way of surviving or existing. So be the lioness of your jungle. Build it, rebuild it, and keep roaring. Be your own Shiro, the lady leader. So what makes us one? Your primary quality is attitude. Why the lion is the king of the jungle? Kabhi socha hai? He's not the strongest. He's not at all the most powerful. He's not the fastest animal on the planet of the earth. He's not the most intelligent. But why? Attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, attitude. Because he believes he's the king. You may not relate to the jungle, so let's skip to the movies. How many of you feel SRK, Shah Rukh Khan, is the Badshah of Bollywood? He's not the tallest. He's not at all the most handsome. He doesn't have the best voice. He's not the best dancer either. And no offense meant, he's not the best actor. Then, what is it? He has the swag. He has the attitude. You need to first believe in yourself, and then these men around you will believe in you. The next most important quality is trust. Trust is built by being selfless. Of course, unquestionable integrity, loyalty, dependability, these are not mere words at all. Morally straight, taking the harder right than the easier wrong, and of course, keeping the interest of the organization and team before yourself. True power, ladies and gentlemen, is actually getting the others to have faith in you in what you do. And if you talk a lot about this, अगर आप बहुत इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, तो please walk the talk as well. I hope that all I'm hearing and actually listening and also talking is making a little sense to all of you right now. Yes? Yes? Really? Okay, let me try something else. How's the Josh? Lunch nahi khaya na abhi. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Good. That brings me to the third quality, passion. Never give up, no matter what. This is your life, ladies, your story, your movie. You will write it, you will direct it, and only you will be its hero. So make sure that you actually make it a blockbuster story with all the passion that you have for others to remember what you did to make a difference. A world of security is a world full of action. Has life been easy for us, ladies? Yes. Very easy, extremely easy, seamless, rolling, smooth? No. We churn, we learn. We fall, we rise. And that is how we become us. The next trait to leadership is your professional competence. One only gets it if you've studied enough, your professional knowledge. There is no shortcut to it. Work hard, work very hard, and be the best in your job. That brings me to another interesting story of the tiger and the deer. Every day, the tiger gets up and he prays that I must run fast today. The deer prays, I must run faster than the tiger, or maybe faster than the slowest deer. The moral of the story is, ladies and gentlemen, no matter you're a tiger or a deer, you better tighten up your shoes because you have to run for your life. You need to be the fittest to survive. So be decisive. Please don't procrastinate. Review, evaluate, reinvent, take decisions. All are these not the English words. Continuously upskill yourself. Demonstrate courage physically, morally, emotionally, mentally, leading from the front during your challenging situations. You've done it all during the pandemic as well. Keep the bouquet for the team और खुद अपने लिए brick bats ले लो. शाबाशी अपने टीम को देना. If the situation demands, please have the moral courage to say no. Don't be a yes man. And interestingly, we don't say a yes woman, given the fact that women have the guts to say no. Last but not the least, have a good sense of humor to diffuse your situation and please bring out the best in your team. Everyone keeps wanting to know what is the secret of my energy. Even when I'm nearing my 50s, I always say, boost is the secret of my energy. Nah, the answer is, I broke the biases long back. Please continue to set the bar high for yourself every day. The secret lies when you love what you do and when you love who you are. And I think you're doing your job very well. There never will be a glass ceiling that ever existed. So my dear women folks, believe in yourself. I know every battle that you face. I know you can face it because I know you've done it all. जो आंधियों से गुजरते हैं वो तूफान का थम समझते हैं गर कश्ती जो डूबे वो लहरों की मस्ती समझते हैं. And now my time for my success mantra, which I have famously termed my 3 Paramveer Chakras. The highest gallantry award. Ever since I've been in the army, I've tried to follow that, but when I wore the corporate uniform, I follow them to the T. I live by them today, and I stand in front of you tall, out here, keeping that smile on my face. I have been awarded twice, of course, you all know, by the ACES, the security today as well, as the top Indian women influencers in security. But how many of you did know that there was a deputy commissioner of police who actually walked up in the office with his entire convoy just because we walked a little more farther ahead than the rest of you all? So women, we can all do it. That, of course, was a single moment for me. The video that you saw, not in the beginning, though it should have been right in the beginning, before I started off all this, they were not just pictures together. They were the realities of my life that still exist. ऊपर वाले से तो मैं बाद में जाके लड़ाई करूंगी, that why me? But I guess God has his own favorite people. Of course, it only proves once a soldier, always a soldier. And I come from Army Service Corps, ASC. The motto of my ASC is Seva Asmakam Dharmaha. Service is my creed. बस वही करना है, आज तक वही करते आए हैं. Whether it was Charles twins that you saw, or Atharva with stage 4 neuroblastoma cancer. I'm sorry, may God rest his soul, he is not anymore. He was there till the age of 6. Whether it was Savita Datta, whether it is Savita Datta with brain hemorrhage of a different company, or Kalpana auntie with cervical cancer, or kids getting abused and raped, or the Kerala floods, or the ongoing pandemic where I have 3 COVID task forces. I have forgotten the count, the lives that we have saved. I have forgotten the count, the lives that are existing today. From Jammu and Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from the east to the west. I think all of you, those who are associated with the COVID task forces, would know of it. Our job never ends. Of course, it has never happened that a high-ranking official walks into anybody's office. I think it was first of the kind experience कि डीसीपी साहब हमारे ऑफिस में चले आए. पहली बार एक कॉरपोरेट में एक लेडी सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर को किसी ने इतना बड़ा गिफ्ट दिया. क्यों? क्योंकि शायद हम अपना काम अच्छे से कर रहे थे. So that brings me to believe, it brings me to believe that selfless work for the society does get acknowledged. ये मत देखो कि कौन देख रहा है, बस करते जाओ, करते जाओ, करते जाओ. Ending this at 3 PVs. Be patient because all comes in good time. और वैसे भी हम औरतों में patience तो बचपन से ही होती है. और मेरे ख्याल से the last when we breathe is going to be then as well. Have your passion to achieve well in life with your hard work and sincerity. Please love your work. Keep the fire in your belly. Keep looking pretty. I try my best. No, I was not talking about that. Keep yourself pretty, mentally, physically, emotionally, and also financially. Your dedication, your commitment towards your work is very important. Very, very important, because you know why? Not only your organizations are watching you, the organizations that you run, because there are some young bachas who are actually watching you. They watch every step of your way, because every single move gives an inspiration कि आपने क्या ठीक किया और आपने क्या गलत किया. You have a lot of people around you who are going to be very, very judgmental. Please don't worry about that. सही करोगे कोई बात नहीं, गलत करोगे बात है. So please concentrate on what you're doing and keep looking pretty. Ensure कि कोई आप पे उंगली ना उठाए, ना आपकी इंटीग्रिटी पे, ना आपके कैरेक्टर पे, ना आपके काम पे. With a vision in your head and always having that smile, please हंसते रहिए. And that's your fifth V. Stay vivacious. हंसते रहो, सामने वाला सिर्फ हंसेगा. And that's how you are a good leader. Finally, it gets you closer to now the 5. Please repeat with me. The first P. The second P. I hear more men than women. Okay, my 25 young, beautiful looking women. The first P. The second P. The third P. The one V. यही लिखा है. Cheating कर लो. I won't give you marks. I promise you, you're all out of the 100 points. And the fifth V. Keep smiling. That brings you to your last V. There is no question that you will never be victorious in your life. I don't have enough time to share my personal life with you, my professional life with you. But believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, if you see this beautiful looking woman who's 48 years old standing in front of you, it has not been easy. We faced everything: physical, emotional, financial, mental. Please understand, it takes a lot of courage for us to be here where we are today. So with this, once again, embrace your challenge, O Womonia. Resilience, anyways, come naturally to us. And Brigadier Bhasin actually already told about you this. We are the fearless ones. Today, all men across the globe are pledging to break the bias. We pledge कि तुम 2 कदम चलो, हम 4 कदम चलेंगे. So be bold, act brave, and keep looking awesome, but stay humble. सरफरोशी की तमन्ना आज हमारे दिल में है. देखना है दम कितना बाजुए का तिल में है. Wishing you all a very, very beautiful life ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, a very happy new year in advance. Keep celebrating yourself and तगड़ा रहो, खुश रहो, and Jai Hind.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. That was a wonderful speech that we had. Thank you, Major Aditi, for that wonderful address of yours. It was really wonderful to listen to you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. So, quickly moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would now be inviting Shri Vineet Bansal, Director, Category Management Services, Government E-Marketplace, to kindly please address us. Welcoming Shri Vineet Bansal now. There's a PPT, there's a presentation. Requesting the team to play the presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, that was a very motivational and inspirational talk by Major Aditi as well as Brigadier Bhasin. So that puts me into a lot of pressure, because I am neither from the army background nor I am a security expert. So just setting the context here, I am coming from the government e-marketplace. So taking a cue from the note of Brigadier Bhasin was talking about change. So a similar change was thought by our Honorable Prime Minister and Government of India to bring a change in the public procurement. So in 2016, a new baby was launched under the Ministry of Commerce that was named Government E-Marketplace. The vision of GEM, we usually call it GEM, it was to disrupt the existing public procurement process, which was getting very obsolete, and bring some digitalization into this procurement process. So that's how Government E-Marketplace was launched. My name is Vinit Bansal. I handle the service categories on the portal. During the tea break, someone was asking whether services are also available on the portal. So that gives me a hint that maybe all of you present here might not know what is GEM, what is the purpose of GEM, and what can be done through the GEM. So GEM is an online marketplace portal meant for all the government buyers, whether it is central government, state government, PSUs, all the ministries, all the government buyers, they do have procurement of both goods and services that can be done through the portal which is GEM. It started well right in 2016, and if you see on the screen, year on year, the value of the procurement that is being done through the portal has been increasing at a very high rate. So last year we did around 1 lakh crore of procurement through the portal. So eventually, if you see year on year, the growth has been very phenomenal. Talking about specifically for the services for which everyone is here, last year the services procurement was around 25,000 crore. That's a massive procurement within 3-4 years of the launch of services on the portal. Out of that, if we talk about the manpower services, the security services which is a part of manpower services, that contributes to around 40% of the services procurement through the portal. So out of 25,000, around 10,000 was just the manpower services that were being procured through the portal. And this year already we have crossed this number. This year we have already crossed both the numbers of goods as well as services. We have already crossed the 25,000 crore benchmark. This was just about the numbers, the scope of the portal that was launched 5-6 years back. Talking about some of the benefits that the GEM has given to the country, the vision of GEM, the main key pillars of GEM was inclusiveness, efficiency, as well as transparency. So if you just see the numbers, they are just numbers. An overall saving of around 8,800 to 11,000 crores through the public procurement that has been done as per a study in last financial year. It is saving the time that is being consumed during the procurement process. Around 15% of time has been reduced for the procurement process. There is around 25% price reduction due to the reverse auctioning process. There are specific discounts that are being negotiated directly with the OEM manufacturers for the automobile. So these are just some of the benefits of the portal that all the government buyers are being using. Talking about inclusiveness, in more than 92% of contracts that are being done through the portal, there are more than 3 bidders participating for that particular bid, which is very high as compared to the traditional procurement process, which was around 70%. Around 55% of orders that are being given through the portal goes to the MSME sector of the country. So the portal has been trying to include all the parts of country from the service provider side of it. Talking about transparency, all the bids that are being published on the portal can be seen by anyone in the country, whether you are part of this portal or not, whether you are buyer or seller or nothing of them. You can see which department, which government department or PSU is procuring what thing. And once an award is generated, a contract is generated, you can also view who got that award, what was the price that was discovered through the bid, what kind of services that was procured through the portal. Coming to the point of agenda of today, security services. If you see the numbers of security services, it launched in around 4 years back in financial year 18-19. Last year, around 1600 crores worth of security services were procured through the portal. So, and this year we are already touched that more than 1200 crores of procurement through the portal, and we expect that this number will cross 2000 crore mark. So, by showing this number, my urge is basically, if you are already not part of this change, you should come on the portal from the service provider side. You should get register yourself on the portal and provide your services to more and more buyers. So we already have around 5,000 different service provider from the security services on the portal, and I got to know that total 25,000 service providers are in the country. So there is still a lot more scope for them to come on the portal and register themselves. Just some more numbers. I know I'm getting everyone bored by showing these numbers, but just telling you the scope of the portal. If you see, more than 15% contracts that are being awarded through the portal, they are having value more than rupees 50 lakhs. So you can imagine what kind of procurement is being done through the portal. By on the right side, if you see the bifurcation of the buyer types, around 36% of procurement is being done by central ministry. This includes all the ministry, whether Ministry of Defense, MHA, all ministries that you see, all ministries are being procuring security services through the portal. Then there are central autonomous bodies, state government, and central PSUs. So PSUs, we started getting in touch with the PSUs last year, and now they are coming very fast on the portal. They already touched the 15% of the overall share, and we do expect that all the PSUs will eventually come on the portal. This number will touch around 40%. Now coming towards the challenges and issues. During the morning session, Kumar sir already mentioned that issue of 0% commission charge. That's a very evident issue that are being faced by both service providers as well as the buyer side. There are multiple challenges in the system that are leading to such kind of issues. First is there are no specific guidelines. So rightly Kumar sir requested our Minister of Labor, Labor Ministry to work something about the guidelines. There are no minimum service charge defined by any of the ministry or any of the department. There are specific buyer sets who are already working towards this. For example, Ministry of Defense, they have already fixed their own criteria that none of the manpower contract will be done below 5%. So that has been already implemented on the portal. Any bid, any contract that is being awarded by Ministry of Defense, any buyer of Ministry of Defense, they quote minimum 5% of service charge. Similarly, talking about state governments, UP state government, they have given a notification that minimum 4.5% of service charge must be quoted by all the bidders to participate in their bids. Similarly, if our central government, maybe Ministry of Labor or Ministry of Finance, the Department of Expenditure, if they can fix some value, it could be 5%, 6%, 8%, could be some justification behind that number, as sir was saying that there is 2% of TDS, then some GST impact, some admin charges. There could be some metrics that could be worked upon. If that guidelines come through the central government, it will be implemented on the portal immediately. We from our side, GEM is already making a proposal that will be pitched to the Ministry of Finance in consultation with, again, Ministry of Labor, that such and such some guidelines need to be fixed by the ministry. Second, so this was the from the governing side of stakeholders. Then there are buyers. Many of the buyers, even they do not know how they can improve their selection process. They do not know what all filters they can put, what all qualification criterias they can put, whether, so PSUs, they do have their own set of guidelines. They can set the minimum service charge by their own. They do not need any guidelines because they have those kind of powers with them. So many PSUs like IUCL, ONGC, they have their own set of procedures, 12%, 14%. They can fix their own service charge, but not all of the buyers, they are aware that they can do such kind of things. So eventually, without any guideline, the effective procurement comes at a 0% of level. So awareness among the buyers, that is also one of the challenges. From GEM side, we have a very effective buyer management team. We do interact with a lot of buyer on day-to-day basis, and during our interaction, we do try to help them that these all tools are available with you so that you can improve your procurement process. Then there is third point, which is a low entry barrier. So when GEM was introduced, it was made open for all the sellers, all the service provider existing in the country. They can register on the portal and participate in all the bids. So that leads to a disruption in the participation process, that both efficient as well as inefficient service providers also enter into the market, which eventually forces everyone to come on the lowest level. So earlier, a buyer who was doing offline procurement, he could set his own set service providers that minimum this service charge need to be quoted. But when things were made online, everybody could participate, and any new person who is coming into the industry, just to get the contract from buyer, he will participate at a lowest level, that 0%. So that eventually pushes everyone else in the market to come at that level. So due to these low entry barriers, the issue arises in the procurement. To cater to this, there are some qualification criteria that has been already set by GEM. For example, for security services, no one without a PASARA certificate can be registered on the portal for this providing these security services. So there could be some other guidelines like that, if they are possible, to prevent the entry of inefficient service providers, that need to be implemented immediately. And last issue, which is known to everyone, due to all these issues at a very low service charges, eventually what happens is the resources who are working at a very low level, the security guards, the gunmen, they eventually face the harassment. Either they do not get the salaries on time, or they do not get complete salaries. So those are some of the issues that are being faced in the system. We at GEM are sitting on a lot of data today because everything is online. We do have data that how many contracts are getting awarded at 0%, who all have set their minimum charges. So based on that, the proposals will be sent to the concerned departments, and we hope that this will eventually going to help improve the security services in the country. So that was all from my side. I thank Kumar sir to invite GEM for being part of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing all that information with all of us and those details, which will be of a lot of benefit for all of us. Thank you, Shri Vineet Bansal, for sharing your knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving on, may I please invite Shri S.K. Kanodia, Scientist F and Head SSD, Bureau of Indian Standards, to please address us now. Sir, Zordar Taliyan. May I please request for the presentation of Mr. Kanodia, please.
Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries sitting in front of me, delegates from the industry, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Before I start, I must thank Shri Kumar Vikram Singh ji for inviting Bureau of Indian Standards in this function and given the opportunity to share the activities of standardization in this country by Bureau of Indian Standards. So I will start with some information about Bureau of Indian Standards. Many of you may not be aware about BIS. So Bureau of Indian Standards is a national standard body of India under BIS Act 2016 passed by Parliament of India. So it's a very old organization. As you can see, that it was established on 6 January 1947, before our independence. And Dr. Lalsi Burman was our first director of then ISI. In August 1954, the Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru inaugurated, laid down the foundation and inaugurated the Manak Bhavan, the existing building of Bureau of Indian Standards headquarters in New Delhi. Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji was our president at that time. And I must share with all of you that Bureau of Indian Standard India is a founder member of ISO and IEC. Well, the major activities of Bureau of Indian Standards is the standardization activities, basically formulating Indian standards. And then we have the conformity assessment scheme, product certification scheme. You must have seen the ISI mark on the product, which is a very old, monogram. Everybody knows about, ISI. It's a quality mark given on the product after the certification. It's a self sort of marking scheme introduced by BIS way back in 1950s. Yeah. Then we have a system certification scheme. There's a management system certification scheme along with the back. Look back. नहीं वापस जाना है. Back करवा दीजिए. I'm sorry for interruption. I mean, I think we were talking about the certification scheme, product certification scheme, and then the system certification scheme. System certification scheme is basically management system certification. That includes our ISO 9001 certification. BIS is right now running more than 17 management system certification schemes like this. And one of the new scheme is the registration scheme for initially started for electronics product. Basically, Government of India, has identified that there are inferior quality of electronic and IT products are being imported, and they are making a dumping ground in India. So government decided to have some framework, legal framework, to stop that substandard material, and they started this issued some one notification to stop all these things. So, this registration scheme was started by Bureau of Indian Standards, and still it is continuing. More than 45 products are under registration scheme. Basically, it is a self-conformity scheme, self-declaration of conformity to the relevant standards through testing. And then we are having hallmarking scheme. Everybody knows about hallmarking scheme. This is applicable to the gold and silver jewelry. And apart from that, we are having the testing laboratories to support our certification schemes. We have 8 laboratories in different part of the country. Apart from the laboratories from where we are taking services, those are private and government laboratories. And these laboratories are basically to support our certificate testing the products which are either ISI mark, or they are in the process of granting the license and testing of the product. So, then another activity BIS is doing is training. We are having a full-fledged training center. We are providing training on different areas like standardization, certification, hallmarking, auditing, everything. So we are having a this training center in Noida. BIS is, doing the standard. Now I will talk about standardization activities, what BIS is doing. BIS is doing standardization in 15 areas. It covers almost entire, range of sectors which you can, thought of. We are having 15 divisional councils. Divisional councils means the councils who are looking after standardization work in that particular area, like we have mechanical engineering, we have chemical engineering, food and agriculture, environment, chemical, mechanical, transportation, like that. So we are total having 15 of the division councils right now, and structure is it comprises of division council, and then it is having technical committees. We are having 369 technical committees, responsible for making standards in these sectors, and subcommittees, and the panels, which are responsible initially for making a preliminary, draft standard. So far, we have, prepared more than 21,000 standards. These are the published standards available for use and study and compliance. BIS is also, in the process of, participation in standardization activities at international level. We are the founder members of ISO and IEC. We participate in the standardization activities at international level. BIS is representing India for standardization work at international level. So far, we are, participating members in more than 450 technical committees of ISO and observing member in more than 185 technical committees. Participating member means we have the obligation to vote. So there are different, type of, processes for standardization. In India, we follow the process of consensus. And at international level, the criteria of voting, ballots comes to the member countries, and on the basis of voting, we decide what is next to be done. Similarly, at IEC level, Electrotechnical Commission, we are having, P membership in more than 100 technical committees, and O membership in 69 technical committees. So some of the important standards we have published so far. If you see, first standard, IS-1 is on the national flag of India. So there is an Indian standard on national flag. And there are a number of other, standards published in, different years. This is just for your, information, and you may be interested to know how old, standardization activities is. If you see, there's an earthquake code that was established in 1962 itself. In 1970, we came up with the National Building Code of India. 1972, wheelchair standard has come. And then 1985, National Electricity Code that has been published by Bureau of Indian Standards. Bureau of Indian Standards, have a system of, making the technical committees. This work is done, through technical committees, division councils, panels, subcommittees, in which experts participate. It is not that it is only a BIS efforts. It is an effort and by the expert of the country, and they voluntarily, participate in standardization work of the country. It is not that it's not at all a paid sort of engagement with the stakeholders. Packaged drinking water, we all take water bottles. This is the standard that came in 1998. Right now it is under mandatory certification. So this is the BIS structure: Governing Council, Executive Committee, and Advisory Committee. Governing Council, our President of Governing Council is the Cabinet Minister of Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. And then we have internal, not internal, but it's an executive committee comprising of different members, and they decide on, policy issues and other important issues. And then the advisory committees are there to advise on different aspects, including standardization, certification, finance, etc. We are having headquarters in New Delhi, 5 regional offices at different places. 43 branch offices, 8 laboratories, 3 referral laboratories for hallmarking, and we have a National Institute of Training for Standardization, that's in Noida. So you may be aware of standard. If somebody wants to share what is standard. So I will appreciate if somebody will try what is standard. So, so standard is basically, I will cut short this, and standard is basically a document established by consensus and approved by the recognized body. Here, recognized body is Bureau of Indian Standards for making Indian standard, and consensus means that everybody agree to the requirements specified in the in that particular standard. So that is consensus. Doesn't mean unanimity. I mean, it is not an anonymous. It may not be anonymous decision, but it is a general agreement, and not much of resistance on any particular issue or the requirement of these standards. So services, you all give services. Security services is a very important services. And then there is a service provider entity that offers services to the customer. Why standardization is needed? This is also a very important issue. It's a common minimum benchmark. It's a minimum benchmark for quality and performance which is expected to be met through standard. So what standardization do? There's one thing is the fitness to the purpose. Standard is made for a particular purpose. Whether it fits to that purpose or not, that is very important. Then better communication and understanding. If standard is there, it is you can make the comments on the standard, you can comply to the standard, you can give some feedback, you can order as per standard. So there is a communication. And then variety reduction. Variety reduction is, I will give you one example. There may be a number of examples like this, like switches and sockets. What we use, 6 ampere, 16 ampere, 20 ampere, like that. So this is all standardized. Similarly, if you see the size of the tire, or size of the tire is also standardized. You see pipes, different pipes, plastic pipes, or the MS pipes. There are 15 mm, 20 mm, 25 mm, like this. If standardization is not there, everybody will start making their own sizes and varieties, and it will not be practically possible to manage such type of inventory and come up with so much of exercise that which size will fit in this particular equipment. So that replacement may not be possible in that case also. So this is very important aspect. Then better utilization of resources, health and safety, and environmental protection. So now I will come to the standardization in private security services. I think everybody would be interested in this. Standardization in this sector, I think it is very much required. I am informed that more than 1 crore of workforce is involved in this profession, and providing services to different establishment in the country, and there is no standard as such available which can be followed throughout the country. So it is very important to have standard, and if we make the standard on private security agencies like we have started also, the standards in this sector can make the Indian security companies very competent. Lot of advantages are there. Like competence level, you can improve. You can have a uniformity of services. It is not that services being provided by private security agency at Hyderabad is different from what is being provided at Chandigarh. So the standardization help to have a uniform and sustainable quality of services throughout the country. So BIS has taken the initiative to make a standard. Being a national standard body, we thought of to have a standard on private security agencies, and I'm very happy to announce that Shri Kunwar Vikram Singh ji is contributing in making this Indian standards on security, private security services, training and delivery. So he is a convener of one of the panel constituted under business services, and I'm very happy to share with all of you that this first draft, or I can say the preliminary draft of the standard, is almost ready for circulation among the members of the technical committee, and very shortly we will be sharing this document with all of you to give your valuable comments so that we can improve the document further. We will from this platform I can say that we will have Indian standard on the private security agency very soon and very shortly. Thank you very much for patience. Thank you.
We really do understand that everybody is getting very eager to move to lunch, and we really understand that. And for that reason, we have requested two of our speakers to continue their speech after lunch. And before we finally conclude with this session, we have a few awards to please give away. May I please request Shri Uday Mahurkar to please present an award. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Uday Mahurkar is present here with us today, who's an Information Commissioner, Government of India, and former Senior Deputy Deputy Representative from India Today. He's an author, political analyst, and a very, very famous personality. Welcoming Shri Uday Mahurkar on the dais, please. एक बार जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए. और award लेना किनको है? स्वाति भंडारी को. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be requesting Swati, जिन्होंने किताब लिखी है और बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ लिखी है. She's here with us. I would like to request Shri Uday Mahurkar to present this award, this memento, this appreciation for Ms. Swati Bhandari, who's written the book really well. So protectors, zordar taliyan ek baar inke liye, zordar taliyan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shri Uday Mahurkar. Congratulations, Swati, and thank you, Chairman sir.
I don't want to delay your lunch further, but this is my third year in this convention. I'm not much aware as to what has happened over the last 1 year, what developments have happened with regard to the security industry. But I just want to share one thing. You see, this is an age of national reawakening. This phase should have started soon after independence. Not that everything that happened in the first 60 years was wrong. But we could not explore our full potential. The ground for national reawakening was ready after independence. Our great saints, Swami Vivekananda, Maharishi Aurobindo, Swami Dayananda Saraswati had prepared that ground. But Gandhiji was unfortunately killed, and that gave an opportunity to certain people who were not anti-India, but who did not have complete faith or who were not rooted in the culture of this country. So now, last 8 years have been very different, and security is a very important aspect when you talk about India's future. Prime Minister has set a target of 2047, and I think security industry has a very big role to play. I don't know the latest figures, but I am told a substantial section is in the unorganized sector, and I think efforts have to be made by captains of the industry as well as the government to bring them into the organized sector. So I think when we look at India's future, we are confident that we'll become a very great country in the next 2 or 3 decades. In that, I think every one of you has a very major role to play. Thank you so much.
For presenting the concluding remarks in this session, may I please request the session chair, Shri Manish Shankar Sharma ji, IPS Additional Director General of Police from MP, to please address us.
Honorable members of Parliament, Mizoram se Lalrung Sangma Sahab, Gao Sahab, Chairman CAPSI, Kumar Vikram Singh Sahab, and my friends and colleagues from the security industry. There are so many things that come to my mind, and I have very fond memories with the industry. Even when I was directly associated as the controlling officer and the licensing authority, and even subsequently after that, I have met fascinating people here, industry captains, achievers, and even today, I met some new people. It's always good to see the industry progressing. There are so many things I wanted to speak to you about, परंतु time की constraint है, so I will cut short and just emphasize on 3 or 4 important points. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Kumar Vikram Singh Sahab, not only for organizing a beautiful summit, but I keep going to various events across the world, in India also keep speaking. But what I have seen in this particular summit this time, I'm sure it's other times also, and I have been fortunate to have witnessed the previous summit as well 3 or 4 years ago. But what I noticed in the program agenda was the amalgamation of very crucial sectors for the industry. You may not have heard exactly what you wanted to hear, but the topics, standardization, for example, is crucial for this industry. Having served across the world, what I have seen is the private security industry can offer so much more, is offering so much more across in various countries. India mein abhi wo halat nahi aayi hai. We are moving towards there, even though you are the largest security force combined, twice the number of the paramilitary and the police. उसके बावजूद अभी बहुत scope है. I was talking to the chairman some months back, and I had suggested several areas where the police and the paramilitary forces, they are not certainly very crucial areas, but several areas jahan the security industry can play a much more positive aspect and role, both in terms of employment generation, also in terms of bringing in new technologies, processes, procedures, what's happening is all of us are in a transformational world, India included, this industry included. Or ऐसे में यदि if we have these crucial, apart from standard GEM. Now GEM is something that I've been पिछले 5-6 साल से I have seen when it was introduced and the kind of resistance it has faced. Or it's a beautiful initiative by the government. लेकिन unfortunately it is yet to penetrate the private sector in the desired numbers and certainly not in the security sector. यहाँ कई captains हैं, I know many of them. माहुरकर साहब आप यूज़ कर रहे हैं जेम को इन परचेजिंग और सर्विसेज या Mr. Puri is there. There are service providers also, and GEM is also for goods providers. So initially when we started using GEM, there was a lot of opposition within the government. There was a lot of opposition from vendors, private companies, providers, and of course the buyers. But over the years, this is a beautiful system that has come in. Similarly, women in peace and security, an issue absolutely crucial, half the population. Or I've spoken about it at the United Nations also. This is something that is, it's very, very minuscule in India, whether in the IPS, whether in the police, whether in the paramilitary forces, whether in the defense forces and in the security industry as well. So it's actually heartening to note there are so many achievers here, 25 women leaders present. Again, this number needs to rise. Excellence, in terms of you are the first responders. तो जितने आज कवर सेशन में हुए हैं, all of them were crucial. And what I felt was that this is something it's going to take the industry forward in more areas than one. 2-3 चीजें finally, knowledge, skills, quality. Now this is something extremely important. And what I have seen from my experience in that industry, I issued licenses to almost 400 new security agencies over a period of 2 years. And all kinds, there were army brigadiers, they were from the other defense forces, retired police officers, and of course the civilian part. This industry is going to grow phenomenally. I mean, 10 years ago, if someone would have said this kind of growth rate would be witnessed, I'm sure except Kumar Vikram Singh, who is very dynamic and see the future, most of us would not have believed the growth of the industry would be this phenomenal. समाप्त करने से पहले एक या दो चौपाई आपकी अनुमति हो कहना चाहूँगा जो मुझे बहुत इंस्पायर करती हैं और I have followed all my life. And one of them relates to, बहुत सी बातें हमने कहीं अभी यहाँ पे सुनी. One of them relates to the company we keep. And it goes like this. Binu satsang vivek na hoi. Binu satsang vivek na hoi. Ram kripa binu sulabh na soi. Which actually means that for us to succeed in life, we need good company. Whether we are eating, drinking, sleeping, working, at home, at office, in our companies, that's crucial. और वो मिल सकती है अच्छे सत्संग से ही और सत्संग मिल सकता है प्रभु whatever name you may call him, Lord, Allah, उनकी blessing से ही. So that is something I've always seen. और इस इंडस्ट्री की प्रोग्रेस देखते हुए एक चौपाई मुझे और याद आई और उससे अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूँगा. वो किसी ने बात करी थी and I'm sure our MPs work so hard and they are role models in many ways. मेहनत की, तपस्या की, लगन की, हार्ड वर्क, कमिटमेंट, डेडिकेशन. और वो चौपाई कुछ इस प्रकार से है. तपबल रचई प्रपन्न विधाता, तपबल रचई प्रपंच विधाता, तपबल शेष धरहि मही भारा, तपबल विष्णु करहि सजन, तपबल शिव करहि संघारा. और इसका तात्पर्य यह है कि तपस्या, लगन और मेहनत के बल पे ही भगवान ने इस सृष्टि की रचना की है. तपस्या, लगन और मेहनत के बल पे ही भगवान शेषनाग धरती का भार उठाए हुए हैं. तपस्या, लगन और मेहनत के बल पे ही भगवान शंकर में संहार करने की शक्ति आती है. तो हम लोग तो सब मात्र इंसान हैं. तपस्या, मेहनत और लगन करेंगे तो जितने सक्सेसफुल लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं और जितने अपने राइज देखते हैं सक्सेस में, आप सबके साथ में भगवान का हाथ होगा, आशीर्वाद होगा. Thank you for listening. Please enjoy your lunch. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Thank you very much for joining us here today and accepting our invitation and being our lovely guest. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're concluding this session, may I please request our chairman, sir, to kindly present tokens of respect and appreciation for each of our panelists seated here. We begin with the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha from Mizoram, Shri C. Lal Rosanga. जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए धन्यवाद करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank each of our guests who are present here today amongst us. और सभी का धन्यवाद है, and very quickly we'll be moving on to our lunch and reassembling back for some very interesting workshops that are going to happen after this. So ladies and gentlemen, in our panel, so just a minute. Chaliye, no worries. Shri Manish Shankar Sharma ji, IPS Additional Director General of Police, Madhya Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, thanking him. Shri Vineet Bansal. Shri Vineet Bansal. Thank you very much, sir, for presenting your thoughts and adding value to this panel. Shri S.K. Kanojia. Thank you very much for letting us know so many things about BIS and the workings. Shri Harvinder Singh, thank you very much. Though we'll listen to you post-lunch, but we would like to felicitate your presence on the dais. Shri Anil Goyal, thank you very much. So we requested two of our speakers to present their thoughts after lunch because we are very, very delayed. Major Aditi Mohan. So thank you so much, Aditi, for that wonderful session. We thank Brigadier Sushil Bhasinji, who addressed us and presented his wonderful leadership quotes and inspired all of us to perform better and better. May I please invite Shri Uday Mahurkar also on the dais. We have a memento for you also, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here. So it's a token of appreciation. जोरदार तालियां. And may I please request sir to please present a memento to Shri Lal Rosanga ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the entire panel. Sabhi ke liye zordar taliyan for everybody present here. कुछ और हमारे गणमान्य अतिथि पहुंचे हैं, उनका हम वेलकम करेंगे, बट आपको बता दें कि हमारे बीच इस समय मौजूद हैं श्री तापीर काओ, ऑनरेबल एमपी लोकसभा फ्रॉम अरुणाचल प्रदेश. उनका भी हम स्वागत करते हैं और बहुत जल्द आपको मंच पे आमंत्रित करेंगे आफ्टर लंच. थैंक यू सर. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट इज टाइम वी ब्रेक फॉर लंच एंड so it's time to move on to lunch and we'll come back and we'll have more sessions then. So thank you very much, and we do understand that the lunch was delayed, but I'm sure we had a lot of important words of wisdom, words of encouragement, and some really good information that we learned from our speakers, from our panelists. So well, thank you so much for your patience, for your cooperation. Please come back in time and please enjoy your lunch for now. Thank you. मंच पे मौजूद हैं इनके साथ साथ मैं फिर से निवेदन करना चाहूंगी, श्री सी लाल रोसांगा जी, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, लोकसभा मिजोरम। सर प्लीज आप मंच पे वापस लौट आएं हमारे साथ। आपके साथ साथ मैं मंच पे इनवाइट कर रही हूँ श्री तपीर गांव, ऑनरेबल एमपी लोकसभा अरुणाचल प्रदेश। सर प्लीज आप भी मंच पे पहुंचे। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हमारे डिग्निटरीज के लिए, जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करें हम। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है। साथ ही साथ हम मंच पे आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं अपने अन्य गणमान्य अतिथियों को। आई टेक द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ इनवाइटिंग ऑन द डायस श्री गगन गोस्वामी, CMD Heritage Group of Companies. May I please request you, Mr. Gagan Goswami, to join us on the dais. I also request Shri Vineet Sachdev, co-founder IOUX Smart Contracts and Finance, to join us on the dais, and Ms. Rupal Sinha, Global Head BVG India, to join us on the dais. Sabhi ke liye zordar taaliyan. Post lunch, I think we are charged up. We have some energy, and let's put our hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are requesting our dignitaries to be seated on the dais, और इसके बाद हम इस सेशन की शुरुआत करेंगे। इसमें अवार्ड सेरेमनी भी होगी, हमारे सभी पैनलिस्ट्स की स्पीचेस भी हैं। ऑफ कोर्स वील हैव सम टाइम फॉर योर क्वेश्चंस आल्सो। कुछ आपके डाउट्स, क्वेश्चंस जो आप करना चाहें, ओपन हाउस डिस्कशन आल्सो, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स we'll have in this session. So we request everyone to be seated, please. तो एक काम जो रह गया था अधूरा, उसे हम करते हैं पूरा। लंच से पहले, since we were already very delayed, so we had to cut down a few speeches, and our very special guest, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha Mizoram, Shri Lal Rosanga ji, will be addressing us now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be hearing it from him. Zordar taaliyon ke saath swagat. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to all of you. The Chairman, Kunwar Singh Saab, my senior colleague in the Lok Sabha, Honorable MP Tapir Gao, those on the dais, and security professionals and leaders. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I have been here for the last 4 hours or so. And well, I've learned a lot. I've been hearing a lot of inspirational and motivating speeches and presentations, and that has really widened my horizon. So I would like to thank CAPSI for inviting me. I was wondering, of course, what has an MP got to do with all this security stuff being spoken out in this meeting? Perhaps we are not directly connected, but nevertheless, there is one thing which was in my mind, that is that here at least we feel secure, okay, and we feel full after the lunch. And hopefully the lunch will not make us sleepy, and let us hope that we will keep awake for the rest of the session. I come from a small state in the northeast of India, but I have come to learn that there is a lot of scope and potential for our youth in the northeast to be in the security professional lines, and I have learned that there's a lot of scope for our youth even to go abroad for doing security jobs after proper training and recruitment. So I'm very happy about that. I think once I go back to my own constituency, I will try to pass on the message. Yes, our youth can gain some gainful employment out of all this services being rendered by CAPSI, by different security agencies in the country. My admiration goes out to those who have started security agencies in the country. Now we have 1 crore professionals in the security service sector, private security service sector. It's an awesome figure to have more than 1 crore people in the private security sector. This industry is expanding so very fast, and we are going to see the new year with an exponential growth, with so much of potential, with so much of security that is to be lent to the members of the public. There is a growing need for security. There is a growing need for security in every aspect of our life. One thing which came to my mind is, the congestion in the airports, which we have observed for the last 3-4 days. There was a great requirement for security personnel to take up the job of, checking people. And the government was thinking and planning and, in fact, having discussions on how to improve the security system with more security people. Of course, these are mainly from the central security agencies, but my mind goes to the possibility of having our own private security agencies operating in vital sectors of our economy, of our industry, including the government sector also. Why should not the government undertake this? Why should it not take in professionals, trained, disciplined people from our youth of the country? This potential greatly, I think, has to be emphasized upon and the message conveyed to the people of the rest of the country. I thank you very much for all that has been said, for all that has been explored, for all the potential that our agencies have. I believe once our professional leaders go back, when our chairman, our MDs, our professional leaders go back to your agencies, to your NGOs, you will be motivating more and more people to join this vital sector of our public life. I wish you well. Thank you very much. Since my senior colleague, Honorable MP Sri Tapirgaon has come, I would take the liberty of departing, because I think after more than 4 hours, I think I can depart, because when I look at the program, there was this line, arrival of so and so. So I did arrive. I have arrived, have taken my seat, have waited, and I have listened, and now lastly I spoke. So now I think I can go. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and being our wonderful guest today, and for all the encouragement words that you've given to us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, we have another very special guest, Shri Tapirgaon, Honorable MP Lok Sabha from Arunachal Pradesh. Let's welcome him on the dais live. Zordar taaliyon ke saath swagat, and may I please request you, sir, to please address the gathering.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। केपसी के चेयरमैन कुंवर विक्रम सिंह और महेश शर्मा सेक्रेटरी जनरल केपसी NFD and all dignitaries on the dais and all participants आज यहाँ दिन भर से यहाँ उपस्थित है। ये एक यूनिक फोरम है जहाँ हम लोगों को आके बहुत कुछ सीखना होता है और जानना होता है। 2004 I first became member of parliament और मैं नया नया स्टूडेंट था पार्लियामेंट में। ये केपसी बिल आए थे। एज ए न्यू मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट आई गो थ्रू ऑल these bills which was supposed to be passed in the parliament. मैं बहुत इंटरेस्ट से पढ़ रहा था, तो उस समय इसका कॉन्सेप्ट को क्लियर नहीं था, लेकिन बिल पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा हुआ। प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी इंडस्ट्री जो है, इंडस्ट्री भी जुड़ने में तकलीफ हो रहा था। प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी हो सकता है, लेकिन हाउ कम इट कैन बिकम एन इंडस्ट्री। आज विक्रम सिंह और महेश शर्मा जी का नेतृत्व में 1 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन, इंडियन सिटीजन्स, यूथ, एक्स सर्विसमैन, सारा सब इसमें इन्वॉल्व है। अभी आपको एडल्टहुड आने के लिए 1 more year इज रिक्वायर्ड। ये 17th सिक्योरिटी लीडरशिप समिट 17th है। जब 18 साल आप सबमिट करेंगे, देन फुल प्लेजेड आप एडल्टहुड अटेंड करेंगे। एंड उस 18 साल में I have seen and experienced all over the country. As a member of parliament, we need to visit industries, hotels, or any government agencies also. मुझे लग रहा है विक्रम साहब और महेश साहब, आप दोनों का नेतृत्व में this CAPSI and APDI एक need to enhance more in the parliament. आप एक बहुत बड़ा एक हॉट केक है ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का। उस हॉट केक को एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए कानूनन कुछ और क्लोज एड करना होगा, सो दैट जैसे डेवलप कंट्री में प्राइवेट एजेंसीज बहुत रोल प्ले करता है। आज हिंदुस्तान में भी यही देख रहा हूँ कि आप इस प्राइवेट एजेंसी, इस इंडस्ट्री से बहुत पुलिस जो काम नहीं कर पा रहा है, उसको आपका एजेंसी से, आप इस इंडस्ट्री से काम करवा सकता है देश में। और युवाओं को डिसिप्लिन में लाना, और जो ऑलरेडी डिसिप्लिन है, रिटायर आर्मी ऑफिसर्स, पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, सारा सबको स्ट्रीमलाइन करना। आप ये कभी मत सोचिए कि यू आर डूइंग गुड टू द अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ एंड एक्स सर्विसमैन, बट इट हैज बीन ऑब्जर्व दैट योर टारगेट इज फॉर द नेशंस बिल्डिंग्स एंड फॉर द नेशन सिक्योरिटी। ये केवल इंडस्ट्री के लिए नहीं है। आज काल ही परसों ही आई एम इन पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमिटी सिविल एविएशन। प्राइवेट एयरपोर्ट मालिक्स, GMR एंड अदानी ग्रुप्स को बुला के हम लोग चर्चा कर रहा था। Then our parliament's question, members' question was, आप 3.5 hours से पहले पैसेंजर को बुलाते हो एयरपोर्ट में, क्यों इतना आप टाइम बर्बाद कर रहा है पैसेंजर का? आपको तो क्विक सर्विस देना चाहिए। Then their main point was CISF फोर्स का कमी है। Then one of our members said, अरे प्राइवेट ये जो सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी जो सर्विस दे रहा है, उससे तो आप लोग ले सकता है, क्योंकि मेन गेट CISF देखेंगे, इमिग्रेंट्स वो अलग से देखेंगे, लेकिन इंटरनल जो मैनेजमेंट, जैसे एक ऑलवेज कोई पैसेंजर आ जाता है, ही रिक्वायर्स व्हील चेयर, कोई प्रेग्नेंट वोमेन आ जाता है, ही नीड हेल्प, शी नीड हेल्प्स, बेबी कैरिंग वोमेन आ जाता है, ही शी नीड हेल्प्स, कोई हैंडीकैप आ जाता है, ही नीड्स हेल्प. दैट CISF कान डू ऑल दिस सर्विसेज. तो आप प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी सर्विस से आप इसका ले लो. एंड एम्प्लॉयड होने के बाद देन क्विक सर्विस होगा. 3.5 आवर्स आप पैसेंजर को बुलाएंगे तो कितना टाइम बर्बाद हो जाता है, इसका भी हम लोग कल चर्चा हुआ. इसलिए मैं विक्रम साहब बोल रहा था कि आप इस चीज़ को क्लोज, यू नीड टू एड मोर क्लोज थ्रू द पार्लियामेंट एक्ट. आप पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी में लाइए, क्योंकि इस कैप्सी और इस आपका इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का वजह से समाज में कितना बदलाव आ गया है, दैट इस हॉल में जितना उपस्थित है वी कैन फील एंड वी कैन एक्सपीरियंस इट. एंड जितना हमारा रिटायर आर्मी ऑफिसर्स है, जितना पुलिस ऑफिसर्स है, दे आर रेडी टू कंट्रीब्यूट फॉर द कॉज ऑफ द सोसाइटी पीस. इसके लिए हम इसका सहयोग लेके इस दरिया को इसका एक्सपांड करके हम इस चीज़ को सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंसी, इंटरनेशनल प्लेसमेंट्स, हम लोग को आगे बढ़ना होगा. आई हैव बीन टू मोस्ट ऑफ द डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज. वहाँ तो जिसको मैं पुलिस ऑफिसर समझता था वो तो प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी से ही काम करके सारा इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में, होटलों में और एयरपोर्ट में सारा सर्विस दे रहा है. इस चीज़ को लेने के लिए वी नीड टू एड मोर क्लोज. एंड लेकिन इसमें मेरा एक ही कहना है विक्रम साहब, स्किल डेवलपमेंट आपका ट्रेनिंग को साइंटिफिक वे में, सोफिस्टिकेट वे में, विथ IT के साथ आप इसको जुड़ के आपका सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल शुड बी वेल ट्रेंड. और स्किल ट्रेन होने से विश्राम सावधान तो कोई भी कर सकता है, लेकिन आज का दिन में आप स्किल डेवलपमेंट हो तो IT के साथ आप जुड़ेंगे, देन इट विल बी मोर इफेक्टिव इन द सोसाइटी फॉर मेंटेनिंग पीस. एंड आप ऐसा एक रास्ता में आप ऐसा एक वोल्केनिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आपने सेटअप किया है. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि हर स्टेट आपको ढूंढेंगे. जहां पुलिस का हाथ जा नहीं पा रहा है, आपका प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंट जा पाएंगे. और जहां हमारा इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर्स में स्मॉलर आर्म्स, ये स्मगलिंग्स होता है, ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग्स हो रहा है, ईस्टर्न सेक्टर में हो, वेस्टर्न सेक्टर में हो, ये आर्म्स स्मगलिंग एंड आप ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग्स में CRPF, ITBPF, आर्मी, असम राइफल, with that uniform they won't be able to catch a culprit. आपका ही प्राइवेट एजेंसी से ही हम देश का सुरक्षा में मदद ले सकता है. The provision should be included in this act. यही फ्यूचर आपके लिए अच्छा होगा. और मैं देख रहा हूँ आपका ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, आपका ये केवल सर्विस नहीं दे रहा है, आप स्टेशनरी रेवेन्यू में भी आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो गया. तो हमको बजट बनाने में भी आपका सहयोग एंड आपका कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन चाहिए. वॉट एवर यू आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग इन द स्टेशनरी रेवेन्यू, इसको भी आप एनहेंस कीजिए, so that the government of India, the finance minister, the lawmaker should realize, yes, here is an organization who can do for the country also. ये आपका टारगेट रखिए इस चीज़ को. और साथ में मैं आप लोगों को कहना चाहूँगा, skill with IT shall be your feeder to fly high as much as you can. The sky is your limit. Only my suggestions will be, skill with IT shall be the big feeder and the sky is your limit. यू कैन फ्लाई एज मच एज हाई, ये मैं देख रहा हूँ। और इसलिए मैं आप सभी को ये कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारा पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों में, जैसे आप लोगों को अनाउंस सर ने बताया कि तापिरगांव अरुणाचल से है, अरुणाचल में हॉट न्यूज़ हमेशा टीवी में साया रहता है। जो आप सुन रहा है वो सही है, लेकिन अरुणाचल पूरा अभी सुरक्षित है, सही सलामत है। हमारा बीजेपी सरकार है अरुणाचल में भी, वैसे मोदी सेंटर में है, एंड इंडियन आर्मीज आर स्टैंडिंग लाइक ए रॉक ऑन द चाइना बॉर्डर। इसके लिए भी आप लोग चिंता मत कीजिए। सो आई केम फ्रॉम नॉर्थ ईस्ट। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमारा मिजोरम का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव भी है, ऑनरेबल एमपी भी है। पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों का सुनने से आप मेन लैंड से कोई भी जाना नहीं चाहता था पहले, लेकिन हमारा सरकार आने के बाद या आने से पहले मिजोरम में भी अंडरग्राउंड एक्टिविटीज हुआ करता था। नाउ वन ऑफ द फीस्ट स्टेट्स एमोंग्स द कंट्री, ये मिजोरम शांति हो गया, मेघालय शांति हो गया, असम का एक्सेप्ट वन अंडरग्राउंड, सारा बोडोलैंड, कार्बी अंडरग्राउंड, सारा सब मेन स्ट्रीम्स में आ गया। एंड नागालैंड ऑफ कोर्स सम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ माय स्टेट अरुणाचल एंड मणिपुर में थोड़ा बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन ऑल आर इन द स्ट्रीम लाइन। व्हाट आई एम हाईलाइटिंग इट इज वी वर रेस इन स्मॉल आर्म्स स्मगलिंग्स। चाइना का जितना स्मॉल आर्म्स जो है पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों से आता था और नेक्स्ट स्लाइड तो जुड़ता था एक जमाने में। अभी नाउ स्मॉलर आर्म्स स्मगलिंग्स is going to be extinct, almost finished है। But one dangerous against the society and against the country is not with these arms and ammunition, लेकिन ड्रग्स मैनेक्स अभी बहुत जोरों से चल रहा है। अभी पंजाब से हो या पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों से हो, जो समाज के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरनाक गोली बारूद से भी डेंजर जो है, ये मैनेक्स ऑफ ड्रग्स। जैसे पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों में अभी इस चीज को ना नॉर्थ ईस्ट के यूनिफॉर्म जो आर्मी ड्रेस में है या सिविल पुलिस ड्रेस में है, इन लोग ड्रग्स पेडलर्स को पकड़ नहीं पाता है। इसमें प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी इंडस्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा रोल चाहिए। एंड मिजोरम्स आवर योर एजेंसीज रिप्रेजेंटेटिव इज हियर। अपना अरुणाचल में भी ईटानगर में भी एक बामांग तानियांग एक बंदा है। ईटानगर का सारा प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी, वेदर इट इज इन द पब्लिक मीटिंग, वेदर इट इज इन द होटल्स, वेदर इट इज सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, इवन शादी ब्याह में भी आपका सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी के सिपाही लोग ही उधर करा रहता है। दे आर इन यूनिफॉर्म, they are more than disciplines than the police uniform in the states। और इसमें मैं विक्रम साहब और महेश साहब आप लोगों का मैं इस चीज को मैं देख रहा हूं। प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल स्टाफ जो है, कोई का पी के गाली भी दो, सीना तान के कर रहता है। This is the uniqueness what I have observed in the private securities। कोई का पी के शादी ब्याह में उसको गाली भी देता है, they stand like stones। सर सर सर, साला हम लोग को ऐसे करता है, हम ही तप्पर मारता पहले। What I mean is, आप इस प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी जो इंडस्ट्री जो है, इसको देश में पोलराइज हम सबको देखना चाहिए, और हम ये चाहता है कि इट शुड पोलराइज। इस चीज को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आपको पूर्वोत्तर राज्यों में एक सेंटर, साउथ इंडिया में एक सेंटर, सेंट्रल इंडिया में एक सेंटर, नॉर्दर्न इंडिया में आप एक सेंटर, और ट्रेनर भी आपका जैसे ही होना पड़ेगा, जिसका अच्छा मूस हो। ऐसा ट्रेनर होना चाहिए कि whenever they come out from that institution, they must be very disciplined, they must have a social responsibility for the society, and they must have targeted to reach their goal for the peace of the society and for the peace and security of this nation. आप केवल आर्मी में ना हो या पुलिस में ना सही, लेकिन देश का असली सामाजिक ड्यूटी आपका कैप्सी से ही हो सकता है। इतना ही है कि उस कानून को मैं 2005 में जो बिल पास हो रहा था पार्लियामेंट में, नया नया एमपी होके भाषण तो दे नहीं पाया, लेकिन उसको मैं देख रहा था, अच्छा फ्यूचर में ऐसे भी हो सकता है। देन आई हैव एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू विजिट on parliamentary delegations to Switzerland, on Geneva Inter-Parliamentary Committee में सोमनाथ चटर्जी दादेन स्पीकर का साथ में गए। सारा सब पुलिस से भी ज़्यादा वहाँ यूनाइटेड नेशंस में भी, इंटर पार्लियामेंट्री फोरम में भी इन लोगों का ही अच्छा ड्यूटी है। तो आपका विजन, हम सब का विजन, नॉट ओनली कैप्सी, हम सब समाज मिलके इस इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो ये हमारा समाज के लिए और हमारा देश के लिए और हमारा अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ एंड वेल ट्रेन यूथ, रिटायर आर्मी पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, सारा सब आपका साथ जुड़ेंगे तो समाज बदलाने में, नेशन को सिक्योरिटी लाने में आपका हाथ होना पड़ेगा। इसलिए इस बिल को आपको थोड़ा सरकार के साथ बात करके, यू नीड मोर फीडर टू पोलराइज एंड सो दैट यू कैन बी एबल टू डू सर्विस टू दिस कंट्री। यही मैं देख रहा हूँ, इसलिए मुझे बुलाया, और मेरा हिंदी में कहीं इधर उधर स्टीलिंग पूलिंग में अंतर हुआ फिर भी तो आप यहाँ जितना जिसका बाल कौम है वो सबको मैं देख रहा हूँ। आप आर्मी में रहे होंगे, पुलिस में रहे होंगे, और उस एक्सपीरियंस को आज यहाँ सहयोग देने के लिए इस फोरम में हम सब जुड़े हैं। तो इसलिए मैं इसका विज़न में देख रहा हूँ, ये एक सोसाइटी के लिए, देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है, जहाँ हर सिटीजन, हर नागरिक अपना ड्यू निभाने का अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगा, और साथ में एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ को आप मेन स्ट्रीम में लाएंगे। और स्पेशली आज हिंदुस्तान में जो सबसे डेंजर जो है गोली बारूद नहीं है, ड्रग्स है। इस ड्रग्स को टैकल्स करने के लिए भी आपका इस कैप्सी का हाथ फैलाना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए आप गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का साथ सलाह मशुरा करके आप अपना प्लेटफॉर्म को आगे बढ़ाएंगे और समाज में न्याय देंगे और देश का हित में आप काम करेंगे। महेश शर्मा जी और विक्रम साहब एंड आप टीम को सबको मैं धन्यवाद देते हुए नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful address, and it was a delight to listen to you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today and for joining us here. Once again, a big round of applause for, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Tapir Gao. Thank you very much, sir, for addressing us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, we have something really special that is coming up. We now have the felicitation of our very respected Chairman, Sir, Kaum Vikram Singh, and Secretary General, Shri Mahesh Sharma, by the Mizoram chapter. So may I please request the representatives to come up on the stage, to come up on the dais for this felicitation, post which we're going to begin with the awards, our final set of awards, which we will be presenting. So we request the kind attention of everyone towards the dais. So we have this Mizoram chapter presenting their special felicitations for our very dynamic chairman, Kaur Vikram Singh, and the very, very hardworking and active Shri Mahesh Sharma, the Secretary General. So Chairman sir is right here. Ladies and gentlemen, हमारे बहुत ही dynamic और active और बहुत ही responsible chairman के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. I think he's been wonderful, and somebody like him representing the industry is truly a blessing for all of us. Absolutely wonderful. So thank you, Mizoram chapter, and congratulations to our respected chairman sir. Zordar talia, zordar talia. Oh my God, look at this, look at this. Wow. So this is perhaps the best gift. And now our Secretary General, very active, very hardworking, Shri Mahesh Sharma जी. एक बार तालियां इनके लिए जोरदार. जितनी भागदौड़ ये करते हैं, जितना हार्ड वर्क ये करते हैं. This is wonderful, so sweet. Please put your hands together, everybody. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Zordar talia. What a beautiful moment it is. What a wonderful moment it is. So thank you very much, Mizoram chapter. So all appreciation, respect and praises for the office bearers. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we have arrived at a very important moment wherein we'll be presenting the awards now. May I please request our honorable guests on the dais to kindly please present these awards. May I please request Shri Tapir Gaon, and also may I please request Shri C. Lal Rosanga to please present the final set of awards which we now have. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning with the Best Man Guarding Company of the Year Award and our gold sponsor. All right. आइए शुरुआत करते हैं. Let's begin. Best Man Guarding Company of the Year Award and our gold sponsor, Shri Shyamal Karmakar SNIB Services Private Limited, West Bengal. Zordar taliyan inke liye. Shri Shyamal Karmakar. Everybody, let us put our hands together. Post this award, we'll be presenting the Lady Leadership Awards. Zordar taliyan inke liye. Best Man Guarding Company and our gold sponsor. Now the Lady Leadership Awards में Miss Shreyasi Karmakar, Director SNIB Services Private Limited, Kolkata. Miss Shreyasi Karmakar. The Lady Leadership Awards. जोरदार तालियां श्रेयसी के लिए. Miss Navneet Kaur, Senior Vice President, InnoVision Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a louder applause, everyone? Can we have a louder applause? And now coming down to the Security Leadership Awards. Shri Sumit Rathore, Director, Major Security and Intelligence Services Private Limited, Indore. Shri Sumit Rathore. और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए बिकॉज मुझे लग रहा है कि इंदौर वालों को बहुत आनंद आ रहा है. इट इज वंडरफुल. क्या बात है. थैंक यू फॉर दिस एनर्जी. इट्स वंडरफुल. Shri Santosh Kushwa, Executive Vice President, CISS Services Limited. Shri Santosh Kushwa. Wonderful, wonderful. Inviting Shri Satyendra Singh, MD, Blue Cap Security Indore. Shri R.K. Chaturvedi, Pioneer Security and Allied Services Private Limited, Gujarat. गुजरात से R.K. चतुर्वेदी जी प्लीज मंच पे आएं. श्री अनिरुद्ध सिंह परमार, ओमेगा फोर्स सर्विसेज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, गुजरात. अनिरुद्ध सिंह परमार. थोड़ा जल्दी आए. और इनके बाद श्री मेहताब सिंह पूरन सिंह वर्मा, राजपूत सिक्योरिटी एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन सर्विसेज, गुजरात. श्री मेहताब सिंह पूरन सिंह वर्मा. Shri V.M. Saifuddin, Safe Associates, Kerala. Shri K.N. Venkateshan, First Man Management Services, Tamil Nadu. K.N. Venkateshan. Many congratulations. And we also request Shri G. Chinnappan from Industrial Protection Services, Tamil Nadu, to be ready after this. Shri G. Chinnappan from Tamil Nadu. Shri Akash Saxena from Top Shield Security Services Private Limited, Delhi. Akash Saxena. Shri Krishnan K, Director, Positive Force Facility Management Private Limited, Tamil Nadu. So many congratulations to everyone present here. And Shri Krishnan ke baad Shri Yogesh Kumar Sharma, RRS, India Security Services, Madhya Pradesh. These are the Security Leadership Awards. Wonderful to have these people celebrating today. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of happiness and joy for all of us as we celebrate the Security Leadership Awards. I'm wondering if we served any special lunch to Madhya Pradesh. We have the State Chapter President Award, Colonel Deepak Kumar Chakrabarti, President, CAPSI, Assam Chapter and team. To please join us on the dais, Colonel Deepak Kumar Chakrabarti. Okay. C. Bhaskar Reddy, Patron, CAPSI, Andhra Pradesh Chapter and team. C. Bhaskar Reddy. आइए प्लीज जल्दी आएं. और इनके बाद बिहार चैप्टर से भी निवेदन है, रेडी रहेंगे। श्री देव प्रकाश सिंह, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी बिहार चैप्टर एंड टीम, प्लीज जल्दी मंच पे आए। एंड योर टीम प्लीज। आइए प्लीज, देव प्रकाश सिंह, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी बिहार चैप्टर एंड टीम। आफ्टर देम दिल्ली चैप्टर की टीम तैयार रहे। जोरदार तालियां बिहार चैप्टर और उनकी पूरी टीम के लिए। कमांडेंट एच.एस. चौधरी, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी दिल्ली चैप्टर एंड टीम, kindly please join us on the dais. दिल्ली के बिहाफ से जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, चैप्टर रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स मौजूद हैं, वो प्लीज मंच पे आएं। The team of Commandant H.S. Chaudhary will receive this award on his behalf. Dr. Sameer Trivedi after this, President CAPSI Gujarat chapter and team. The entire team जो लोग मौजूद हों, डॉक्टर समीर त्रिवेदी, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी गुजरात चैप्टर एंड टीम। जल्दी आए प्लीज। गुजरात चैप्टर एंड टीम, आइए प्लीज जॉइन अस ऑन द डायस। और इनके बाद श्री सुरेंद्र तंवर एंड कर्नल B.L. Jangir will receive the award on behalf of Shri Rajesh Rawat, Working President CAPSI Haryana Chapter and Team. Working President CAPSI Haryana Chapter and Team, please join us on the dais. हरियाणा चैप्टर से जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स मौजूद हैं वो प्लीज मंच पे आएं। और इनके बाद श्री घनश्याम पंडित, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी हिमाचल प्रदेश चैप्टर एंड टीम। और हिमाचल प्रदेश से चैप्टर की तरफ से जो भी टीम मेंबर्स मौजूद हों, जो भी लोग हों, वो प्लीज मंच पे आएं। श्री घनश्याम पंडित, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी हिमाचल प्रदेश चैप्टर एंड टीम। इनके बाद श्री अनिरुद्ध सिंह, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी झारखंड चैप्टर एंड टीम, प्लीज जॉइन अस ऑन द डायस। अनिरुद्ध जी की टीम से जो भी लोग मौजूद हों झारखंड चैप्टर से, वो प्लीज मंच पे आएं। झारखंड के बाद कर्नाटका चैप्टर को हम इनवाइट करेंगे। Shri C.N. Patil, President CAPSI, Karnataka Chapter and Team. Shri C.N. Patil, President CAPSI, Karnataka Chapter and Team. और इनके बाद VM सैफुद्दीन, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी केरला चैप्टर एंड टीम. कर्नाटका चैप्टर के बाद केरला चैप्टर एंड योर टीम. May I please request Shri VM Saifuddin, President CAPSI Kerala Chapter and Team, to please join us on the dais. After them, Shri Sajjan Panikar, President CAPSI Madhya Pradesh Chapter and Team. What a wonderful moment. So many people from Madhya Pradesh Chapter joining us here today. What a wonderful moment. I think बाकी chapters को भी थोड़े से energy लेनी चाहिए इनसे. So today the people who are happiest are from Madhya Pradesh. Shri Sajjan Panikar, President CAPSI Madhya Pradesh Chapter and Team. तो पूरी बारात आई है. Look at their energy. This is wonderful. एक बार जोरदार तालियां MP chapter के लिए. I must say that they are wonderful. Everybody put your hands together. Lovely to see them. इनके बाद महाराष्ट्र चैप्टर श्री शिव कुमार सिंह, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी महाराष्ट्र चैप्टर एंड टीम. श्री शिव कुमार सिंह, Maharashtra, Shri Shiv Kumar Singh, President CAPSI Maharashtra Chapter and Team. This is my third announcement for you. If you are here, आप प्लीज हमें ज्वाइन करें. टीम आई महाराष्ट्र चैप्टर से. जो भी लोग मौजूद हैं, कोई भी हैं, तो प्लीज मंच पे आए. जो भी मौजूद है महाराष्ट्र चैप्टर से, प्लीज आप आए. इनके बाद श्री हरिंदर सिंह, Working President CAPSI Punjab and Chandigarh Chapter and Team. Shri Harinder Singh, Working President CAPSI Punjab and Chandigarh Chapter and Team. Please join us on the dais. हरिंदर जी के बाद श्री महावीर सिंह भाटी, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी राजस्थान चैप्टर एंड टीम. राजस्थान चैप्टर एंड टीम. These are chapter president awards presented by our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting the chapter presidents to kindly please join in along with their teams so that a picture perfect moment could be clicked and this could be remembered for a long while. Mahavir Singh Bhati ji, President CAPSI Rajasthan Chapter and Team, और इनके बाद Shri R. Srinivasan and Shri Neville Ryan, President CAPSI Tamil Nadu Chapter and Team. Tamil Nadu Chapter Shri R. Srinivasan and Shri Neville Ryan. The team, please, is requested to join us on the dais, Tamil Nadu. After them, Shri D.S. Reddy, President, CAPSI, Telangana Chapter and Team. Telangana Chapter, Shri D.S. Reddy. पूरी टीम के साथ आए जो भी लोग यहाँ मौजूद हैं, we request everyone to please join us on the dais. इनके बाद श्री देबाजीत चौधरी, प्रेसिडेंट कैप्सी वेस्ट बंगाल चैप्टर एंड टीम, वेस्ट बंगाल चैप्टर. श्री देबाजीत चौधरी, वेस्ट बंगाल चैप्टर एंड टीम. Shri Debajit Chaudhary is here. Shri N.P. Singh, President, CAPSI, Uttar Pradesh Chapter and Team. Shri N.P. Singh, President, CAPSI, Uttar Pradesh Chapter and his team. May we request you to join us on the dais? Shri Om Kumar, Working President, CAPSI, Uttar Pradesh Chapter and Team. और इनकी तरफ से इनके सुपुत्र आए हैं. मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि आप प्लीज मंच पर आकर इस अवार्ड को ग्रहण करें. श्री ओम कुमार, वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट, कैप्सी, उत्तर प्रदेश चैप्टर एंड टीम. एंड महाराष्ट्र से हमारे प्रेसिडेंट नहीं आ पाए थे. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी महाराष्ट्र चैप्टर से प्लीज आप वापस मंच पे आएं. महाराष्ट्र चैप्टर, may please request you to join us on the dais. So Maharashtra chapter, congratulations. Now mementos for appreciation. Shri Jijimon Anchani, Working President, CAPSI, Kerala Chapter and his team. Shri Harish PM, Atmost Synergy Private Limited. Shri VM Saifuddin, Safe Associates. Captain Mohan Lal J. Purushottaman, CIS, Bureau Facility Services. Shri Subramaniam PK, Red Eagle Industrial Security Agency. Shri Sahadevan PK, G Group Security Agency. Ms. Vasantha, G Group Security Agency. Shri Ajit S, Star Security and Placement. Shri Jacob John, Lion Protective Force. और इनके बाद मोमेंटो फॉर मिजोरम चैप्टर, श्री लाल थंगवा पचाओ, प्रेसिडेंट, कैप्सी, मिजोरम चैप्टर एंड टीम. श्री लाल थंगवा. So now we have the APDI dinner sponsor, Shri Rajiv Kumar, City Intelligence. Sorry. Rajiv ji said requested 2 minutes ruke. Kindly please stay back. We have the sponsor mementos and dinner sponsors, Shri VV Katti, Guardwell Prime Services Private Limited. Shri VV Katti, Guardwell Prime Services Private Limited. और इनके बाद श्री विशाल बाहुल, फाटक पे डिजिटल प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. We're now inviting on the dais Shri Amit Lodha to please kindly join us on the dais. Shri Amit Lodha, please. APDI dinner sponsors, Shri Rajiv Kumar, City Intelligence Private Limited. इनके बाद श्री अजीत सिंह, हैटफील्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन सर्विसेज. श्री अजीत सिंह, हैटफील्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन सर्विसेज. So these are our APDI dinner sponsors. Shri Rajiv Vermani, Law Abiding Technology. Shri Rajiv Vermani, Law Abiding Technology. और फिर लास्ट में नमन जैन फ्रॉम स्लूट्स इंडिया. नमन जैन, Sleuths India, and Rajiv ji will take on the behalf. Now we have the lunch sponsors. तो जो आज हमारा स्वादिष्ट भोजन हमने लिया लंच, वो जिन्होंने स्पॉन्सर किया उनको हम थैंक्स करेंगे. श्री सुधीर भसीन, एलीट फैसिलिटीज एंड सिस्टम्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, दिल्ली. जोरदार तालियां हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स के लिए. श्री महावीर सिंह भाटी, नेशनल प्रोटेक्शन सर्विसेज, जोधपुर. डॉक्टर समीर त्रिवेदी, कॉस्मोस मैनपावर प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. Dr. Sameer Trivedi. So thank you very much for the sponsorship, and I think they deserve a special thanks. Shri R.K. Chaturvedi, Pioneer Security and Allied Services Private Limited. Shri R.K. Chaturvedi. Many, many thanks. इनके बाद डॉक्टर R.K. त्यागी, CISS सर्विसेज, गुजरात. डॉक्टर R.K. त्यागी. श्री प्रेम मेनन, D1 Fortification Private Limited, Bangalore. Shri Prem Menon. Shri Akash Saxena, Top Shield Security Services. Shri Akash Saxena. Shri Ashish Singh, Alliance Transcon Private Limited. Shri Arun Yadav, New Jai Ambe Security Services Private Limited, MP. Shri Arun Yadav from New Jai Ambe Security Services. Shri Jeevan from Dios Infotech Private Limited, Bangalore. And Shri Sumit Katyal, Asim Navigation India Private Limited. APDI lunch sponsors, Mr. R.S. Jagdeva, Probe Intelligence Services. Mr. R.S. Jagdeva, Shri Devvrat Puri Goswami, Tianzu Investigative Services Private Limited. Shri Devvrat Puri Goswami, Tianzu Investigative Services. Okay, we now have the presentation of Golden Guard Awards, AP Securitas Private Limited. May we request you to please come with your guards on the dais. AP Securitas Private Limited. AP Securitas Private Limited. और इनके बाद चेकमेट सर्विसेज भी रेडी रहे। एपी सिक्योरिटास के बाद चेकमेट सर्विसेज रेडी रहे और उनके बाद ईगल हंटर सॉल्यूशन भी रेडी रहे। तो पहले एपी सिक्योरिटास प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ शुरुआत करते हैं। एपी सिक्योरिटास प्राइवेट लिमिटेड और इनके बाद है चेकमेट सर्विसेज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। चेकमेट The officer will take the certificate and there will be group photograph followed by it. Checkmate services के बाद group 4 after checkmate. Checkmate के बाद Group 4. May I please request your guards to be ready? ग्रुप 4 के बाद ईगल हंटर सॉल्यूशंस. पहले ग्रुप 4. Eagle Hunter Solutions Limited. Eagle Hunter Solutions Private Limited. Scientific Security Management Services Private Limited. Scientific Security Management. Scientific study. Scientific security. Scientific Security Management Services Private Limited के बाद MI2C Security and Facilities Private Limited. MI2C. MI2C Security and Facilities Private Limited. और इनके बाद Elite Facilities and Systems Private Limited. We have Elite Facilities and Systems after this. Elite. एक बार जोरदार तालियां सभी की ओर से. Everybody, let us put our hands together. We now have Elite Facilities. Elite, please मंच पे आएं. Elite Facilities and Systems. और Elite के बाद GDX Group. GDX Group after Elite. GDX Group, please. Please be ready. GTX ग्रुप के बाद इनोविजन लिमिटेड भी रेडी रहे. इनोविजन बी रेडी आफ्टर दिस. GTX के बाद इनोविजन लिमिटेड. Innovision, please join on the dais. Innovision के बाद Royal Bodyguards Security Services. Royal Bodyguards Security Services. रॉयल बॉडीगार्ड्स. रॉयल के बाद सियोना सिक्योरिटी रेडी रहें. सियोना बी रेडी आफ्टर रॉयल. Siona Security and Management Services. P Securitas LLP. 3P Securitas. Securitas. P Securitas के बाद Lineage Consultants India Private Limited. Lineage Consultants. Lineage, do we have anybody? Lineage से कोई मौजूद है? Lineage से हैं तो प्लीज हाथ उठाएं. Are you here? Okay, प्लीज आएं. Lineage के बाद Chocus Security Private Limited. Chocus Security Private Limited और चौकस के बाद ग्लोबल वेंचर्स भी रेडी रहें. ग्लोबल वेंचर्स. ग्लोबल वेंचर्स से कोई मौजूद हैं तो प्लीज रेज योर हैंड. आर यू हियर? ग्लोबल वेंचर्स के बाद अल्फा कॉर्प मैनेजमेंट. अल्फा कॉर्प, प्लीज जॉइन अस ऑन द डायस. अल्फा कॉर्प. अल्फा कॉर्प, प्लीज मंच पे आए. और इनके बाद SNG सिक्योरिटीज एंड प्लेसमेंट, प्लीज बी रेडी। SNG सिक्योरिटीज एंड प्लेसमेंट। SNG के बाद RD एक्सीलेंट सर्विसेज, RD एक्सीलेंट सर्विसेज, और लास्ट में पेरिग्रीन, पेरिग्रीन इन द एंड। We now have mementos to media partners. Shri Deepak Rath from Uday, India. Shri Harshvardhan Sharma from Law Street Journal. Shri Sandeep Joshi from Credible Media. Santosh Pathak from Security Link. Janatantra TV and Vaibhav Maitre from Ooze Global. So I've basically taken all the names. If you could please queue up in front of the stage and join us on the dais one by one. Shri Deepak Rath, Shri Harshvardhan Sharma, Shri Sandeep Joshi, Shri Santosh Pathak, Janatantra TV and Vaibhav Maitre. So we have Shri Vaibhav Maitre from Ooze Global. Shri Harshvardhan Sharma, Law Street Journal. Shri Gagan Goswami, CMD Heritage Infra Space, Shri Gagan Goswami. And do we have any representative from Janatantra TV? सिक्योरिटी लिंक से जो मौजूद हैं वो प्लीज मंच पे आएं। सिक्योरिटी लिंक से संतोष पाठक जी, इनक्रेडिबल मीडिया, इनक्रेडिबल मीडिया, So may I please request our chairman sir to kindly present a token of respect for Shri Tapir Gaon, Honorable MP, Lok Sabha, Arunachal Pradesh. Miss Rupal Sinha. Miss Rupal Sinha, please. Dr. H.P. Kumar after Miss Rupal Sinha. Dr. H.P. Kumar. और दिखाओ Dr. H.P. Kumar. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार हमारे अतिथियों के लिए जोरदार तालियां जो मंच पे मौजूद थे उनके लिए बहुत बहुत thanks for being so patient and presenting so many awards. Thank you, sir, for being so patient and for your lovely cooperation to the summit today. म्यूजिक बंद कर दीजिए म्यूजिक श्री श्यामल कर्माकर मौजूद हैं यहाँ पर श्री श्यामल कर्माकर आर यू हियर
वो है आइए 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 ये दे दो
Thank you, our gold sponsor. और इसके बाद अपनी प्रेजेंटेशंस हम शुरू करेंगे और हम शुरुआत करेंगे श्री गगन गोस्वामी के साथ on member of mobile application presentation and launch CMD Heritage Group of Companies. So may I please request you, Shri Gagan Goswami, to kindly make your presentation. Yes.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। सबसे पहले मैं विक्रम सर, महेश सर, सबको मैं अभिवादन करना चाहता हूं कि आपने हमको यहाँ पर बुलाया और हेरिटेज ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज हमेशा देश के साथ खड़ी है और इसी संदर्भ में मैं आप लोगों का सबसे पहले तो आप सब लोगों का अभिवादन करूंगा क्योंकि जैसे देश की सुरक्षा एक आर्मी करती है उसी तरह आप देश की जो आंतरिक सुरक्षा है उसमें आप लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, तो आप सभी लोगों के लिए जोरदार तालियां। हेरिटेज ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया हम लोग तीन या चार कंपनी है हमारी। एक हेरिटेज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है जिसमें हम लोग हेरिटेज इंफ्रास्पेस हम लोग उसमें पार्लियामेंट का रिसेंटली हम लोगों ने बेसमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट किया है। उसके अलावा हम लोग मेट्रोस के काफ़ी प्रोजेक्ट्स कर रहे हैं, ऑल ओवर इंडिया में हम लोग बेसमेंट के काम कर रहे हैं और वो बेसमेंट ऐसी जगह बनाते हैं जहाँ पे कोई भी बिल्डिंग है उसके पास में अगर आपको 3 बेसमेंट 4 बेसमेंट 5 बेसमेंट बनाना है तो हमारे पास एक आधुनिक मशीनरी है जिसकी सहायता से हम लोग ये बेसमेंट बना पाते हैं। और इसके अलावा जैसा कि मैंने आपको बोला हम देश की सुरक्षा में और देश की सेवा करना चाहते हैं तो हम लोगों ने हेरिटेज साइबर वर्ल्ड करके हम लोगों ने एक कंपनी बनाई है। तो जो साइबर अटैक होते हैं और उसमें जो फोरेंसिक करना पड़ता है और एक जागरूकता हम लोग आम आदमी को देना चाहते हैं तो हेरिटेज साइबर वर्ल्ड हम लोगों ने, हमारी ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज है। उसके अलावा जो आपका हम लोगों ने जो ऐप बनाया है, जो हमारी कंपनी है कम्युनिटीज हेरिटेज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, तो उसमें हम लोग कोई भी एक एसोसिएशन है, कोई भी एक संगठन है, उसको एक हम लोग एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लेकर आते हैं, जिसकी वजह से आप एक दूसरे से जुड़ सकते हैं और एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं। तो इसमें मैं आपको, जो मेरे पार्टनर है ध्रुव पंडित, उनको मैं बोलूँगा कि आपको आकर यहाँ पर इस बारे में थोड़ी जानकारी दे दें। धन्यवाद।
Hello everyone. I would like to show you this small video about the app, that how what the app looks for the CAPSI. So I will request the crew to please run the video. मैं आप लोगों को बहुत क्विकली इस ऐप के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा, ज़्यादा टाइम ना लेते हुए। The app is been hosted on the for the both platforms for iOS and the Android. I will like to request the crew to please open the slide so I can show some pictures about the app, that how the app looks and how the app has been hosted. This app is now fully live and fully hosted on the iOS and Android platform. You can download the app from the Play Store and the App Store. And this app is been fully secured with the 256 encryption base. This app motives means हम लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जितने भी मेंबर्स हैं कैप्सी में, वो सारे के सारे मेंबर्स एक दूसरे से लाइव एंगेजमेंट कम्युनिकेशन करते रहे। और हम लोगों का, हमारे जो ऑनरेबल प्रधानमंत्री जी है श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एंड यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह, उन दोनों का एक विज़न रहा है हमेशा कि हम लोग डिजिटल इंडिया के मूवमेंट पे आगे बढ़े। तो ऐसे ही कैप्सी में एक ये ऐप की तरह से हम लोग दिखाना चाहते हैं कि हम लोग एक डिजिटल मूवमेंट पे जा रहे हैं। आज तक हम लोगों को कोई भी नोटिस, ड्यूज़, मेंबर्स डायरेक्टरी या फिर एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेट करना होता था तो हम लोगों को बार बार हम लोगों को एक दूसरे को व्हाट्सएप पे कम्युनिकेट करना पड़ता था। और आप लोग भी देख रहे हो कि रिसेंटली कितने सारे साइबर क्राइम्स एंड साइबर इंसिडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, जिसमें सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स का यूज़ करते हुए फॉर अ पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन एंड फॉर पर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन डेटाज आर गेटिंग ब्रीच आउट। सो by using this application, your data can be purely secure, because in this application we have made the inbuilt WhatsApp and inbuilt Facebook. इसमें ना ही किसी को आपको फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजनी है, ना किसी से फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट करनी है। जितने भी मेंबर्स इस ऐप में हैं वो इनडायरेक्टली इसके फेसबुक पोर्टल पे आ जाते हैं और वो फेसबुक की तरह इस पे एंगेजमेंट एक्टिविटीज़ कर सकते हैं। इवन जो व्हाट्सएप के फीचर्स है उसमें व्हाट्सएप से थोड़े ज़्यादा भी फीचर्स इसमें हम लोगों ने इनबिल्ट किए हुए हैं। वी हैव गिवन द लाइव जियो फेंसिंग। Like I can give you a one small use case that what is the importance of this app. मैं यहाँ से गोवा जा रहा हूँ, मुझे पता नहीं है कि कैप्सी के कितने मेंबर्स वहाँ पे रजिस्टर्ड हैं या कैप्सी की कितनी कंपनीज है जो गोवा से रजिस्टर्ड हुई है। सो आई वांट टू मीट एंड ग्रीट दैट कंपनीज। सो आई विल जस्ट गो टू द गोवा एंड आई विल जस्ट ओपन माई जियो फेंसिंग इन द एप्लीकेशन एंड मुझे लाइव GIS फंक्शनलिटी की यूज़ करने की वजह से मुझे वहाँ पे पता चलेगा मेरे नियर बाय कितने अभी लाइव मेंबर्स यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट है। एंड दिस इज़ नॉट अबाउट द फिक्स। आप कहीं भी ट्रैवल करिए, अगर ये फिक्स नहीं है कि गोवा के ही है, गोवा का मेंबर अगर दिल्ली में भी आया हुआ है तो भी आप लाइव देख सकते हैं कि अगर गोवा का मेंबर अभी दिल्ली आया हुआ है और मैं दिल्ली में जिनको बुलाना चाहता हूँ मेरी ऑफिस पे फॉर अ मीट एंड ग्रीट। सो दिस प्लेटफॉर्म्स विल गिव द प्रोग्रेस एंड द बूस्ट टू द बिजनेस एंड वी वांट कि हम लोग एक यूनिटी के साथ ये प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज़ करें और जितना हो उतना ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक्टिव रहेगा उतना ही बिजनेस ग्रोथ मिलेगा, क्योंकि इसमें B2B बिजनेसेस के लिए भी बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हम लोगों ने इनहाउस किए हुए हैं। ज़्यादा टाइम ना होने की वजह से मैं आपको इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि आप कभी भी ये ऐप को डाउनलोड करें। ऐप डाउनलोड करने के बाद आप रजिस्टर करें और आपको कैप्सी की एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिस में से अलाउ किया जाएगा, फिर आप ये ऐप को यूज़ कर सकते हैं। सो दिस इज़ अ प्योरली सिक्योर ऐप। ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई भी आउटसाइड मेंबर या आउटसाइडर आके हमारी इंफॉर्मेशन को यहाँ से थेफ्ट करके लेके जाएगा। तो हमको आउटसाइडर थ्रेट्स का यहाँ पे कोई भी इंसिडेंट कभी क्रिएट नहीं हो सकता है। So at last this is all about, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. May I please now invite Mr. Vineet Sachdev, co-founder of IOUX Smart Contracts and Finance. And as requested, there's a video, I guess, which needs to be played before his address. So if our team is listening to us, please inki video pehle play kare and then he'll begin his presentation.
I would request that video to be played, but
हम सभी जानते हैं कि रिलायबल सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करना एक जिम्मेदारी का काम है और उससे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है उन सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज को प्रोवाइड करने के लिए सभी तरह के एम्प्लॉयज़ को इंगेज करना, जिसमें सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स, सुपरवाइजर्स, बाकी एम्प्लॉयज़, वेंडर्स, उन सभी को अच्छी तरह से वेरीफाई करने के लिए एक रिलायबल वेरिफिकेशन सिस्टम का होना ज़रूरी है। हम जानते हैं कि पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन इसमें आवश्यक है, परंतु पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन में चूंकि टाइम लगता है, तो जब तक पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन की प्रक्रिया पूरी होती है तब तक आप इसको IOUX के माध्यम से वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं। IOUX एक रिलायबल वेरिफिकेशन सिस्टम है जिसके द्वारा eKYC करके वो आधार के द्वारा, पैन के द्वारा और वीडियो KYC के द्वारा इसमें एम्प्लॉयज़ की और सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स की पर्सनल आइडेंटिटी को वेरीफाई किया जाता है। इससे और भी समस्याएं दूर हो जाती हैं, जैसे कि नेम मिसमैच जो कि EPFO और ESIC में पर्टिकुलर्स फाइल करने से होता है। कई एम्प्लॉयज़ के पर्टिकुलर्स में नेम मिसमैच आता है। तो IOUX द्वारा चूँकि ये सारी वेरिफिकेशन प्रक्रिया डिजिटल माध्यम से की जाती है, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से, तो ये नेम मिसमैच की समस्या भी दूर हो जाती है। तो IOUX एक बहुत ही रोबस्ट एंड टू एंड प्लेटफॉर्म है जिससे एम्प्लॉयज़ की, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स की ये आइडेंटिटी वेरिफिकेशन किया जाता है और इसके लिए CAPSI और IOUX द्वारा एक मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग साइन किया गया है, जिससे IOUX के जो मेंबर्स हैं वो इन सुविधाओं का लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसमें IOUX द्वारा बड़े कंसेशनल प्राइसेस पर और उसमें 25% डिस्काउंट देकर मेंबर्स के लिए ये सुविधा प्रदान कराने का सिस्टम तैयार किया गया है और मेंबर्स इसका फ़ायदा उठाएं और अपने सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड करने में जो रिलायबिलिटी है उसको इंश्योर करें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. I'll also welcome my co-founder, Dr. HP Kumar. Dr. Kumar and I have founded this company, and he's a retired senior government official as well. Sir.
Thank you very much. I am really grateful to Kumar Vikram Singh ji, the chairman of CAPSI, and Mr. Mahesh Sharma, the honorary secretary, in fact, for inviting us and giving this opportunity to speak about our product. Let me assure you, this is a very wonderful product. It's a new of its kind, first of its kind in India. It's a patented technology. As somebody mentioned in the morning also, कि अगर आपको अपनी सर्विसेज में वैल्यू ऐड करनी है तो टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करना आवश्यक है। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी एक ऐसी है जिसके माध्यम से आप अपने सारे वर्कर्स का, गार्ड्स का, कहीं भी बैठे हुए वेरिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। इट्स ए वेरी वेरी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी which has been developed by our company. Basically, I have been associated with the MSME sector in the country for a long time, having been the chairman of a large government corporation. And why I associated with my co-founder, Mr. Vineet Sachdev, because I believed that this technology can really change the ecosystem for helping the MSME sector in the country. And then we found that security, private security industry, private security agencies also need this kind of verification product. So I will not speak much, but let me compliment the CAPSI. In fact, I have been attending hundreds of programs, having been chairman of a corporation for 9 years, and with so many branches across the country, have spoken in, I think, how many programs? Hundreds of programs. But let me compliment you that this is one of the finest programs that I have attended today. And compliments to CAPSI with so much of large audience and excellent arrangements with impeccable, organization of the program. So thank you very much. I'll briefly ask my colleague, co-founder, to explain to you through a brief presentation, maybe about 5-6 minutes or so. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. Thank you, Shri Kuwar Vikram Jeet Singh ji, Shri Mahesh Sharma ji, Shri Vishwanath Katti ji, Rupal ji. Actually, protectors of the country, such a wonderful, so rightfully coined word by you. Your teams are protecting private homes, offices, factories, industries, government institutions, public places, and even people of national importance. And that's not an easy task. I think in the morning, Dr. Akshat Mehta said that security is not an easy business. And Dr. Kumar also just said, this is a business of huge responsibility. And to fulfill this responsibility, you need team with validated credentials. In the morning, Major Dr. V.K. Singh Saab, our Honorable Minister, he said to scale and to achieve quality, while achieving that scale, you must use technology. For accreditation, to get security rankings, one must use technology. So IUX is one of those solutions where we are here to help you create that validated team of, we know that police verification, can we do the next slide please? We know that police verification is a challenge. It's something which is compulsory and it is inescapable. But while that is taking place, we need to ensure that is it working? Yeah. Yeah. So while that police verification is under process, and sometimes, your teams end up spending even 1,000, 1,500 rupees and a day's labor of your security guard, and still the police verification stays pending. But what to do? Are you going to tell your customer, your large corporate client or government institution, कि मेरा पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन गार्ड का पूरा नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए मैं आपको वैलिडेटेड सिक्योरिटी गार्ड नहीं दे सकता हूं? तब तक क्या करें? तो वी हैव अ डायरेक्ट लिंकेज विद UIDI, इनकम टैक्स, बैंक अकाउंट वेरिफिकेशन. हम लोग इंस्टेंटली, आप खुद हमारे मोबाइल ऐप के थ्रू, वेब के थ्रू, अपने गार्ड का आधार नंबर और पैन नंबर ये डिटेल डालकर आप उसका UIDI पे जो फोटोग्राफ है, name, address, father's name, date of birth, PAN detail, bank detail, all other, his photograph which is there in Aadhaar, you can pull it out. And it is all seamless. I was speaking to a large security company in the morning. They say, we also try to do Aadhaar verification, but उसमें challenge आता है कि कितनी बार ये आधार की website नहीं चल रही होती. There we are, there to assist you. Our servers are directly connected with UIDI. So you don't need to do that manual 1-1 process. You can even do it all together as a batch. Get an Excel sheet. That Excel sheet will have the complete credentials. Also, you will get a digitally signed e-verification, digital verification report. And this you can use for guards which you have, or team which you have already engaged, or whom you are going to engage. As I said, Aadhaar verification, PAN verification, bank account, we are all directly linked with government agencies. You also, we understand, need to execute affidavits. So simply a link will go on your guard's mobile phone. Automatically, the form as per the regulations 2020 will be filled with the name, date of birth, address, and he just needs to enter the OTP and a digitally signed affidavit is created. On the top of it, an e-stamp paper also gets put. We are an authorized service provider of Stockholding Corporation of India also, signed with for e-KYC and e-signing facility as well. So you get that affidavit online execution as well. And that document storage is available with you, with your branch offices, so that logins are all there for your entire all India teams. As I said, the stamp paper also is affixed on your document. For this purpose, we've signed a MOU with the wonderful team at CAPSI, where we've offered a special discount to all the CAPSI members who register through iux.in/CAPSI link, whether from the mobile app or from the web itself. Another major pain point, which I think all of you encounter, is that a lot of ESIC and EPFO claims and processes are stuck because of a name mismatch. Now, right at the time of engagement, जब आप guard को hire कर रहे हैं, उसी वक्त उसका validated name by Aadhaar आपके system में जाएगा. वही हम आपके ERP पे पुश कर देंगे, वही हम चाहते हैं, आप चाहते हैं तो आपके EPFO की जो फाइलिंग है उसी में वहीं से चला जाएगा, वो करेक्ट वैलिडेटेड, तो मिसमैच का बेसिस ही खत्म हो गया। और एक ह्यूज टीम जो आपको फॉलो अप में या फ्यूचर क्लेम्स में जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं वो राइट अवे खत्म हो गए। As I said, we are a startup recognized by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We have taken all these certifications. In fact, we've also already acquired 2 patents. Another patent is going to be received very soon. आप लोग सोचते होंगे जब हम ये कर रहे हैं तो क्या हम खुद साइबर सिक्योरिटी का और आपके डेटा सिक्योरिटी को कैसे मैनेज करते हैं? सो हमारा IUX सिस्टम का एनुअल ऑडिट सर्टेन सर्टिफाइड ऑडिटर करते हैं जो डिजिटल इंडिया के सारे एसेट्स की ऑडिट करते हैं। सो हम लोग खुद उस सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन में गए और हमने अपनी नेटवर्क सिक्योरिटी, एप्लीकेशन सिक्योरिटी का सर्टेन सर्टिफिकेशन लिया, जस्ट टू इंश्योर दैट एक KYC रिपोर्ट या एक डिजिटल डॉक्यूमेंट एग्जीक्यूशन रिपोर्ट आपके जो है वो आप ही देख सकते हैं, कोई और उसको देख नहीं सकता। और इसकी गवर्नमेंट डेजिग्नेटेड ऑडिटर्स का ऑडिट सर्टिफिकेट हम लोगों ने लिया है जब हम ये टेक्नोलॉजी बिल्ड कर रहे थे और इवन उसको रिन्यू करते हैं रेगुलरली। सो एज आई सेड दिस, yes please. I really appreciate that suggestion, sir, and I'll share with you that we are already trying to do that as the first step. But in the future, we are planning to, if possible, if the government allows, and we are taking it step by step, to also integrate that police verification in the future. Next year, hopefully, when we meet, we would have achieved a little ahead on that. But I request all of you कि आप इस स्टेज पे हमारे साथ जुड़िए और एक कंसेशनल रेट पे सर्विस को अवेल करिए, हमें भी थोड़ा इंकरेजमेंट मिलेगा। और आपके इस टीम एंगेजमेंट में फ्रॉम हायरिंग, उसका एफिडेविट, उसका एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेटर, उसका कंप्लीट वेरिफिकेशन, वो एंड टू एंड हम आपके लिए हर तरीके से असिस्ट करेंगे। वी हैव अ 1-800 नंबर, तो हम आपको वी हैव अ 1-800 नंबर जिसपे आपके गार्ड्स भी उस पर कॉल करके अपनी वेरिफिकेशन, सो यहीं पे एक आपके बिजनेस के रजिस्ट्रेशन है कैप्सी की, आपका चाहे तो आपका गार्ड भी रजिस्टर कर सकता है, यहाँ पे उसका हिंदी में लॉगिन करके रजिस्टर कर सकता है, वो यहाँ पे उसको अपना स्पेशल पैकेज दिख जाएगा। इसी तरह जस्ट आपकी टीम जस्ट मोबाइल आधार नंबर, पैन नंबर, बैंक डिटेल्स एंटर करके यहाँ पे डिजिटल वेरिफिकेशन रिपोर्ट को जनरेट कर सकती है। As I said, otherwise IUX एक end-to-end डिजिटल कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसके ऊपर आपको बाकी टेम्पलेट्स भी मिलते हैं और आप किसी भी तरह के डॉक्यूमेंट्स और एग्रीमेंट्स को भी एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं। यस सर। So the data is hosted on AWS cloud, which is again audited. So the data can reside in your local storage as well. In the meantime, it resides permanently only to be accessed in an authenticated manner by your team while it resides at AWS cloud. And for that data security also, we've taken a certain certified security certificate that it is absolutely as per the highest standards which the government of India also follows for its digital assets. So we are also linked with DigiLocker also, sir. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. So just to give an example, if you have an all India corporate, so you may be having 50 branches. Now your head office will be able to view the data of each and every branch, but आपका एक branch आप चाहते हैं तो सिर्फ अपना ही data देख पाएगा. But if you ever call us on our help support or anything, that we will ourselves cannot ever give you that document because even we don't have any access to that document. We can give you MIS reports कि आपके इस guards ने इस IP address से, इस location से, इस जगह पर उसका KYC हुआ या उसका KYC पेंडिंग है या उसकी रिपोर्ट में आधार KYC हो गया, पैन मिसमैच है. We can give you extensive MIS reports, but we cannot see your document as such at all. And we have taken extreme security standards, and that's why we have taken those patents as well, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Incorrect entry in Aadhaar. Sorry, sir? So I'll tell you, sir, the moment you give us you give us or you yourself check online with the Aadhaar number, whatever exists as per Aadhaar, you'll get that data. If any change you want to make, yes, 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 sir, yes. No, so once correction is done in Aadhaar, then fresh data is pulled and you'll get a fresh report to certify, and you can always submit that legally signed digital identification report. Right, sir? So just to give an example, sometimes, yes, yes, sir. So who's input the data wrongly? If like the Sir, actually, no data except the Aadhaar number needs to be put. He doesn't need to put anything. He just needs to put the Aadhaar number. Rest, automatically the system is connected to UIDI. It will pull his exact name as per Aadhaar, his photograph, his date of birth, his father's name, his address, his mobile number. All that data is pulled instantly. Nobody enters that data. Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, so I'll share with you, sir. Since UIDI doesn't function in the manner that they will tell us if at any point of time any change in that UIDI has happened, but if your guard tells you, sir, मैंने अपना UI change ठीक करवा दिया है data, will he ever tell? No. So in that case, what we can do is, for those cases where there is a mismatch, we can generate periodic reports also and furnish them to you. Re-accesses his data. Not at all, sir. So that access that data, which at that verification report. No, that if somebody is accessing if your guard who's linked to your company is accessing that digital verification report, that trigger can come to you. But if he accesses the UIDI directly and files a change over there, then there's no way that notification can ever come to us or you. In that case, what we can do is, for a particular set, we can do like a re-ping, say every 3 months, every 6 months, or once a year, just to ascertain that nothing has changed. That we can do. That we can easily do, sir. That we can easily do. That we can easily do. So that's I'll actually, some of you might have got this brochure, sir, in your bag. But otherwise, I will request our team is also here to distribute it to everybody, and we look forward to connecting with everybody, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to a set of final presentations, may I please invite Ms. Rupal Sinha, Global Head from BVG India, to kindly please present her thoughts. Welcoming Ms. Rupal Sinha with a round of applause.
Hi, good evening. I think I'm coming between all of you and the gala dinner. I know that, but I'll be very quick. It's a sensitive topic to talk. Before we get into this presentation, I can distribute to all of you, but I would like to know from all of you who all have, an internet account or a email account, more than one email account. How many of us have more than one email account? Perfect. How many of us trade, go on Amazon, Flipkart? We use those platforms and do e-commerce. How many? Perfect. Perfect. And how many of us are making cashless transaction on the internet platform? Perfect. So that's required, and that's a need for the cybersecurity and the digital management. You need to say. So what is cybersecurity is nothing but people, technology, and the process. How the vulnerability can be checked, how protected you are from any kind of a cyber threat that can happen to you or your organization or the client you're serving. This entire process is basically into the cybersecurity. Now, there is a debate whether the CSO role should stick to CSO or it should go to CISO or it should be a CTO plus CISO or plus CSO. Whatever it might be, I think in COVID, with so much of digitization, there is an overlap and there is a need for us to understand these vulnerabilities and threats. As you could see that our security layer has human, perimeter, network, we know that, endpoint security, what applications we are using, and then what are our mission critical assets, which could be some data, which could be our CAD drawings, which could be our costing, which could be our important agreements. All those needs to be protected. And therefore, investing into a preventive and troubleshooted cybersecurity management is must personally and for the company and again for you. So as we rightly said, there are only two types of companies, those who have been hacked and those who will be hacked. What exactly is some of the statistics on cybersecurity is, we did this is an analysis, which was made by Accenture report of almost 100 companies, which said that 78% said that the employees do data breach accidentally. They need to be trained. They do accidentally. 75% revealed that the employee caused data breach intentionally. And generally it happens when they are leaving the organization. So there has to be a notice period cyber audit. That must happen before a person, or especially critical people are leaving. 71% agreed that they intentionally shared company information externally, maybe for getting new contracts or competition mapping or anything. While surveying employees, they also mentioned that accidentally, they share the information without realizing that it is getting into the hands of somewhere where it will be used for some other purposes. Organization in India, we have now seen in recent times, we had the news where cyber hacks have come and there have been a ransom money which has been asked, and that too, it has been on a very, very large sum. So what it says is that today, in terms of categorization of attacks, cyber is taking the highest as compared to business disruption, and then and then comes the natural catastrophic. So this means that this needs to be taken very seriously. You can go through these statistics, but I think the first one, that global cyber crime damage is almost $6 trillion across globe itself, is an alarming factor for us, not only for us to make sure that our cyber and our IT security protocols are well maintained, but also if we are using cameras, we are using, integration of various platforms. We integrate today HVAC systems, assets, we integrate CCTVs, we integrate access points. All these are now coming as a connected device. Who is checking that when we are doing these connected devices, that these connected devices are following the necessary protocols which are required. Because once many of the devices when get connected, it is open for multiple reason for a cyber attack. Again, some of the statistics, I will not go into it, but maximum, if you could see that 87% of the employees, they take data when they are leaving the organization. And generally, if you see what are the variety of cyber crimes that can happen to you as individuals, of course, you could be stalked, or perhaps in your family, you must have had come across with your children, with your family members or friends. They have been impersonated. There is a loss of privacy on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, plenty of those places. Transmission of obscene material. This is the maximum complaint we get, and then digital harassment. Somebody has really gunned out of you and they have really disparaged your image badly. Against property again, property means, computers, your IT infrastructure, the computer vandalism, the again, transmission of harmful program, and again, your password. This password needs to be changed. Why I asked you this question, you should change your password every month. If you're not doing that, you are open to your emails or your platforms getting compromised, from where sensitive data and the money, the funds can be, compromised. Against government, we just had in the news as well, hacking, websites. Cyber extortion is the largest today. You don't need a gun for, getting the money from a dark web. You only need a keyboard to get that done. Other crimes are definitely logic bombs, spamming, viruses, different varieties, and email bombing, which people do. Generally, in an organization, these are the threats which come to you in terms of protection of anything that is on the cloud. That is the account database, customer database, emails. These are the ones which are prone to cyber attacks all the time. The last, when we are providing services on CCTV and drones, we need to be very careful when we are providing these services, that these AI platforms must be cyber checked in terms of preventive maintenance by digital cyber auditors who possess that knowledge to get this done while you're doing it for yourself or you're providing it as a services to your customer base. I wouldn't go this into it because these are all interlinked. That most of the cyber attack comes through emails, and most of the emails you get tempted in first 10 minutes to answer, and there you are. You have the attack and you have the malware sitting on you. What you could do and where the organization failed is not having a constant training program, not identifying and protecting and responding to these security incidents. These are not only related to cyber related or IT protocols, but at times CCTVs also help you to analyze the movement and help you to catch the suspect in the organization in terms of what is the traffic of emails they are using, how much their computer using, how they are monitoring, loitering around in the business. That those elements is a synthesis of not only IT protocol-driven security, but also our security people who are deployed in the command control center or who are physically doing. It's a mixture or an amalgamation of all three varieties of security that needs to be offered to the clients today. So upscaling security solution, how do you do that? So these are the three principles: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. How you should do it. You need to have two-factor authentication program. Data encryption is must. Security tokens must be given in all the protocols that you maintain. Standard measures of how do you guarantee the integrity. Cryptographic checksums should be there. Data backup should be there. We always maintain, on one side we say that we should be going paperless, but on the other side we also say that sensitive data need to be preserved as a BCP in 1 or 2 or 3 layers at 3 different locations. Lastly, NIST compliance is a global certifying body which actually gives you all protocols and registration for cyber-related risks. It's a criminal offense. Not many people know that it's a criminal offense, and the person can go behind the bars for under IT Act as well as Indian Penal Code for forgery and false documentation and reputational damage. So that's why we say that it takes 20 years to build a reputation and a minute of a cyber security to ruin it. So in spite of having a phenomenal cyber security IT protocol, you are still hacked. Questions needs to be asked. Do you have the right SOPs? Are you properly documented? Are you doing your training? Do you have a cyber incident response action plan? Or do you know, the last thing is, do you know your insider? This is how you do it, preventive maintenance. So you always have a quarterly or annual security package, troubleshoots when you have a hacker, when you have some viruses, you definitely call for cyber experts to do it. Many such are client base, they have these problems where law enforcement, and especially for law enforcement, cyber security plays a vital role where they do cyber and forensic audits, which are admissible, their reports are admissible in the court of law as the final, and they are also called into the court for giving the proof of the evidences and the reports they have generated. This is what a cybersecurity expert would do: prevent, detect, investigate, recovery, and train and provide consulting. Lastly, I would say that if you spend more on coffee than on IT security, you will definitely be hacked. And you should rightly be hacked. And this, I took it from Makran, who's sitting into the Makran, you can raise your hand. So I took it from Makran, who said that this is what we should tell people, that if you're spending on coffees and you're not spending on IT security, you definitely need to be attacked in that case. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rupal Sinha. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were listening to a presentation by Ms. Rupal Sinha, the Global Head of BVG India. And after this presentation, we are moving into the final moments of this day today. And we now have a presentation of the Secretary General report, followed by the vote of thanks. And this will be done by Shri Mahesh Sharma. एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. He is absolutely wonderful. बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग सेक्रेटरी जनरल है, बहुत एक्टिव हैं, एंड ही पुट्स इन हिज हार्ट एंड सोल इनटू व्हाटएवर ही इज डूइंग. तो आइए रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं महेश जी से कि प्लीज वो रिपोर्ट और वोट ऑफ थैंक्स प्रेजेंट करें.
हेलो. मुझे उम्मीद है सब लोग अपने अपने बैग ले आए होंगे. नहीं लाए? कोई बात नहीं, मिल जाएगा जाते समय. जो सेक्रेटरी रिपोर्ट है मेरी, ये सेक्रेटरी रिपोर्ट है, और पूरे साल कोविड ये सब में सेक्रेटरी रिपोर्ट ही चली है, और इस रिपोर्ट को पूरा संक्षिप्त बना के और आपके बैग में डाल दिया है. ठीक है, यहाँ डीपी सिंह जी के हैं बैठे हैं, काफ़ी अच्छा उसका विवेचन कर लेंगे. अरे बड़ा नीचा पड़ रहा है यार. हाँ, हेलो. और ये है सर बैलेंस शीट. ये बैलेंस शीट भी सबके बैग में डाल दी गई है, सबके बैग में. आपके बैगों में है और सबके बैग में डाल दी गई है. अनिल जी, सुधीर जी, सबके बैग में डाल दी गई है. अगर कोई जाते समय मिलेगा, बैग मिलेगा, एक कप मिलेगा, एक बहुत अच्छी गिफ्ट भी मिली है जो साहब लोगों ने दी है. काय का? पढ़ने का, गाला डिनर में जाना ना इसके बाद. अब मैं पढ़ रहा हूं अपनी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स. यहां तक हो गया जी सर? नहीं, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स सुन लो. एक्चुअली क्या है, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स एक ऐसी चीज है जो सब लोग थक जाते हैं ना, और फिर चलना शुरू कर देते हैं, जबकि उस आदमी ने बड़ी हिम्मत की होती है, काम किया होता है, और उसको सुनते नहीं है। अरे घेर घेर के लाना पड़ा जी। सुन लो सर, देखो वो एक चीज होती है, सुबह हमने लाइटिंग ऑफ द लैम्प किया था। अगर हम पुराने टाइम पे चलें तो इस लाइटिंग लैम्प से इतने बड़े बड़े महारथी निकले हैं। देश के महात्मा गांधी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, भगत सिंह और पता नहीं कितने, सुभाष चंद्र बोस, बहुत बड़े, अंबेडकर, सारे लोग इसी से, ज्योतिषी से निकले हैं। लेकिन आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए, इस सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर भी एक बहुत बड़ा विद्वान, महान व्यक्ति जो निकला, उसका नाम है कुंवर विक्रम सिंह। देखो ये सच बात है, पैदा होते हैं, ऐसे ही पैदा होते हैं। मंथन में से अमृत भी निकलता है और मंथन से विष भी निकलता है। तो यहां तो केवल अमृत ही अमृत निकला है। आपने देखा होगा कोविड काल में बहुत विष निकला, लेकिन कैप्सी के हमारे कुंवर विक्रम साहब ने केवल अमृत ही बांटा। आप लोग इसके प्रूफ हैं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, देखो जितने भी हमारे कैप्सी में जितने भी कार्य हुए, क्या ये संभव होता कि इतना एक्शन में जो हमारे चेयरमैन आते हैं, क्या ये संभव था? क्या पसारा में अमेंडमेंट, इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, क्या संभव थी? कभी नहीं हो सकता था। तो ऐसी कितनी बातें हैं जो आपको सबको पता है, रिपीट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो ऐसे महान व्यक्ति के लिए, जिसने कैप्सी की स्थापना से लेके आज तक आप सबको साथ लेके चल रहे हैं, और उस साथ ही नहीं लेकर चल रहे हैं, जैसे मोदी साहब का विजन है ना, कितने साल का, 2045 का विजन है। चेयरमैन साहब ने 25 साल का विजन तैयार कर रखा है, मुझे बताया था। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं कि आपकी शिक्षा दीक्षा कैसे होगी, आपकी कंपनी कैसे चलेगी, आपके सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, इनको कैसे अप स्किलिंग किया जाएगा, ये सब सोचा हुआ है। इसके अलावा जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, जो आप सोच रहे हैं कि अनिल जी आप सुन लीजिए जरा, बाद में मोबाइल देखना, वो ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आगे आने वाली जो पीढ़ी है वो कैसे चलेगी और किनके कंधों पर चलेगी, उसका रूप क्या है, उसका स्वरूप क्या है, ये भी विजन आपने तैयार कर रखा है। इसलिए मैंने कहा जरा सुन लीजिए मुझको। अब मैं इसी बात को अब, हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल ठीक हो रहा है जी, ज्यादा नहीं है, जो सच्चाई है वो बोलना चाहिए, बोलने की जरूरत है। मैं अब धन्यवाद देता हूं सब लोगों का, जिसमें हमारे साथ जो काम किया, हमारे सुधीर भसीन साहब, श्री संजीव पॉल साहब, इनके लिए तालियां बजाते रहो, श्री अजीत सिंह जी, राजीव जी, श्री आकाश सक्सेना जी, जनरल संजय सोही, मिसेस रिंकू, शौमी, लीडिया, विक्रम विज, जैकलीन, नरेंद्र एंड मनोज, प्रेम, ये सब लोगों ने बहुत काम किया। स्पेशली ड्राइवर हमारे जो केवल हैं, स्पेशली स्टूडेंट जो जोधपुर यूनिवर्सिटी से आए हैं, उनका भी सर बहुत सहयोग रहा है। उनके जो लड़कियां लड़के बाहर थे, उन्होंने बहुत काम किया, मैं उनको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और जो हमारी मीडिया के, आज इतना मीडिया था, 5-5, 6-6 लोग मीडिया से आए हुए थे, उन्होंने जिस तरीके से कवर किया, चेयरमैन के आपने स्पीचेस, उनके प्रेजेंटेशन देखा होगा, बहुत सुंदर ढंग से इस बार ये काम किया गया। मैं सभी मीडिया के जितने उनके मालिक हैं, उनके कार्यकर्ता हैं, उन सबको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और मैं सर उस स्पेशली आई एम कॉलिंग दिस चैप्टर प्रेसिडेंट्स जो अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ आए। सबसे बड़ी बात इसमें यह हुई, जैसे पंजाब से एक आदमी आया करता था, वहाँ से 10 आए, यूपी से केवल एकला, चलो वहाँ से भी सर 10 आए थे आदमी। ऐसे हमारे हैदराबाद, तेलंगाना, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, इसके अलावा और भी जो चैप्टर महाराष्ट्र से भी आए थे, पर आगे आने के लिए उन्हें और भी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। इस प्रकार से गुजरात, सभी के सभी लोग यहाँ पर आए, उन सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मेरे प्यारे जो मेंबर हैं, जो बैठे हुए हैं, इनको तो हम कभी भूल नहीं सकते। मेरे इन्वाइटीज, एंड यूजर्स, और इस बार जो जो यूनिक कार्य हुआ है दैट इज लेडी लीडरशिप अवार्ड्स। ये यूनिक अवार्ड है, कभी नहीं हुआ। जो हमारे एंड यूजर्स हैं उनको मिला, जो हमारे सैनिक थी लड़कियां उनको मिला, और भी जो बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों में जिन्होंने वाइस प्रेसिडेंट और अबव लेवल पे काम किया उनको भी मिला। मैं उनको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और वो यहाँ आए, सारा टाइम बॉम्बे से आ रहा है, कोई कहीं से आ रहा है, मैं उनको बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। इस मातृशक्ति को मैं सलूट भी करता हूं। और जिसको अवार्ड मिला है वो वाकई में अवार्ड के हकदार हैं। अवार्ड से उनको मोटिवेशन मिलता है और हमको भी अच्छा लगता है कि कोई आदमी अवार्ड लेके आगे प्रोग्रेस करे, अपनी तरक्की करे। उन सब अवार्डीज को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। अब जो बहुत और इससे भी ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है वो है हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स। जो स्पॉन्सर्स आप समझ लीजिए कोविड से निकले हों फिर भी उन्होंने इतना हमारे को स्पॉन्सर किया। आप देख लीजिए कितने स्पॉन्सर हैं। कुछ तो सोचते होंगे भाई किसी की जेब से पैसा निकालना कितनी मुश्किल है, लेकिन सबने अपना धन कुबेर को अच्छी तरह लुटाया, अच्छी तरह कैप्सी के ऊपर निछावर किया कि आप आगे बढ़ो, आप काम करो, हम आपके साथ हैं। ये जब्जा रखते हुए हम उनका बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। और एक और स्पेशल चीज हुई लेडी लीडरशिप के अलावा, जो चेयरमैन साहब ने गोल्डन गार्ड्स अवार्ड का जो स्थापना करी, जो शुरुआत की, सारे गार्डों को एक एक गार्डों को सर्टिफिकेट देके और उनके जो चीफ सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर है या उनके जो इंचार्ज है उनको बुला के जिस तरीके से सम्मान किया है। एक्चुअली हमारी रोजी रोटी इन्हीं से है, हमारी रोजी उन्हीं से चलती है। उसका जो सम्मान किया है ये कहीं नहीं टिकता है, सबसे ज्यादा सम्मान उनका है। मैं उन सब गार्डों को, उन सब कंपनियों को जिन्होंने 5-5, 6-6 गार्ड अपने स्पेयर करके भेजे, मैं सबका धन्यवाद देता हूं। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ऑल। और अंत में हमारे चेयरमैन साहब श्री वी कट्टी प्रेसिडेंट, उनकी अध्यक्षता में जो कार्यक्रम चले, मैं उनको बड़े प्यार से, बड़े आदर से नमन करता हूं कि वो यहाँ उन्होंने इस तरह से अपना कार्यक्रम चलाते हैं, रात और दिन काम करते हैं, आपके लिए करते हैं, बल्कि हम कहते हैं अपने लिए करते हैं, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं। अब मान लो कोई, मैं अगर काम कर रहा हूं आपके लिए, तो मैं आपके लिए नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं अपने लिए कर रहा हूं, कि मैं अपने भाइयों के लिए कर रहा हूं, अपने मित्र के लिए कर रहा हूं, अपने दोस्तों के लिए कर रहा हूं, अपने गार्डों के लिए कर रहा हूं। इसमें कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है। तो मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आपको गाला डिनर के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। बाहर 2 बसेस खड़ी हुई हैं और जिनके लिए गाड़ी दी हुई है वो अपनी गाड़ी से आए। 2 बसें खड़ी हुई हैं, उन दोनों बसों को वे बैठ के अपना अशोका होटल में पधारें। कुछ कहना है? बोल दो, आप भी बोल दो। क्या कहना? आप एक मिनट बोल दो। हेरिटेज कोई बात नहीं, आप बोल दो। कोई बात आप बोल, आप देखो हेरिटेज क्या? अच्छा, हेरिटेज की तरफ से जो इनका वीडियो पूरा नहीं चल पाया था किसी कारण से, मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और इस बात का कोई, ये सब लोग एक्चुअली सबके सोशल मीडिया में भेजा। आप सब बोल दीजिए प्लीज, कुंवर साहब।
सत्यो, मैं आपको थोड़ी सी जो प्रोग्राम में चेंजेस हुए हैं उसकी वजह से काफ़ी चीज़ें बदली हैं और बदल गई। और इसमें महत्वपूर्ण जो विषय जो हमारा एक एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस का होता है वो होता है स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट की रिपोर्ट और दूसरी रिपोर्ट्स। वो चर्चा का बहुत हमेशा भी है, उस चीज़ के ऊपर हम चर्चा करते रहते हैं, लेकिन जिस ढंग से चला वो जो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट किसी भी एजीएम का होता है वो हमसे इसमें छूटा है। और हालांकि आपका जो ऑफिस बेयरर्स की एनओबी की मीटिंग, स्टेट जो गवर्निंग काउंसिल की मीटिंग, उसमें लगातार आपके साथ चर्चा होती रही है। हर विषय को हम लोगों ने उसमें पास करके आगे बढ़ते हैं और हर ऑफिस बेयरर्स के साथ भी बनता होती तभी आगे बढ़ते। कोई ऐसी चीज नई चीज़ नहीं हुई जो जिसमें ऑफिस बेयर की सहमति न हो, जब उसके अंदर गवर्निंग काउंसिल की सहमति हो। सहमति हुई तो हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कई चीज़ें जो होती हैं जो इस पर चर्चा तो होनी ही चाहिए थी, नहीं हो पाई। लेकिन इसकी जो 3 महीने के बाद हमारी गवर्निंग काउंसिल की मीटिंग होगी, उसमें इस पूरी आपकी मीटिंग का, कॉन्फ्रेंस का विश्लेषण भी होगा। और जो कोई निर्णय ऐसे तो थे ही नहीं जो हमने यहाँ पे लेने थे, उस जो निर्णय कोई लेने पे होगा, जो चीज़ आपके मन में हुई कि आपके हर सेक्टर की रिपोर्ट इसमें आ गई, उस पर तो सारा चीज़ कवर हो गई है। लेकिन कोई ऐसे विषय जो रह गया होगा वो उसकी चर्चा हम अगली 3 महीने के बाद जो गवर्निंग काउंसिल मीटिंग है उसमें किया जाएगा। बस ये आपको बनाना चाहता था, बाकी तो महेश जी ने धन्यवाद दे दिया। एक और बात,
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। अरे भाई जूही मल्होत्रा इधर आइए, इधर आओ। इस लड़की को सब पहचानने लगे हैं, यस और नो? इसके लिए धन्यवाद बनता है कि नहीं? तो जोरदार से तालियां बजा दी। थैंक यू वेरी मच। चलें सब, जरा जनगणमन कर लें। हाँ खड़े।
काइंडली राइज फॉर द नेशनल एंथम प्लीज। सभी लोग प्लीज राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाएं। भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा, द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक रहे, भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय 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 जय। थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड कहते हैं कि ये मुलाकातें याद रहेंगी दोस्तों, ये मुलाकातें याद रहेंगी दोस्तों, अरमानों के गुंचे फिर खिलेंगे दोस्तों, याद बनकर आएंगे उम्र भर, अभी तो जाते हैं फिर मिलेंगे दोस्तों। थैंक यू वेरी मच। प्लीज जॉइन अस फॉर डिनर, द गाला डिनर एट अशोका होटल। और हम सब लोग यहीं से वहाँ जा रहे हैं, तो प्लीज़ आप सब लोग प्रोसीड करें। अशोका होटल में गाला डिनर हम सबके लिए अरेंज किया गया है, सो एवरीबॉडी इज़ रिक्वेस्टेड। और महेश जी ने अनाउंस भी किया है कि 2 बसेस मौजूद हैं, सो काइंडली प्लीज़ प्रोसीड एंड रीच इन टाइम। थैंक यू।